Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Heroic Myth. Chapter 10, True Convictions. Lily, does T think that going on the expedition is a good idea? It was evening and both Belle and Lily had returned from the dungeon safely and without any notable injuries. So you've been saying all dinner, Archer said as he held out his hand to her and she handed him her empty plate for seconds. Lily is serious, Lily said as she took back her now full soup bowl. Lily has heard horror stories about the lower levels. Lily has heard that there are dragons that breathes fire so powerful that they attack adventurers from an entire floor below. You mean like if they're on the 14th floor they can shoot up and through to the 13th floor? Belle asked as he swallowed some bread. Yes, but Lily thinks they're on the lower 50s. 58, Lily recalls. Mew, let's cancel it after all. Hestia said, shaking with worry. It's far too late for that, Castor said as he sipped his drink. Did I not tell you already? A goddess's duty is to wait and trust her children to come home. I know, but I can't help but worry about my children. Hestia said as she slumped down on the table. Especially one going with that Loki of all people. Don't let them steal you away from me, okay? Fight your way out if need be. You don't have to worry about me, Lady Hestia, Archer replied. I won't leave this Familia willingly. If anyone has to be worried of being snatched away it would have to be that fool next to you. Castor spoke up and glanced toward Belle who simply looked confused. How do you mean? He asked. Lily understands, Lily nods. Master Belle's growth is abnormal so any god would be interested if they know about it. Belle nodded, finally getting it. Don't worry goddess. I won't go to any other Familia so long as you're here. After all, you're the only one who would accept me into their Familia in the first place. Belle. Hestia looked at Belle with tear welling up in her eyes. She then starts bawling, you're such a good kid, Belle. Goddess wa. Hestia then jumped over and started hugging Belle tightly. Lady Hestia is really clingy today, Lily pointed out. She's always clingy when it comes to Belle though, Archer pointed out and Lily agreed with a nod. That is not necessarily a good thing, Castor noted. Those who are loved by the gods, always meet with a cruel fate sooner or later. If you're jealous of Belle, you only need to say so, Archer said with a smirk. As if, Castor growled before taking a sip of wine. The next morning, Archer sparred with Belle again and let the boy struggle a bit more before beating him down. Lily was sitting on the doorstep watching without comment as if worried that if she made fun of him she would be the one getting beat down next. She did offer Belle a drink after the session though before the two of them headed off into the dungeon together. It's like they're siblings, Archer noted. They better stay only siblings. Hestia mumbled from the behind Archer and he turned to see her resting her head on the windowsill. I'm the only one for Belle. Yes, as you say, Archer said with disinterest as he ran a wet towel across his face. Do you think Belle is really going to get better like that? Hestia asked. He is getting better, Archer pointed out. He's reading my openings better, he's lasting longer each round, he's also incorporating punches and kicks into his attacks, and it's much safer than fighting a monster since I won't kill him even by mistake. I guess I don't like it because it looks like one of my older children is bullying my youngest. Hestia said as she let out a long sigh. I'm not bullying him, Archer said irritatedly. He wants to train like this just as much as Castor wants him to wait, youngest. Belle is younger than Lily. You shouldn't judge a Palam's age just from their size, Shiro, Hestia teased with a smirk. It's only by a few months but Lily is indeed older than Belle. She's 15 and he's 14. That's surprising. Archer said honestly as he folded his arms and cocked his head to the side. By the way, changing topics for a moment, is there anything you want for lunch? I'll make it before I leave for Loki Familia. Don't remind me about that, Hestia said as she waved her hand back and forth lazily. Something that can be heated up easily will be fine. How about that instant rice soup that you guys had in the dungeon? Since I don't want Castor to work through lunch without something to eat as well. Even if you guys don't need food to survive I can at least make sure you eat on time since it's about all I can do to help you. Archer looked at Hestia's warm and bright smile before letting out a sigh. Really, you're the one Lily should be calling Mama, not me, he said with a laugh. Alright, I'll prepare some fried rice balls. Just pour hot water over them and they'll be ready, just don't burn down the house. Oh come on! Hestia shouted, all trace of her previous dignity vanishing in an instant. It was one time. XXXXX. After finishing cooking, Archer left the house with a bag of the fried rice balls hanging from his waist and the Loki Familia pass in his pocket. The Loki Familia home wasn't hard to find. Everyone knew where it was, being one of the top 3 familias in Orario after all. It was more or less a giant castle situated in the city, making Archer wonder just how much tax they had to pay to the guild every month. Although it wasn't as though the Familia couldn't afford it due to their massive amount of members. He showed the token to a guard at the front gate and was led to a large yard where various members of the Familia were running around preparing supplies. Oh, you're the one, hi. Archer saw a man that could basically be described as a short and stout wall of muscle. A dwarf with a rather scraggy-looking beard that radiated strength from his very being. Gareth Landrock, I presume? Archer asked. That's right, Gareth nodded, extending a strong hand toward Archer who shook it. And you must be Tiona's sword copier. I can do axes too, Archer said, noticing one resting against the wall from the direction Gareth had walked over from. Ha! Is that right? Gareth asked. You're one with a lot of talents then. Not at all. Just one single talent that I can do very, very well. Good to hear. I'll be honest, if you can help us out, you'd be saving us a lot of money and be keeping a lot of our youngsters safe. Anyway, since our captain's off fooling around in the dungeon for a bit, I'll be working with you for today. Gareth led Archer into a large tent as several people were glancing over, curious as to why Gareth was leading an outsider around. What do you make of these? Gareth asked, showing Archer a table of rather colorful-looking daggers. These are... Archer muttered as he glanced over the daggers. Magic swords. Swords that have magic spells built inside them, right? Oh, you've seen one before? Gareth asked, impressed. I thought you were from a new familia. We are, but our supporter saved a lot of money before joining us and has one on her person. Must have saved up a lot of blood and tears for that, Gareth muttered. Not too many people treat supporters very well. You take good care of her, you hear me? Of course, Archer said with a smile. So what do you want me to do? Think you can copy them? Gareth asked, stroking his beard. If not, there's no problem, we can just purchase more, but having spares of these can mean life or death, and a fuller wallet. Archer nodded as he picked one of them up after getting the okay from Gareth and flipped them over in his hands. Magic swords. As he said, magic swords have a limit in how many times the spell embed inside them can be used. Once that limit was reached, the sword would shatter, making them last resort weapons at best. After all, taking a weapon that was guaranteed to break into the dungeon where everything was trying to kill you was a terrible idea. Not to mention that the spell contained in the blade was also much weaker than the actual spell that could be cast through a mage in a chant. But if you could make them on the fly. Trace on. Archer muttered as Gareth looked at him curiously. What was that? Gareth asked only for Archer's body to start glowing and he took a step back. Oh! Judging the concept of creation. A disposable sword for use of the Loki Familia as they ventured into the lower floors. Hypothesizing the basic structure. It was shaped like a simple dagger with a colored blade to symbolize the fire magic held within. It wasn't very strong compared to the spell it was based on, but it was useful for what the Loki Familia had planned for them. Duplicating the composition material. A list of metals found on this world in the dungeon filled his mind. Imitating the skill of its making. Sympathizing with the experience of its growth. Reproducing the accumulated years. Excelling every manufacturing process. Lightning arced around Archer's arms, and when they died down, a pair of magical swords looking identical to the ones on the table were in his hands. Seriously? Gareth asked as Archer shrugged with a wry smile on his face. This is the first time I tried it on these things, Archer said, holding them out to Gareth. So I don't know how useful they are. The firepower should be the same, but the durability's probably halved. No, that's more than enough, Gareth said as he took one and examined it. Let's see here, boy. Some set up a target. Gareth shouted to the gaping audience, and several people quickly moved and brought over a wooden dummy that had several broken arrows embedded in it. Gareth swung the projected magic sword in his hand at the dummy, and a ball of fire came out of it properly and ignited the dummy without any problems. "Well, I'm impressed," Gareth nodded. "Strength's more or less the same, so that's perfect. Oh, I better mark them so we don't mix them up with the real ones. You know, you could make a lot of money selling these." "If I did, they would be a scam," Archer said as he snapped his fingers theatrically, and the slightly used magic sword in Gareth's hand shattered into a million particles of light. "Seeing as I can just destroy them just as easily as I can make them." "Ha, yes, I suppose you would be scamming people if you sold them like that," Gareth nodded. "I can do a few more though." "How many do you think you'll need?" "To be perfectly honest, I'd like one for each member of my Familia, but that's probably way too hard on you. So try making 10 for now." Archer did so without any problems, allowing Loki Familia to have 4 regular magic swords and 10 fake magic swords. "Well, didn't think it'd be that simple," Gareth nodded as he marked the fake ones with colored tape. "They should last for a while," Archer said as he rolled his shoulders to get out a kink that had formed while he was working. "If they vanish, I can make them again before the expedition proper." "Sounds good, but you aren't pushing yourself, right?" Gareth asked worriedly. "Don't want you getting a case of mind down. The old elf would yank my ear off." "Speaking of Lady Riveria," Archer began. "Is she fine with this? I heard that elves hated magic swords." "She ain't the type to not use something just because she hates it if it could help the Familia," Gareth answered, storing the magic swords away. "She may have her pride, but she's also decided what's more important to her." "I see. By the way, you think you can look at the Durandal weapons when the smith we ordered them from bring them over?" "I don't think I should be near someone who can replicate their days-long effort in a matter of seconds. They might want to kill me, or make me join their Familia," Archer replied as Gareth let out a bark of laughter. "I think Tsubaki would try to do both," Gareth said with a smile. "But still, having you around will definitely make this expedition easier. I'm just worried about leaving my younger 2 Familia members alone for that long." Archer admitted, and Gareth let out a laugh as he pounded Archer's back. "That's just how it is," the dwarf said. "Though you can't be babysitting youngsters forever. They'll never grow if you do. Besides, still got about 2 weeks before we actually set off. Get them to a level you're comfortable with so that you aren't as worried." "I do not know if I will ever be comfortable not watching over them," Archer admitted. "My first day in the dungeon with Belle ended with him nearly getting killed by a minotaur." "Ah!" Gareth let out a small noise and suddenly looked uncomfortable as Archer looked at him. You know, sorry about that," Gareth said with a chuckle. "That may have been our fault." Gareth told Archer about how some of his more overeager Familia members scared off a herd of minotaurs on the way back from their previous expedition and sent them running to the upper floors, and they were forced to chase after them before any accidents happened. "I see." Archer nodded. "Well, no harm done aside from scaring the daylights out of Belle." "I'll bet," Gareth sighed, still looking apologetic. "But since you can beat a minotaur all by yourself at level 1, that means I don't have to worry as much about you during the expedition." "I'll stay out of everyone's way as much as possible," Archer said. "Is there anything else?" "Well, since you're here and done much earlier than expected, how about giving these a go? A few dozen spare blades, spears and axes and a frying pan as a joke." Later, Archer left the Loki Familia home without any problems, even if he didn't actually get to see inside the building itself. "Well, it was only natural that they wanted to protect their secrets," Archer muttered as he walked down the streets back home. XXXXX. "So everything went all right?" Archer asked at dinner time when Belle and Lily returned. "Yes, for the most part," Lily admitted. "Lily got jumped by an imp on the 10th floor, but the cut was shallow," Belle said. "I'm sorry, we got split when the bats started screeching." "Injuries are to be expected in the dungeon," Castor said simply. "The 2 of you will only disappoint me should you fail to return home from the dungeon." Although he said that, both Belle and Lily's shoulders were slumped. "He's right," Hestia said. "The important thing is that both of you came home safely. So don't worry about it and eat up. I got a lot of leftover Jagamericans today, so eat your fill." The potato puffs were Hestia's favorite, so she always strived to take home any unsold products at her stall. Belle was never really picky, so he didn't mind eating them, and Lily also liked them because they were extremely cheap and filling at only 30 valis each. Even so, both of them remained rather depressed as they ate silently. What of Loki Familia? Castor asked Archer, changing the subject. The prep work is ongoing, Archer replied. But they're expected to head out in 2 weeks. I will be going back and forth during this time to help them prepare their equipment. Is this really worth it though? Hestia grumbled, still not happy that one of her children was helping out a goddess she didn't particularly liked. I'm acquiring blueprints for more weapons. Archer said as he held out his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand before being replaced by a pair of daggers and a massive axe. The Loki Familia executive's weapons. Bell finally looked up when the spear appeared, and his eyes went from sad to shining in an instant as he gazed upon the weapons of Orario's top adventurers. I see, so your mental library increases each time you gaze upon a new weapon, Castor said, his face twisting into a scowl. Humph, well, I shall ignore it as it increases the Familia's power. Are they? Why yes. Lily replied, sitting up straight. If you are feeling useless, then join Cranel and Archer in the morning. I do not have time for your moping. Instead, make yourself useful and find ways to increase your growth. Yes, Lily apologizes. Lily said as she lowered her head before turning to Archer. Can Lily join Master Bell and Master Archer in the morning? I think we can squeeze you in, Archer nodded. We'll make it so that you can shoot Castor's hat right off his head without him realizing it. Lily would rather not, but Lily wouldn't mind the skill anyway, Lily said as Castor glared at Archer, who simply smirked at the king's direction. XXXXX. The next day went more or less the same as the first one, as Archer created more weapons for the Loki Familia while Gareth watched with a rather complex expression. You know. Gareth began as he examined a near-identical copy of his beloved axe. I'm starting to think we might be underpaying you, whatever it is. Well, the effort I'm putting into making these things is more or less non-existent, so the cost of labor shouldn't be all that much, Archer pointed out. You're going to make a lot of smiths cry with that attitude. Gareth pointed out as he gave the axe a few practice swings. Weight and handling's the same, put them side by side and you probably can't tell the difference unless you're a high-level smith. I could probably just use your copies if I don't want to ruin my original axe again. That thing did look as though it's been through a lot, Archer noted as he looked back at the original sitting in the corner. Not as much as Tiona's Urga, but that idiot doesn't control her strength properly, so it makes those poor lads in Goibneo Familia cry all the time. Hey! Who you calling an idiot? The two of them turned around to see Tiona, holding her hands on her waist, glaring at them with a small pout. The dumb Amazon that keeps breaking her 100+ million custom-made weapon, Gareth replied as Tiona stuck her tongue out at him. By the way, Archer, Tiona said, walking up to the man. Can you add custom things to the weapons you make? It's theoretically possible, Archer began. But it would also depend on what you had in mind. How about making an unbreakable Urga? That I can't do. The things I make can be broken by me after all. I can't make something unbreakable because I always break the things that I create, do you understand? Maybe. I see. Gareth nodded. So you already tried it on a Durandal weapon? Well, I suppose there are limits to everything. Or rather, if you didn't have limits on that thing, I'm sure either Hephaestos Familia or Goibneo Familia would have some choice words with Yad. I'm doing my best to not step on anyone's toes, Archer said honestly. My goddess probably won't be able to handle the fallout. Besides, you'd probably get more out of your original than a hastily made copy. As he said it, he made another copy of Urga and tossed it over to the Amazon, who caught it with a twirl of her hand as if the massive blade was nothing more than a gymnast's baton. Yeah, but no one would get made if I broke a copy, and I don't have to keep raking up my debt, she replied, sticking her tongue out as if she was trying to play cute. Well, you got a point there, I suppose. Oh right, Tiona suddenly said as she pounded her palm. You're only level 1, right? I know you were fast enough to avoid those new species, but can you hold yourself okay in a fight? Even we aren't bringing anyone below level 2 on the expedition. From the sound of things, he beat one of those minotaurs you idiots chased up to the upper floors a few weeks back, Gareth said as Tiona let out a sound to show that she remembered. Seems like Ace saw it happen too, but didn't really remember it until I asked. So she was the one I felt nearby back then. Archer muttered. Well, I was more concerned about getting Belle out safely so I didn't bother looking. Sorry about that. Diona muttered, looking actually apologetic. Well, if you can fight minotaurs one-on-one then you'll probably be as fine as Leafy Ya. A level 1 that can fight on the level of at least level 3. Gareth muttered. You live long enough you see the damnedest things. I can show you the Falna if you think we're lying, Archer offered but Gareth shook his head. Don't go showing off things like that so easily, he replied. I don't think you're lying, you wouldn't survive in this city long if you were, but the Falna's as important as your life. Archer nodded as the fake Urga vanished, almost causing Tiona to fall over as she was leaning on it. Hey! The Amazon shouted indignantly as she caught her balance. Come to think of it, since you can make whatever you want to fight with, is there anything you consider your favorite? Gareth asked. Deai, it's in his name, Tiona said with a smile. He's Archer so he probably uses a bow right. Labeling someone like that is rude, Archer said, crossing his arms. In my case it happens to be true, but still. I also prefer using 2 short swords in close range as well. A bowman, hey. Gareth muttered as he looked around and saw a target someone hadn't cleaned up after using on the other side of the yard. Think you can hit that from here? Archer glanced at the target and brought up his left hand, allowing a black bow to appear as he took aim at the target. Luckily there wasn't anyone else out in the yard at this time so there was no worry about someone randomly walking in the way. Well, even if someone did, there was no way Archer wouldn't see them first. After pulling back on the empty string for a moment, a simple arrow appeared in his hand and he knocked it on the string. Then in a smooth motion, the arrow whistled through the air and struck the target. Ah! Tiona said as she clapped her hands. Bullseye. I see. Gareth nodded. Around Riviera's level when she decides to pick up her bow. I always considered bows to be useless as a main weapon in the dungeon for several reasons. First off being arrows don't do squat to the higher level monsters unless they're made of stronger material and no one wants to use rare material and potentially one-shot projectiles. And the second is that once you're out of arrows, you better be able to pick up sword to keep helping out otherwise you're dead weight. Not that bows don't have their place as distraction weapons of course. He then glanced at Archer's bow. Though if you can just make up your arrows on the fly then there won't be any problems with you using a bow at least. Hey Gareth, Tiona began. If we have Archer with us, do we even need the Hephaestus High Smiths anymore? I mean, if something breaks he can just magic up a new one, right? And if Archer bites it we lose all our weapons, Gareth pointed out. Not having a single point of failure is important in the dungeon, especially when we're going that deep. Ah, good point. Archer is also standing right here and doesn't appreciate his death being speculated about, Archer said with a wry smile as Gareth chuckled and thumped his back with a powerful hand. Don't worry, Gareth said. Stick close to one of us and you'll be fine. I guess, by the way. Archer turned to the stack of various weapons on the table. Do you plan to keep the unbroken fakes for as long as possible even after the expedition? If you don't mind, Gareth said with another laugh. Like you said, the cost of labor isn't much, right? Well, I suppose I don't lose anything either way, Archer said with a shrug. But do remember, that those fakes could disappear when you least expect it once the expedition is over. Not because they would degrade over time or anything but because Archer could break them whenever he wished. They weren't true permanent items after all. Hey Archer, Tiona began. Wanna try sparring? Tiona's suggestion was so out of the blue that even Gareth looked surprised. Sparring with a level 5? Archer asked. I'm not so suicidal as to attempt that. Come on, I know how to hold back. If you can take on a minotaur on your own while protecting your Familia member then you should at least be around level 4 in skill. It won't be that big of a difference. And that could particularly be a bad thing. And if I end up fighting near your level, won't end with you holding back less and then end up breaking a few of my bones. He's got you there, Gareth nodded as Tiona puffed up her cheeks in a pout. Stop being so mean. Tiona said as she went to the back of the tent and started rummaging around a barrel. Let's see, I know there are a few wooden swords around here somewhere. Archer simply sighed as he rubbed his forehead with his right hand. Holding his left hand out, he conjured up the image of Urga while altering its base material. Tiona. Tiona turned around just as the altered Urga soared toward her. Oh! It's a wooden urga. Diona said happily as she caught it and spun it a few times in her hand. The weight's about the same too. Really now? Gareth said as he rubbed his eye. Your magic is really something. You aren't overdoing it, right? There's no need to humor this idiot Amazon's whims. Well, I'll consider it a plus for me too, Archer answered the dwarf as two wooden short swords appeared in his hands. If I can last against Diona for a while, then I can survive against the monsters on the deep floors long enough for one of you to rescue me. Fair enough. Gareth admitted. But we're setting some ground rules. Not first to lose weapons, I hope. Archer said as he dropped one of the blades and formed another one in his hand before the blade hit the ground. 'Cause that's part of strategy. The more and more I talk with you, the more I realize just how versatile that magic of yours is. Gareth said with a chuckle. Fine. Go until I say stop or one of you falls flat on the ground. Okay. Diona nodded as she walked out onto the open yard with Archer waiting across from her. Ready. Whenever you are. Archer said, feeling as though he was going to regret this. While he didn't think he was going to lose outright, he had no idea what a level 5 was capable of after all. Well, they should have plenty of healing potions either way. Then go. Diona shouted as she immediately closed the distance between them with a single step, causing Archer's eyes to open wide. He quickly brought up his blades to catch the fake Urga mid-swing. The power behind the blow caused his knees to buckle and it was all he could do to keep it from crushing him. Oh. Not bad. Are you trying to kill me, you crazy Amazon? Archer shouted as he reinforced his arms and pushed her off of him. Come on, that was just a greeting. Level 5, it definitely wasn't something to take lightly. They could probably match lower level servants at the very least, or at least through Tiona's brute strength was a match. You sure you're only level 5? Archer asked. Only he says. Gareth muttered as he shook his head while Tiona simply laughed. I feel like I'm only a few days away from level 6. Tiona admitted. That's why you should try going all out, Archer. Well, I won't be able to do that. Archer said before he disappeared from where he stood. Oh. Tiona let out a small gasp before raising her fake Urga above her head, catching Archer as he slashed downward from the sky above her. You're pretty fast. Then with a swing of her arms, she flung Archer off of her, allowing him to land back down on the grass. It looks as though there wasn't a way for him to overcome her brute strength if he struck head-on, and her speed wasn't anything to scoff at either. Frankly, the optimal thing for him to do was to retreat and use his bow, but this was a spar, so there was no need to go that far. In the second he used to try and plan his next attack, Tiona charged him again and he had no choice but to meet her whirlwind of steel head-on. Honestly, Tiona was one of his worst type of opponents. An opponent who knew his tricks and gimmicks while he was in a situation where he couldn't back off and snipe from range, and in a one-to-one contest of strength she trumped him. Not to mention that even though their weapons were made of the same material, her powerful swings were close to shattering the swords in his hand. But still, Archer was keeping up. Each blow was being parried even if he couldn't find an opening in her cheerful strikes. If he couldn't find one, then he'd have to make one. Seeing a swing coming from below, Archer jumped back and blocked it, allowing the force to send him flying up into the air. He then threw his blades at Tiona, allowing them to sin and curve like boomerangs toward her. Oh! With a powerful swing, the two blades break and splinter against the might fake Urga. With that, Archer's body landed on the ground and shot forward toward Tiona like a bullet with two new wooden blades. Okay, stop. Both Archer and Tiona froze in mid-motion at Gareth's call. Let's stop here before Tiona smashes the yard, Gareth said as Tiona had been halfway through the motion of slamming her blade into the dirt to kick up rocks to shield her from Archer's attack. But it was just getting fun. Tiona said as her weapon vanished along with Archer's. Well, at the very least we probably don't have to worry about Archer in the deep floors, Gareth muttered as he stroked his beard. I think I got an idea why you're only a level 1 despite your magic. Really? Archer asked. Your usual weapons are probably some expensive and high-quality blades, right? Gareth asked. If a level 1 uses a weapon like that, their stats won't go up at all. And since you make them as easily as breathing, it's only natural your stats won't go up except for magic. I get it. Tiona nodded. Level 1s usually only start off with basic iron weapons and armor after all. If Archer can make adamantite weapons like Urga and use them, then his status won't go up at all. I see, that makes sense. Archer nodded. Let me guess, you got your magic after contracting with your goddess, and the first thing you did was go to one of Hephaestos Familia's high-rank shops and looked through the windows, didn't you? Gareth asked with a smirk, and Archer decided to play along. You got me, Archer said with a wry smile and shrug. I mean, wouldn't you? I didn't even need to get the overpriced guild dagger. Guild-issued equipment, huh? Gareth muttered with a rather faraway look. That was a very long time ago. Don't get nostalgic on us now, old man, Tiona said with a laugh. I can't imagine a level 6 as a beginner adventurer. Archer admitted honestly. I didn't sprout up from the ground a full-grown level 6 dwarf. Gareth said with huff. I was a snot-nosed brat just like the both of ya before. You should have seen how poorly Finn, Riveria, and I got along back when Loki was just starting out. That snobby princess could barely work with us. I can't imagine Lady Riveria being snobby. Tiona said as she glanced to the side. Well, that was almost 30 years ago, Gareth said as he waved his hand. Way before your time. Great, now you got me acting even more like an old man. I'm sure you got plenty of decades left in you, Gareth, Archer said with a smile. By the way, I wanted to ask earlier, but it's rather quiet today, isn't it? Yeah, Gareth nodded. Finn went to renegotiate the terms with Hephaestos Familia, since with you around we don't need as many of their high smiths now. The others are running around doing quests or just diving into the dungeon for magic stones. I see. Archer nodded. Right, aside from weapons, they still need things like food and potions for their expedition. And that would cost a lot of money. I stayed behind because being alone with Gareth wouldn't be fun for anyone, right? Tiona asked as Gareth glared at her. Not at all, he's great company, Archer said with a smile. Ah! Stop trying to suck up. Tiona accused, to which Archer simply held his hands up in surrender. Wonder if those two are doing okay. Archer muttered as he looked in the direction of Babel Tower. XXXXX. Lily has barely left Soma Familia for 1 week and she still gets caught in trouble because of them. We're sorry. Stop screaming and run. Bell was running in the back of the pack of 4 as he was being chased by a mass spawn of killer ants. He and Lily had been making their way through the dungeon as normal when the two of them heard 2 screams followed by a stampede of monsters chasing after a white-haired Hume bunny and a black-haired Renard dressed in Far Eastern clothing with Soma Familia's emblem. And to top it off, it's a pass parade. Lily screamed at the other two. It wasn't our fault. The Hume bunny countered. We're the ones that got pass paraded first. Some idiot adventurer must have failed to kill them properly and they called for the stampede. The Renard added. Lily, we're just going to drag other people into this if we keep running this way. Belle called out. We have to stop them here. How? Lily shrieked. Master Bell only has a single dagger and Lily's crossbow and dagger can't do anything against this many monsters. And now? Master Archer, where are you? If we can find a spot where you all can protect me, then I can probably use a spell to wipe them out. The Renard claimed. Spell? Lily repeated. Lily doesn't remember any mages. If you're newbies, you shouldn't be down this far in only a week. We came from outside of Orario. The Hume bunny explained. We're not newbies who only got their Falna yesterday. Gaya. Let's just try it. Belle said impatiently as Lily seemed too wrapped up in her dislike for Soma Familia to plan properly. Turn left there. They made a turn into a narrower corridor, allowing less space for the monsters to swarm them. Firebolt. The red sparks shot out from his hand and burned the closest ants to ashes. With that breathing room, Lily took up position in front of the Renard, who began chanting as a magic circle appeared below her feet. This left Belle and the Hume bunny as the vanguard, who drew out a katana as they faced the incoming horde. Master Bell! Lily called out as she tossed Belle the combat dagger that Archer gave her, to which he caught without turning his eyes away from the killer ants. We just need to buy a few minutes. The Hume bunny said as she and Belle charged into the fray. In a whirlwind of steel, the two carved their way into the mass of ants. Even though they could only run for their lives earlier, with the hope of victory behind them, they managed to find some courage to face the oncoming swarm. Belle didn't know when he decided to do so, but simply holding the second dagger in his offhand gave him no small amount of comfort. Was he simply imitating his hero? Perhaps. But even so, he felt it drove him one step closer to that back standing in front of him. Decapitating the killer ants was not enough. Their heads needed to be crushed completely in order for them to not spread out their pheromones, or destroy their magic stone to destroy their body completely. Finally, after around 5 minutes of non-stop cutting, stabbing and fire-bolting. It's done. Lily called out as both the Hume Bunny and Belle backed off from the entrance at the same time. No sooner did Belle get out of the way did a surge of arcane energy rush past him. A beam of white light enveloped the corridor, vaporizing the rest of killer ants, as well as a good portion of their magic stones. Ha, Lily is alive. Lily sighed as she sat down on the floor. We're sorry for getting you involved. The Hume Bunny apologized again. I'm Tsukai no Kamaika and my friend is Shino no Momiji. As you might have guessed, we came to Orario from the Far East and joined the Soma Familia. Kaed the Hume Bunny and Momiji the Renard. Hume bunnies were a demi-human race with long rabbit ears. Kaed's were white like her hair but a shade darker than Belle's own white hair and had yellow eyes. She was wearing a short and that hung loosely over her uncovered right side and had her chest wrapped up in bandages to which Belle believed was called a sarashi in the Far East. Nice to meet you both, Belle said as Lily huffed and turned her head away. I'm Belle Cranel and that's Lily Ruka Arde. We're from the Hestia Familia. Oh, you're that Arde? Momiji asked as she looked at Lily. The one who didn't lose to the Soma wine. Lord Soma has a lot of praise for you, Kaed added with a smile. Lily is thankful for Lord Soma's words but Lily doesn't care, Lily said softly. Lily has nothing to do with the Soma Familia anymore. Momiji and Kaed shared a glance as if unsure what to say. So why did you join Soma Familia in the first place? Belle asked. The two of you didn't seem like the type to go after the wine. There's no real reason, Kaed shrugged. We went to a recruitment drive and after getting into the city and joined up. It seems like they kicked out a bunch of their previous members that didn't like the changes Lord Soma was implementing and needed new members so we joined up. Changes. Like the real Soma wine isn't to be drunk willy-nilly anymore. It's only broken out or celebrations and parties like birthdays or a level up. Outside of that, level 2s and up will get a small bottle a month. The Hume Bunny held her hands out vertically about 15 centimeters apart. It definitely wasn't an amount that one could drink their fill and was probably meant as a way for the god to limit the consumption and prevent any more mishaps like what happened to Lily. Belle turned toward Lily who was staring at them in shock. They're not letting whoever gets the most money get a drink anymore. Lily asked. Was that what it was like? Momiji asked looking rather surprised as her black ear shot up. That sounds like it must have been awful. Oh but the failed Soma is still free for anyone to drink whenever, Kaed added. It's really good I always love drinking a cup of that after a bath. Soma seemed to have turned things around tremendously since Lily left. No doubt the god finally decided to take running his familia seriously after he got an idea of how much someone like Lily had suffered yet still triumphed over his wine. Lily remained silent for a while before she stood back up and looked at the mass of magic stones. Let's just divide up the stones. Lily said, pointing to them. Right. Momiji nodded. Is 50/50ths okay? I'm pretty sure you took out most of them, Belle pointed out. Yeah but we dragged you into this. Kaed said with a wry smile. So let's just call it even with this. Lily and Master Belle will take your generosity then, Lily said quickly to cut off anything else Belle might say. With that out of the way, the four of them picked up their share of the loot and went their separate ways. They seemed nice, Belle said as the two of them decided to return to the surface while the Soma girls wanted to go spend a bit more time on the floor first before heading back up. They didn't seem to be lying about Lord Soma. Lily admitted as they climbed up the steps to the 6th floor while passing another party headed down to the 7th. But all of that has nothing to do with Lily anymore. Lily is part of Hestia Familia just like Master Belle, Master Archer, and Lord Castor. Lily gave Belle a bright toothy smile as she hurried down the corridor before Belle let out a smile of his own and ran after her. Heroic Myth. Chapter 11, Little Hero. The next 2 weeks passed as a routine settled over the Hestia Familia. In the morning, Belle and Lily would train with Archer before leaving to the dungeon while Archer would head over to assist Loki Familia. Belle and Lily made an attempt at the 11th floor, but the spawn rate was a bit tougher to handle than the 10th floor, so they retreated, and Lily suggested that they not attempt it until Archer returned, and Belle agreed. While he had no trouble taking down the enemies that crowded him, Lily wasn't as fast as he was, and his constant worry about her could cause him to make mistakes. Having a third person makes a lot of difference, Belle sighed as he and Lily took a break at the steps of the 10th floor. Yes, Lily nodded, her false animal ears drooping a bit to match her mood. Although she did not really need to do so anymore, she still used her magic as often as possible to increase her status. Although Lily has been practicing shooting targets, Lily can't keep up with all the monsters like Master Belle can, or shoot as quickly as Master Archer. It's fine, I'm the weird one after all, Belle said with a laugh. Today's the day Loki Familia's going on an expedition, right? Yes. Today means starting today we won't be seeing Master Archer for at least 2 weeks. They had thrown a small good luck party for Archer the previous night at the hostess of fertility, and Hestia had been crying over him and constantly telling him to be safe as she drunk herself into a stupor, resulting her in being stuck in bed this morning with an irate caster looking after her hangover, and so she didn't potentially drown in her own vomit. As last-minute preparations had to be done, he spent the night at the Loki Familia home instead of returning to the Hestia family home. I wonder what we should do for dinner from now on. Belle sighed, thumping his head against the stone stairs he was resting his back against as Lily's ears shot up in alarm. Lily completely forgot about that, she said as she held her head in her hands. Lily has taken Master Archer's meals for granted. Lily apologizes to Master Archer. Same goes for me, to be honest. Can you cook, Lily? Only a bit, but Lily's meals were small things that Lily isn't sure will fill Lily up anymore. Since Lily was desperately trying to save up money to leave the Soma Familia, Lily's food budget was very small. It was the same with Belle. Though they weren't necessarily extravagant, Archer's meals were warm and filling. Much better than reheated potato puffs in any case. Wanna go back up a bit early, Lily? Belle asked. Maybe we can catch Archer on the way back. Yes, Lily doesn't have the motivation to continue. With that said, they finished up the rest of their lunch and packed their belongings and started the long trek back up to the surface. However, as they made their way back through the 9th floor, something seemed strange, and deathly familiar. Lily, does something feel off to you? Belle asked, his voice just barely above a whisper. Off? Lily asked, turning to Belle. How so? We hadn't run into a single monster or adventurer party since we started heading back. Lily's eyes widened as she looked around and spoke in a whisper as well. Now that Master Belle said it, Lily noticed it too. A cold creeping feeling began to creep up Belle's spine. The dungeon on that day, the day he first summoned Archer. Master Belle, Lily thinks we should run to the exit, she said, tugging on Belle's sleeve. It doesn't feel dash. Before Lily could finish her sentence, a low roar echoed in the room and Belle froze on the spot. Lily continued to say something, but Belle's mind wasn't there. It had suddenly returned to that day almost a month ago. And then, it appeared from around the corner. A massive minotaur with a chipped horn placed a hand on the wall as it turned towards Belle and Lily. Belle felt someone calling his name and shaking him, but it was no use. With each step the minotaur took, the fear in his body grew, paralyzing every nerve and muscle in his body. Just its sheer presence shook Belle down to his very core, removing all thought and action from his mind and body. It was only when he felt something heavy push him, followed by dust and rubble being sent flying everywhere, that his eyes began to focus once more. Looking down, he saw Lily's motionless body lying on top of him with blood running down her forehead. Despair took hold in his mind for a moment, thinking that his moment of weakness had cost them her life, but he quickly realized that her head had been hit by some rebel and knocked her out. Her bag had been utterly destroyed though, and its contents were scattered across the room. The sight of his injured supporter sent jolts through his body, springing it back to life, and he stood up with Lily in his arms. The thought of failing to protect Lily and returning home to face Hestia, Caster, and eventually Archer without her overwhelmed his fear of the monster in front of him. The monster roared and swung its blade down at the two. Acting quickly, Belle tossed Lily as far away as he could to the side while jumping in the opposite direction as the ground split between them. He then raised his arm up and screamed, "Fire bolt!" The red bolts surged forward and enveloped the creature, but doesn't even phase it for more than a second as it charged right through and slammed into Belle's body, sending him across the room and into the wall, his armor shattering to pieces around him. However, by some miracle, he managed to land on his feet as he extended his hand out again and several more bolts of flame shot out at the minotaur. He had to keep its attention on him. He can't let it turn to look at Lily for even a second. The moment it does, then it would be all over for Lily. He couldn't take another hit like that without any armor, so he did everything he could to make sure he would not get hit. A gleam of steel caught his eye and he snatched it up as he dodged another attack the same time. It was Lily's blade, or rather the one Archer created for her the same day that Castor joined them in the dungeon. It was a bit longer than the knife he had gotten from his goddess, but it was perfect for an offhand weapon to use to defend himself. He realized he was just a bit faster than the minotaur. If he could keep it at a contest of speed, he might be able to wear it down and find a chance to escape with Lily afterward. "Master, Bell!" A weak voice reached his ears. Lily had managed to wake up, but her eyes were murky as she struggled to sit up. "Run, Lily!" he shouted as he parried the large cleaver the minotaur was holding. "Get out of here quick!" To his horror, she just stared at him with tears in her eyes as if she wasn't able to understand the situation in front of her anymore. He couldn't escape while Lily was here, but Lily was also too disorientated to understand that she had to escape as well. "Run! Get going! I'll be right behind you!" Belle screamed, begging her on the inside to hurry. "Get going now!" Tears streamed down her eyes as she placed a hand on the wall to support herself and desperately tried to make her way out of the room with a wail. That was one problem dealt with, not he just had to keep the minotaur here until he was sure Lily was far away enough. It was slight, but Belle felt that the minotaur was much slower than Archer when he was sparring with them. It wasn't as though Archer or Castor ever went full throttle, except perhaps Archer at the time of his summoning against the first minotaur, but compared to Archer, Belle could see the minotaur's movements just a bit better. The goal here wasn't to beat it. It was simply to not lose, and the goal wasn't to beat it. Belle repeated out loud. Belle leaped back away from the minotaur as it growled at him. In that instant, Castor's words from the dinner party last night struck him. "It would be remiss for you both to rely on either Archer or myself all the time," he had said when Belle said he was going to miss Archer while he was away. "We are ghosts. Our time has come and gone. We cannot be there to hold your hand on your adventures. We may lead you, train you, arm you, but we cannot hold your hand as you walk down your path. Just as Arde broke out of the Soma Familia with her own strength, you both must use that same force of will and power to carve your own legend on this world." The minotaur's slam barely misses Belle that time, but the sheer force of the blow still sends him flying to the other side of the room as he rolls a bit, his head and teeth vibrating in pain. That was right, he can't rely on that man. He can't go on adventures if he was hiding behind that man's back all the time. He had to fight for himself. He couldn't be saved again. Even though he said that, he suddenly felt calm as something brushed against him. "You definitely look like you're in over your head. Hang tight while I beat this guy." That hero, his hero had arrived, and Belle was once more comforted by the sight of that man's back. He was saved, again. But, was this all right? Was this what he wanted? To be saved over and over by this man? No. He didn't want to be saved. He couldn't allow himself to be saved again. He would never be able to catch up to him this way. Those thoughts rushed through Belle's head as he reached up and grabbed Archer's wrist to stop him. "Stop!" And a red light flashed in the room. XXXXX. A few minutes earlier. XXXXX. "Come on, Archer, let me see what else ya got in that noggin of yours." "I refuse." Archer was doing his best not to let the half-dwarf smith and captain of the Hephaestos Familia, Sabeki Kalbrund, get to him, but she was doing her damnedest to keep him from just ignoring her. Come to think of it, even though she was only a half-dwarf, she was still rather tall compared to Gareth. Not to mention Mia Grand from the Hostess of Fertility was a full-blooded female dwarf as well. Were the women simply taller than the men? In any case, he should worry about the current situation since the smith hanging onto his arm had came to scout him after examining the projected weapons he had given to Loki Familia. It seemed that Gareth told Sabeki about him when she came over to deliver the Durandal-class weapons she was making for them, and she was curious about what else he could do. Not that he was willing to show anything to light her fire even more. Right now, Archer was walking alongside the top adventurers of Loki Familia alongside 10 of Hephaestos Familia smiths as part of the vanguard for the expedition. "Hey Finn," Archer called out to the front. "Is it really all right for me to be in the vanguard?" You can keep up with Tiona, right? Finn called back with a smile. I'm sure you'll be able to keep up with the rest of us. He better or he'll just be Monster Chow, the werewolf Bet Loga added. I don't wanna have Toby picking up after him. There it is. Bet's stupid ego is rearing up again. Tiona narrowed her eyes at the werewolf's pompous grin. Is it even possible for you to be nice, Bet? Do you get some kinda thrill looking down on everyone else? I hate people like that. You got it all wrong. You actually think I like looking down on bottom feeders? Don't make me laugh. All I do is call it like I see it, Bet responded with a snort. Forget about him, Archer, Tiona said as she slowed her pace to match his. Archer simply shrugged his shoulders in response. It's fine, Archer said. As my captain might say, it's the weakest dogs that bark the loudest after all. Huh? Bet stopped and wheeled around toward Archer. You wanna try that again? Bet asked, his face right in front of Archer's. That I am looking at someone who used to be too weak to protect anything and now hates looking at people and things that remind him of that time, Archer said. If you want to encourage people to grow, there are better ways than yapping like that. What the hell do you know? Bet said with a scowl before he and Archer quickly looked back to the front. Sounds like a group of 4. Sabeki noted as she and Tiona looked around the 2 white-haired men as well. Are they running from something? Tiona asked. Hey! What's going on? Tiona's shout caused the other party to stop in surprise, having been too worked up at the thing that they were running from to realize that they had nearly ran into a larger group. What's the matter? Bet asked as he walked up toward them with a sneer. Bite off more than you could chew? Have to ditch a supporter or 2 to get away. There was a minotaur, you moron. Ha! That walking bull monster was prowling on the upper floors. The one who looked like the leader of the party shouted at Bet, who looked rather flabbergasted at the response. Did we miss one? Bet asked, turning around toward Finn and Riveria. That's not possible, Riveria said. If we had, the guild would have reported a massive amount of casualties amongst the low-class adventurers. My apologies, but can you tell us a bit more about it? Finn asked. Sure. The leader nodded. We were exploring the dungeon, same as always, when we saw it. In one of the passageways between the rooms. He was attacking some kid with white hair. We'd have done something, but one howl from that beast and dash. Archer! Tiona shouted, but the man had already slipped his arm out of Tsubaki's grip and was blasting his way through the dungeon corridors. 5th floor. 6th floor. 7th floor. 8th floor. Bell was on none of them. They hadn't been able to break through to the 11th floor yet, so that meant that he should be on the 9th. Sure enough, as soon as he touched down on the 9th floor, he could hear the sound of fighting echoing through all the chambers. Archer! The Sword Princess had caught up to him. This is a Hestia Familia matter, he said. You don't need to help. I want to, came the curt reply as she looked around before gasping. Archer wheeled around just in time to see a bloody Lily crawling out of a corridor. Master, Archer! She cried out as she tried reaching out to him. Ace managed to get to her first as she carefully lifted Lily up. Lily, are you all right? Archer asked quickly as he kneeled down beside her. Where's Belle? Master, Belle is. Lily began, pointing back down the path she came from. Over in room E16 and. She stopped speaking as a large imposing figure came out of the shadows. A massive Boaz wearing no armor except for a single plate of metal covering his heart, holding a massive cleaver, was standing in their way. I see. Archer said, standing up and stepping forward. Goddess of love, Freya Familia. Not just this situation but monster Filias as well. Castor's nose was right on the money. The one with the soul of rusted iron. Audible, captain of Freya Familia and the only level 7 adventurer in Orario. I challenge you. Audible then took hold of the bag slung over his shoulder and tore it with his fingers, allowing a multitude of weapons to fall from it onto the ground. Have I done something to offend? Archer asked, magic swirling within his body as he took in each and every blade on the ground while Audible picked up the largest of them and pulled it from its sheath. You are in a familia outside of mine, Audible said simply. Is that not enough a reason for me to kill you? Archer didn't answer as his expression darkened. I don't have time for you. Archer said as his trusted bow and a black twisted arrow appeared in his hands. I'll break through even if I have to kill you. Archer. Ace spoke as she carefully set Lily on the side of the corridor and stood up as well. Kill me? Otterl asked. You? No, probably not. Archer admitted as he knocked his arrow and he pulled back the string of his bow. But I can still give you a scare. And like that, he released the arrow. Hound of the Red Plains, grunting. And then, in front of the eyes of those present, the impossible occurred. The arrow was launched forward at over supersonic speeds. The walls of the dungeon around them cracked and the stalactites and stalagmites shattered from the sheer force of its travel speed. But the one who held the title of world's strongest did not flinch as the black sword-turned arrow flew close. With an almost lazy swing of his blade, the arrow was knocked aside with nary a second glance, sending it spinning toward a wall, only for the projectile to shoot right back at the Boaz. Seeing this, Otterl leaned back to dodge, just as it came close, causing it to slip past him harmlessly and make impossibly sharp turns to round itself back toward him. Then, with a mighty roar, Otterl swung his blade at the arrow, causing it to explode in front of him and covered the corridor with smoke. No sooner had it been done did a flash of white and gold appear by his shoulder, clearing the smoke with a burst of wind. With a massive diagonal cut, Ace slashed at the man but hit nothing but the flat of Otterl's blade. One moment Otterl had struck the arrow coming from behind and in the next his blade was already at his back to defend against Ace's speed. Then with another strike, Otterl sent Ace flying back down the corridor. Ace landed on her feet, sliding to a stop in front of Archer. Well? Archer asked as the slightly singed otter dusted himself off. Did that scare you? There will not be a second time, Otterl said simply as he flicked off a crack in the metal plate above his chest. I would be disappointed in the rank of level 7 if there was one. Archer said as his favored blades, Kanshou and Bakia appeared in his hands. However, Archer had no time to be playing around here. He had to get to Belle as soon as possible. Archer, Ace said. I'll try to give you an opening, go save your Familia. Sorry, Sword Princess, Archer said as he charged forward straight at Otterl. I leave the rest to you. Right. Ace nodded as she followed right behind him before blasting forward past him in another burst of wind. Tempest. Ace struck high while Archer struck low. However, each blow was being blocked by Otterl's pure swordsmanship backed by no other magic other than the grace he received from his beloved goddess Freya. Then as Ace suddenly retreated, Otterl saw something strange. He saw his own blade, the one currently in his hands, swinging toward his own face. Raising his blade, he blocked it but was sent backward from the strength of the blow, his own strength. Looking up, he saw Archer holding what looked like an exact copy of the blade in the other man's hands. Curious. Otter said, looking down at his sword as if to make sure he was still holding onto it. But that was all he could say as Ace and Archer renewed their assault. With a roar, Archer's strikes with the copy of Otterl's swords changed target away from Otterl himself to the dungeon floor, sending up a cloud of smoke. Otterl stepped back and swung his blade to his left in a powerful strike, clearing all the smoke in the area in an instant, but his blade cut nothing but the floor as Archer was gone, leaving only Lily and Ace in the area. Illusion? No, he was there. Otterl muttered as he turned around to look behind him. Failed, huh? Oh? Fancy meeting you here, Otterl. Turning back, Otterl saw the rest of Loki Familia's executives minus Gareth lining up behind Ace who was still pointing her blade at Otterl while Riveria was taking care of the injured Palom. Ha, did you actually get him, Ace? The werewolf asked with a smirk. No. Ace replied, shaking her head. Archer did. He what? Seeing that he failed his objective, Otterl didn't say anything and instead just dropped his blade where it was and moved to leave. Is there some reason your master trying to destroy a new Familia? Finn asked when Otterl walked past them. No, came the reply. I acted on my own. And with that, the Boaz left as quickly as he arrived. Where is Archer? Finn asked once he was sure Otterl left. I think he continued down the path, Ace said, indicating the path Lily pointed at earlier. Then we better hurry, Finn said. Riveria. I have her, Riveria nodded as she picked up Lily in her arms and they ran down the path as well. When they got there, they saw Archer, standing still with his arms crossed as he watched a white-haired boy fight the minotaur on his own. Master Archer. Lily spoke up. What are you doing? Hurry and save Master Bell. I can't, Archer said simply. He told me not to interfere. So I can't. Can't, or won't? Riveria asked as Archer looked over his shoulder at her, his hands shaking as they rested in his arms. Both. That boy is having an adventure right now. I can't hold his hand during it even if I want to. This is a Hestia Familia matter, but I'd appreciate it if you respect his wishes too. As he said that, Bell shouted Firebolt. 4 bolts hit the Minotaur dead on and blocked Bell from view, allowing Bell to get in close. The Minotaur swung the blade down blindly at Bell, who jumped and brought Lily's dagger up to meet the blade. The dagger shattered upon impact, but as it dissolved into light, Bell was able to redirect the force of the blow into his other arm as he slammed the Hestia knife into the monster's exposed wrist, bringing it down to the ground, and with a bloody twist, the Minotaur's wrist shattered and was no longer capable of holding the blade in its hand. With only its bloody roar as a warning, Bell pulled the knife out and retreated as the Minotaur swung at him with its empty hand. It tried to stand up, but in doing so, dropped its blade, which Bell quickly took advantage of. Switching the knife to his offhand, Bell grabbed the massive blade in his right hand and swung it at the recovering Minotaur, cleaving a massive wound in its chest before spinning his wrist and bringing it back for a second cut before stepping back and slashing it once more across the face as he did. Both fighters then staggered away at each other and stared each other down before they both roared and charged each other. It looked as though he was attempting a suicidal charge, but at the final instant, Bell brought the massive blade down on the Minotaur's horn, forcing the Minotaur off balance but at the same time shattering the unmaintained blade. He then got in close and underneath the Minotaur to jab the Hestia knife into one of its open wounds as deep as it would go. Firebolt. A shockwave rocked the Minotaur's body. The beast's chest expanded suddenly, as if something deep within had exploded, releasing scarlet flames from the wounds made by the shattered weapon. The Minotaur's bloodshot eyes opened as wide as it realized what was happening. Firebolt. One more blast erupted inside the Minotaur's body. No matter how tough the outside of its body was, the inside of its body was just as soft and weak as any other living creature. Firebolt. Another cast of the spell and the Minotaur's body inflated like a massive balloon before exploding in a ball of fire and white ash. Bell's body that had been standing next to the explosion remained relatively unharmed, but his shirt and gloves had been burned away, exposing the entirety of the Falna on his back for all to see except for the magic and skill slots. All that was left was a half-naked Bell standing rimrod straight, having passed out on his feet. Mind down. Riveria noted. TCH, that reckless idiot. Archer cursed as he finally moved his body. Bell, Bell! Lily cried as she followed Archer toward Bell. Archer carefully picked Bell's unconscious body up in his arms and glanced down at his left hand, where 2 clear lines could be seen while a third seemed to have faded away. Archer made a sour face before turning back to look at Finn and the others. I apologize, but I have to take my family home, Archer said, lowering his head toward Finn. That's fine, Finn said with a wry smile. But do you mind letting us know his name first? Bell Cranel. Archer said with his own smile. Just some stupid kid who dreams of becoming a hero. Finn chuckled at that. Do you still plan on coming with us on the expedition? Finn asked. I won't blame you if you change your mind. With your help on the equipment we won't be running out anytime soon, so I can say you did more than enough already. If possible I still want to go, but I think I need a day or 2 to make sure this idiot's okay, Archer said, indicating Bell. That's fine, Finn said looking around. Diona. Yes. The Amazon asked as she turned to her captain. You mind sticking around for a bit? Archer will need a guide down to the 50th floor where we'll make camp. No problem. Diona nodded as she walked over to Archer and the others and looked down at Lily. Hey, are you okay to walk? Why yes, Miss Adventurer, Lily nodded. Lily is fine. That's great to hear. Thank you, Finn, Archer said, bowing slightly. Like I said, it's no problem. Your Familia comes first after all. Archer nodded as he made his way back up to the surface with Diona and Lily following after them. Once they were gone, Bet turned to Riveria. You saw them, right? Bet asked. His status. Riveria didn't say anything as she turned to look at the werewolf. It's not fair if you're the only one who knows what they are. He shouted, feelings that he didn't quite understand bubbling up to the surface. That Familia of theirs is completely crazy. First a level 1 made that bastard Otterl bleed and now another killed a minotaur by himself. Riveria sighed before speaking. S. Hi. All of his abilities were S. As Ace, Finn, Bet, and Shin stared at her incredulously, Riveria chuckled softly to herself. It wasn't the entire truth after all. Certainly, strength, defense, dexterity, those were all S. But magic and agility? SS rank. To think something like that exists. The high elf muttered, covering her smile with her hand. This world is full of wonder. XXXXX. To think that Mongrel would do something as foolish as that. Castor let out a long sigh as he looked toward Archer, who was standing with his arms folded behind his back across from Castor's desk. In order to stop Archer from saving him once again, Bell had forced him aside with a command spell, one of the 3 absolute commands a master could give to a servant to force them into submission or to power them up and achieve victory. And to top it all off, the one pulling this nonsense is one of the top 3 Familia. Castor let out another long-suffering sigh. This is why goddesses of love are. His voice trailed off as he sat back up straight. What of the goddess and Arde? They're watching over Bell as he sleeps, Archer replied, glancing out the window toward Babel Tower in the distance. I let the Amazon Tiona Hiriot stay in one of the empty rooms so she can act as my guide back to the expedition. Last I saw, she was talking to Hestia and describing the fight to her. That is fine, Castor said as he waved his hand. What matters now is what do we do about this blatant attack on our Familia? You're going to strike at Freya Familia? Archer asked, eyebrow raised. When the king's kingdom is attacked, Castor said as he pulled out a small container holding what looked like several pills, separated into 2 different portions with a different color in each portion. A single shake of the container and one of the pills fell out into his open palm. He must seek retribution. Restricted as you are, you won't last long against Otterl, Archer pointed out. That deluded fool never strays too far from his goddess, Castor said, popping the pill into his mouth. He will not be where we are going. Archer's eyes narrowed as the Golden King's form began to change. XXXXX. Lade was standing guard at the front gates of the Freya Familia home, also known as Folk Vang, when he spotted something in the shadows. Halt! He called out, spear raised, only to lower it slightly when a small blonde boy stepped out with his hands up. A kid. Sorry, mister. The boy said, lowering his head. I just heard that the world's strongest Familia lived here and I wanted to see it for myself. Geez kid, it's almost midnight, Lade said with a sigh as he scratched the back of his head. You shouldn't sneak out of your room so late. Your parents would be worried about you. I don't have parents. Lade bit back a curse as he winced and turned his head away from the boy. It wasn't particularly a unique tale. Lots of kids get abandoned in this city. Some thrown away by prostitutes, some abandoned by people who just weren't ready to have one, others left behind when their parents didn't come home from the dungeon. It was the same story one could find anywhere amongst a rather distressing number of the child population in the city. I'm sorry to hear that, kid. Lade said as he crouched down so he was eye level with the boy. Look, come again in the afternoon and I'll see if I can't get you a tour, okay? Gee mister, that's so nice of you, the boy said with a bright toothy smile before his red eyes became sharp as knives. It's a shame your goddess is little more than a 2-bit whore though. Wah dash! Before Lade could react, a blade shot out from out of nowhere and embedded itself into his legs, rendering him immobile as he fell to the ground. Now then, let's see here. The boy said as the guard started screaming in pain. The boy then tossed up a ball of light and in the next instance, something that looked like a twisted white drill whistled through the air and smashed into the gate, blasting it open. The earth shook as stone and wood and bodies were sent flying into the sky as the boy walked into enemy territory with a smile like he was going on a field trip. Let the fun times begin, the boy said happily as golden portals appeared around him with massive blades of all makes and sizes poked out of them. The blades shot out in every direction with the intent on causing as much havoc and destruction as possible rather to strike at anything particular. Balls of light were also shot into the air to be used as signals for someone in the distance to shoot explosive projectiles at the large temple. It will truly be a night to remember. Heroic Myth. Chapter 12, Summons and Evils. 2 souls were standing beside a bell of a large clock tower as they watched the fire in the distance. It had been about 30 minutes since the flames started and about 10 minutes since the sounds of battle and explosions stopped. As expected of Freya Familia, the golden-haired boy said as he dangled his feet off the ledge with his elbows on his lap, propping up his head. They reacted rather quickly, all things considered. Was something like this really necessary for you to use your youth potion for, Caster? The taller man wearing a mask that just barely covered the area around his eyes asked. I wouldn't use something like that for such a trivial reason, Caster said as he reached behind him and pulled out the container holding 2 different colored pills. These things are merely a toy. A candy that temporarily reverses one's age to that of a child for an hour. Of course, the mind reverts a bit as well, but that is no problem for someone like me, is what I'd like to say, but... Caster flopped his body over to the side with a long sigh. Why do I grow up to be such an asshole? The young boy cried, causing Archer to hastily let out a cough. I'm really a pain, aren't I? Well, I'll admit that the older you is the type of person I can't handle most of the time. Archer admitted. Wait, will you remember any of this once the candy wears off? Even if I did, I will probably pretend it never happened either way, Caster replied with a shrug as he sat back up. Anyway, it's good to let loose every now and again, isn't it? Even if we still held back for the most part to make sure no one died. As expected of the grace, it has granted every adventurer some modicum of divinity with their newfound strength. Well, I suppose if some blowhard could receive low-ranked divinity just from claiming to be the son of a god, then a god claiming you were their child would definitely do the same. I'm surprised you even care about that, being careful to make sure nobody died, I mean. The city is in a precarious balance between the familias right now, Caster replied. Any massive change to the status quo of the top familia like Freya's could spark a war that would engulf the entire city. Loki Familia is not the only one looking to knock the queen off her throne. Who else is there? Archer asked. Ganesha. No, Ganesha is the lord of the masses. For better or worse, he will not increase his power in a way that would damage the city like a war. No, the other would be. Caster's eyes traveled from the dying flames in the distance toward the pleasure quarters. Ishtar Familia. I am probably going to sound extremely judgmental, but are a bunch of prostitutes really going to be able to take on Freya Familia? Archer asked skeptically. Prostitutes or not, most of them are Amazons around level 3 and 4, Caster replied as he started kicking his legs back and forth. And they will probably be just like that Amazon girl who seems attached to you. Amazons, huh? Archer muttered. And by attached, you mean Tiona Hiriot? She just sees me as a way to make 120 million Valis blade on the cheap. Do you really think that's all there is to it? If I wanted to lie, yeah. Archer admitted. She's just an overly friendly 17-year-old girl. She can probably make friends with anyone. What? Archer stared at Caster, who was smiling so brightly at him that it was almost creepy once you remember that this was the same tyrant going on about mongrels not 30 minutes ago. Nothing, Caster said, still smiling before sitting back up straight. But to get back on topic of Ishtar Familia, the captain may only be level 5, but you do remember what Hestia said, right? That they can mysteriously punch well above their supposed levels. And it's not as though they are all heroic spirits. Right. Archer nodded. Even so, would that be enough to take on Otterl? As a level 7, the entire world knows his name and legend. Whatever Ishtar Familia is using to power their members, it sounds like it's a temporary thing and only gives them around a single level in status. Otherwise they would have challenged Otterl already. You have a point there, Caster agreed. So they must have some other plan outside of a frontal assault. And when one thinks of Ishtar, what comes to mind? The Bowl of Heaven, Archer replied. Indeed. Caster nodded, his voice dropping to a low whisper that seemed to even freeze the air around them. However, the gods cannot access their divine might in this world, so what is it, I wonder? What is her little trump card, and where is she hiding it, I wonder? Are you planning on destroying the Ishtar Familia? Archer asked. To be honest, I am not really sure, Caster replied with a shrug. It's like a rat nestled in the outskirts of my garden. If I ignore it, it may simply live peacefully while occasionally trashing the bushes around it. But if I were to say, light a fire in front of its hole, will it poke its head out to see what is happening? So this was also a bait for the Ishtar Familia? Archer asked. A king is able to play multiple games at the same time, Caster said with a smile. Especially such a simple one like this. The pleasure quarter is nothing more than an eyesore in the eyes of many people. I would say it is necessary for the stress of the fools who dive into the dungeon with their heads full of dreams of fortune. However, the head of the piece must be sawed off before it fits perfectly into the rest of the puzzle. Alright, I can see how someone like you can grow up into something like that now, Archer said with a sigh as Castor wheeled around toward him with the same expression a child might make if their mother suddenly told him he couldn't have his dessert after dinner. A look of hurt and despair which only caused Archer to sigh again. I'll never get used to this. He muttered as a pair of tiny hands punched at his leg. XXXXX. The guild was in an uproar. 3 days ago there had been a report from Loki Familia that a minotaur had been sighted on the 9th floor, and then just after midnight on the same day, Freya Familia had been attacked by an unknown party, with the only reports being that the assailant was a single blonde boy that looked about 8 or 10 years old, but it wasn't clear if they were a human or a palom. Both were unrealistic, as there was no conceivable way a small child could overpower Freya Familia's defenses, and the only high-level paloms in the city were Loki Familia's captain, who was deep in the dungeon on an expedition, and a few of Freya's own. Monsters moving up to floors where they shouldn't be was nothing new, but in most cases, the monsters were encountered 2 floors above or below their recorded origin point. But this minotaur was spotted on the 9th floor, meaning that it had somehow journeyed up from the middle fortress. The earliest floor where minotaurs were usually encountered was the 15th, 6 floors below. The fact that this was not the first time a minotaur had been seen in the upper levels was what really made the adventurers' blood run cold. The previous incident where a minotaur had made it to the 5th floor had been caused by an accident during Loki Familia's return from an expedition. Guild employees had explained this many times, but adventurers were not that easily convinced. Some adventurers claimed there had been a change in the dungeon's design that allowed minotaurs to be born in the upper levels. Ina and her co-workers were unable to dismiss it as an exaggeration, as for level 1 adventurers, this was a matter of life and death. If monsters from the middle fortress were roaming the upper levels, they couldn't work. The other was harder to dismiss, as what appeared to be a small child had run roughshod over several of Freya's best in a single night, and the guild had no clue to their identity, although several witnesses claimed to have heard something flying through the air from one of the larger towers in the city, making it sound like there was an accomplice as well. The only silver lining was that while there were several injuries, no one was killed during the attack. It was if someone had wanted to send a message. Thus the only thing they could do was to post a quest asking for confirmable information of the attackers. As Ina rubbed her head, she hoped Bell was alright. She hadn't seen him in 4 days since he came to say hi on his way to the Magic Stone exchange with his supporter. She hoped he wasn't caught up in any trouble. Ah, Ina's favorite adventurer spotted, 12 o'clock. Her friend Miss Hu's needlessly long-winded voice caught Ina's attention, and she looked up. Sure enough, the boy's signature white hair stood out immediately from the crowd as he, along with his captain and supporter, weaved their way toward the reception counter. Good morning, Miss Ina. Belle said once they reached the counter. Good morning to you too, Belle, Ina returned the greeting with a smile. And you, Miss Arde, Mr. Castor. Good morning, Miss Advisor. Lily said happily while Castor simply nodded his head. Did something happen? Ina asked curiously, looking toward Lily and Belle. The two of you look rather happy. This one, Castor began as he placed a hand on Lily's head, is simply happy to have survived an ordeal in the dungeon. That fool, however. I'm level 2 now. Belle said with a toothy smile. Miss Hu, who had working behind Ina, suddenly lost the paperwork she had been holding, letting it drift onto the floor as Ina herself froze. Perhaps we can have this conversation in a place where there are not 100 different familias behind us. Castor asked, clamping a hand on the back of Belle's head. Ah, yes. Belle nodded, looking slightly abashed, but it didn't do anything to dampen his smile despite Castor's dangerous eyes boring down on the back of his head. After all, with a level up came a new servant, a new heroic spirit to meet and talk with. To learn the ways of a hero from another true hero. Why wouldn't Belle be excited about that? Sure, having an alias granted by the gods was also cool, but this was going to be another real hero. Ina seemed to have regained her composure as she quickly cleared her throat and led them to a private room. Well, private once. Castor picked up a binder that had been left on the table and flung it at the closed door, causing the human receptionist that had tried to listen in on the other side scream and scamper away. I'm sorry about Miss Hu, Ina said, but Castor waved her off and Belle began his story. Once he finished, Ina was left staring at him, slack-jawed at his recklessness. The Minotaur. Ina muttered as a long sigh escaped from her lips. Loki Familia said that it had been defeated, but, to think it had been you. Ina glanced over toward Lily, who was shifting in her seat as she glanced over at Belle. Well, from the sound of things, it wasn't as though Belle could have abandoned an injured Familia member to die, and there was no way he could have escaped the Minotaur while carrying her either. But, level 2 in 1.5 months. Ina muttered as she glanced at the Hestia Familia captain. I fully understand how absurd this is, the man replied with a grunt before handing some files over to Ina. However, the boy had done the supposed impossible after all. I believe the previous record was 1 year by the Sword Princess. Yes, Ina nodded as Belle wiggled his body in happiness. As Ina read over the files, she realized that they were Belle's training regime as well as a quick history of what he had been doing in the last month in the dungeon. Fighting a silverback on his own, fighting off a swarm of killer ants with only one other person, and of course, the Minotaur. It was enough to give Ina a headache. Well, putting aside the danger you put yourself into, congratulations on leveling up, Belle. She wanted to chastise him more on his recklessness, but she felt she should get in the way of any familiar rules with his captain sitting right there. From the man's expression though, it looks as though he chastised Belle enough already, and it looked as though his words had gone in one ear and out the other due to Belle's euphoria at the level up. Thank you, Miss Ina, Belle said before pulling out a torn sheet of parchment. By the way, another reason I came here was also to ask you about this. He handed her a list, and Ina saw that it contained 3 different terms. Abnormal resistance, mage, and luck. I see. Ina nodded, looking rather confused at the final term. Development abilities. Well, you are level 2 now, so these were bound to show up. Yes, I wanted to get your opinion on this. Abnormal resistance was a relatively easy to gain ability where it helped one resist negative status like poisons and the like. Mage was also a common one received by magic users in order to ease the burden on their mind, allowing them to cast more spells before needing to resort to a potion or suffer from mind down. Luck, however, hadn't been recorded by the guild before, so Ina had no idea what it could mean. Lily recommended abnormal resistance, Caster said mage, but Goddess insisted luck was the way to go. I see. Ina nodded, getting a feel for Belle's Familia members' personalities based on said opinions. She glanced at Caster, who seemed to understand what she was thinking. My insight is only a recommendation, he said. It is up to the boy to choose his own path in the end. Whether it is the right choice or not is only something one can find out in time. Well, what do you think, Belle? Ina asked. Well, I mean, mage does sound cooler and would definitely help since I tend to use my magic a lot, but abnormal resistance can save your life in the dungeon and save on status recovery potions and stuff. But Goddess was really adamant on luck. Lady Hestia only kept saying you need this ability, though, Lily said, making a fist and leaning over the table to mimic Hestia. Lily thinks it's risky taking an unknown ability though. Well, like Mr. Caster said, the final decision belongs to you, Belle, and I don't want to push you in any direction one way or another, but, if you want my advice, I say choose something that aligns with your goals. My goals? Yes. Like, if you want to protect yourself better, then abnormal resistance. If you want to progress through the dungeon easier, then mage. But if your goal is something loftier to get somewhere that is currently beyond your grasp, that path has nothing to do with mere ability. I believe that luck might be a better ally when the time comes. Provided that it does exactly what it says it does. Yes, thank you very much. Belle nodded as both Caster and Lily looked at each other. Belle is going to choose luck, isn't he, Lord Caster? Lily asked, eyes half closed. Indeed he is, Caster nodded. I haven't said anything yet. Belle shouted as he stood up, and both of them turned at him with accusing eyes, causing him to wither a bit. But, yes, probably. Well, they say luck can make up for an abysmal lack of foresight and skill after all, Caster said as he stood up. Perhaps it is best for a fool like you. Caster. That's mean. Belle cried as he turned to Lily. Come on, Lily. It's not that bad, right? Lily thinks we should return home before Lady Hestia leaves for Denatus if Belle wants to level up properly, she answered as she dutifully followed Caster toward the door. Guys? Hey guys? Come on. Guys. XXXXX. Hoo, so you chose luck after all, Hestia said when they returned home, and she proceeded to update everyone's status. As expected, Belle. You listened to me like a good child. Alright, done. You are now level 2. Really? Bell asked as he looked down at his hands. I don't feel any different. It's not a feeling that happens where your body becomes overflowing with energy. Nothing that drastic occurs, but you should notice the difference if you go to the dungeon. Like a switch has been flipped. I see. Bell said, looking kind of disappointed. But Caster. Hestia said, looking at Caster's sheet. What the heck have you been up to? Your status jumped up a dozen points, split amongst everything except defense. A king has his own training regime that he follows, Caster said vaguely while Lily mulled over her own new status. Although it is hardly the duty of a king, one should cull the garden once in a while after all. Lily is growing much faster than when she was with Soma Familia, but still nowhere as fast as Belle. She said as she handed the sheet back to Hestia. Well, it's not as though Lily wants to fight a minotaur herself, so she won't let that bother her. Good, Hestia and Caster said in unison as Hestia handed Belle his own sheet. Is there any point in looking? Belle asked. It's all back to 0, right? He, I was wondering if I should surprise you after the meeting of the gods, but you'll probably be diving back into the dungeon before that's finished, so you should probably see it. Belle glanced down at the sheet and immediately froze. Congratulations, Belle. You got a skill. Lily is losing her lead in skills, Lily said, but she was smiling and didn't seem annoyed at all about it while Belle was jumping for joy. Heroic Desire, Argonaut. Belle read the name of the skill out. He then froze and turned around to see Hestia and Lily smiling at him, with the former looking as though she was about to burst out laughing. Really now? Caster sighed, as Belle let out an embarrassed scream and buried his face into his hands and curled up into a ball on the floor. You desire to reach the level of hero so badly that it is now forever engraved into your back and soul. What a helpless fool. Please stop, I wanna die. Belle cried as Lily and Hestia both walked over and sat down by his head. Don't worry, Belle, Lily thinks Belle is already a hero, she said, kindly patting his head as Belle just whimpered even more. You're such a cute kid, Belle, Hestia said as she stroked his head while tears fell down Belle's cheeks. Besides, what's the problem with idolizing heroes when you actually live with them? Not many people can remain as pure as you after all. Stop, please. Belle said as he finally sat up. Enough of your sniveling. Caster said impatiently. What are the skill's effects? Belle sat up and looked at his sheet. It says it charges up an active action, and that's it. What does that mean? It sounds as though it powers up your attacks, Hestia said. For example, if you try charging a sword swing, it might make the effect stronger, or maybe it'll let you fire an even bigger firebolt if you charge your magic. Is that right? Belle asked, looking down at his hand. Well, you won't know for sure until you go down in the dungeon and try it yourself. But, Argonaut, Lily asked as she sported a massive grin. Isn't that the story of a clueless boy who wants to be a hero, but is easily tricked by the people around him and tried to save a queen only to end up being saved by her instead? HOH. Caster let out an inquisitive noise as Belle goes red in the face. Then it's perfect for someone like you, don't you think? Please stop. Belle begged as he sank into the floor again. Stand, boy. You reached the goal set to you of level 2. Rejoice, for I shall allow you to summon another servant. That got Belle's attention as he sat up immediately. Really? He asked, crawling on his knees toward Caster. I can really do so. Indeed. Call forth those heroes you so desperately chase after. All right. Yes. Hooray. Belle cheered as he started jumping around again. With that said, they quickly got to work. Caster began creating the magic circle while Lily and Belle pushed the furniture to the side and Hestia ran up the stairs to get the Holy Grail to be used as a catalyst. Lily has always wondered how people like Archer and Caster came here. Lily said as she sat on the pushed-aside sofa. But, is this really going to work? It will. Belle said as he jumped up and down in excitement once Caster stood up and made sure his handiwork was correct. It definitely will work. Though, I'm sad that Archer won't be able to meet them right away. Well, we can have a proper party when he returns, Hestia said as she appeared in the living room with the Holy Grail in her hands, which began to hum and shine. Whoa, it's like it knows you want to summon something. She placed it in on the hearth as Caster stepped back. It is done, he said. Do it. Yes. Bell nodded as he walked up to the circle with his left hand outstretched. The chant began and Lily suddenly sat up straighter as she felt something course through the room and her body. Let silver and steel be the essence. Let stone and the Archduke of Contracts be the foundation. Let rise a wall against the wind that shall fall. Let the 4 cardinal gates close. Let the 3-forked road from the crown reaching unto the kingdom rotate. Let it be filled. Again. 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 Let it be filled 5-fold for every turn, simply breaking asunder with every filling. My dreams form the body. Your spirit shall show me the path as I walk it by my own power. And so I hereby swear. That I shall be all the good in the world. That I shall defeat all the evil in the world. You 7 souls who reside at the fate I wish to reach. Come forth from the binding circle. O keeper of the balance. Towards the end, Bell's hand began to bask in a golden light, with the sound of chimes accompanying it, contrasting the red glow of the circle beneath him before the circle arced with arcane lightning and exploded in light. Hestia used Castor's body as a shield as the dust shot outward while the king remained undaunted and Lily covered her eyes with her hands. Success, Castor said simply. There, in the middle of the room between Bell and the Grail was a man bent at the knee with a massive blade that seemed to be made out of glowing red ore or crystal. Similar to Bell's combat outfit, the knight in front of him wore a black tunic and black trousers over which he wore pieces of armor. He had massive gauntlets over his arms that seemed to work to amplify the knight's strength and as well as to protect his arms and had several daggers hanging from various metal loops on his waist and legs. He also wore a black mask that covered the lower half of his face and had what looked to be a pair of glasses over his clear green eyes like in a servant, Saber, the knight declared his class in a cool and icy voice. My true name is Sigurd. Art thou my master? If so, please give me your orders and I promise to fulfill them post-haste. The servant, Saber, ended his declaration by lowering his head and closing his eyes as he awaited his next order. Bell, however, was too busy staring at the servant, with sparkling eyes. Master. Saber opened his eyes and looked up, confused as to why Bell hadn't said anything. Ah. Right. Bell said as he cleared his throat. My name is Bell Cranel. It's nice to meet you, Saber. Please just call me Bell. Oh, and please stand. There's no need to kneel. Bell, understood, Saber nodded as he stood up while muttering Bell's name as if to test it. His eyes then fell onto Castor. And you are? You may refer to me as Castor, O hero of the Vals Unga, Castor replied simply. You shall heed my orders as if they were your masters. Ah, please do, Bell quickly added. He's the captain of our Familia after all. Familia. Family of the gods. Understood, Saber nodded as if he understood everything at once. Whether it was due to his mask or if that was just how Saber was, Bell felt that his voice was rather blunt, distant and cold. Then I assume I shall be joining the Familia as well? Saber asked. If you want to, we'd really appreciate it. If that is your order, Master Bell, then I shall comply. No, it's more of a request than an order. Someone really did pop out. Lily muttered, staring at the knight with awe. And you are? Saber asked, turning toward Lily this time. Ah, Lily is Lily. Lily replied as she stood up. Lily Ruka Arde. Please call her Lily. She will be helping Master Saber as a supporter. Is that so? Saber asked with a nod. Then I shall count on you in the future. By the way, where exactly is the god? Another handsome man. Came a rather distraught voice from behind Castor, causing Saber to blink and glance over at the king. Castor then stepped to the side revealing the tiny virgin goddess of the hearth. You summoned another one. Hestia screamed as she ran over and shook Bell. I thought I told you that I can't be surrounding myself with men all the time. Saber stared at the diminutive goddess before turning back to Castor while pointing at her in confusion as if asking if she was really a goddess or not. Unfortunately this is the Familia's idiot goddess, Castor said as Bell's head flopped back and forth under Hestia's rant. I'm sorry. Bell cried. It's not like I can choose who answers. That's no excuse. Wait, are you hiding something, Bell? Don't tell me you're actually interested in Dash. Please do not finish that sentence, goddess. I see, so this is a goddess of this world, Saber muttered. That's right. Hestia said as she released Bell and allowed him to fall to the ground. I am the goddess Hestia. And I ask of you, dear hero. Join my Familia. XXXXX. Sigurd. Level 1. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Primeval Rune, warrior quick cast spells through the use of runes carved onto a surface or drawn in the air. Skills. Dragonkind modification, quickly regenerates body after taking severe wounds and temporary increases strength afterwards. Increases parameters against dragons. XXXXX. I see, this is the manifestation of the Falna, the grace of the gods, Saber nodded as he examined his status sheet with a calculating gaze. With Hestia out taking part in the meeting of the gods, the duty of informing the new arrival of how the world worked fell to Bell and the others. Indeed, Castor nodded as Saber set the sheet down on the dining table. Magic that doesn't require a chant but instead uses runes. Lily read with a befuddled look. Lily hasn't heard of anything like that before, as expected of a spirit. Mortal common sense doesn't apply to you. Saber made a noise that sounded like a chuckle before drawing a rune in the air as a demonstration which caused the sheet to fly in the air and burn, leaving not even ash behind. Now then. Castor said as he stood up. Normally I would have you be baptized by the dungeon immediately, but as your master requires some time to readjust his body to the strain of powering 3 servants, we will postpone it for now. 3 servants? Saber repeated. Yes, Bell nodded. Archer is currently helping another Familia in the dungeon as part of a quest, so he'll be gone for a while. I see. A shame. I would have liked to meet a fellow knight. He will return in due time, Castor said. For now, I suppose a celebration to welcome you is in order. Let us make our way to the usual pub. As per their usual method of celebration, Hestia Familia went out to eat at the Hostess of Fertility. Lily feels a bit out of place here. Lily admitted once they were seated at a table as she looked between the 3 men. Like she's the odd one out being the only girl in the Familia. Ahaha, sorry Lily. Belle apologized with a rather dry laugh. Oh, did you get a new friend, Belle? Seer asked as she came over to their table with a tray carrying their drinks. Care to introduce me to him? Yes, this is Saber, a new member of my Familia, Belle said gesturing to Saber who nodded his head in greeting. Another one with a strange name. Seer muttered before smiling at Belle. Your goddess really does have strange tastes. Ahahaha. That's right, from an outside glance it looks as though Hestia was the one coming up with what to call her Familia members. She even referred to Lily as supporter more than once while in public. With Archer and Castor and now Saber, it could be seen as something like Hestia's hobby for her children. Well, if you're celebrating new members, please be sure to order a lot and spend a lot, okay? Seer asked with a smile and making a gesture for money. Ahahaha. You two seemed rather well acquainted, Saber noted, eyes bouncing back and forth between them. Is she your lover, Belle? Saber's question caused Belle to choke and spit up his drink, and the two of them quickly turned red in the face with Seer quickly hiding her face behind her serving tray. Oh, my apologies, Saber said, understanding the dynamics immediately. It's not like that. Seer and Belle insisted at the same time as Castor threw his head back in laughter. As amusing as this is, we are only here for dinner, not a show, Castor said, his smirk threatening to grow as he coughed into his hand. 3 specials, 2 whole birds. Seer nodded as she took the order and left to deliver it to the kitchen. As they waited, Saber brought up the topic of the dungeon. So, this dungeon, it gives birth to monsters constantly and is located under the tower located in the center of the city. Saber asked as he looked at Lily. Yes, Lily nodded. The core of every monster is their magic stone. Magic stones are used to power everything in the world from light bulbs to kitchen appliances. So adventurers go down into the dungeon to gather those stones to sell to the guild for money. I see. Saber muttered as he brought a hand to his chin. So rather than monster slaying, it would be more accurate to say it is merely a magic stone mining operation. It takes out a lot of the spirit out of things, but, yeah, Belle nodded with a frown. I suppose you could see it like that. People go down to make money. They use that money to buy better equipment. Then they use that equipment to go down even further to make more money. That was how this world, how Aurario worked. How interesting for adventurers to not go on adventures in the dungeon. What about you, Belle? Why do you go into the dungeon? I want to get stronger, Belle said immediately. I'm surrounded by so many amazing people in this Familia that I don't want to sit back and be protected all the time. I want to be able to stand beside you, or at least be someone worthy enough to be your master. Is that so? Then please allow me to assist you on your journey. Is that okay? Whether you believe you are worthy of being my master is irrelevant. You are my master. So long as you do no evil, I shall follow you to the end. The boy would sooner cry than do something that would harm another on purpose, Castor said with a scoff. You need not worry about him being led astray. Saber, Castor. Emotions welled up in his heart as Belle lowered his head, trying to hide how happy he was feeling. To be recognized by these heroes, even if it was only a little bit, meant a lot to Belle. It felt as though all the hard work he did was worth it. As the food arrived, Saber removed his mask, revealing attractive features that looked as though it had been carved from ice. Not bad. Saber muttered as he took a bite of the fried fish. Isn't it? Belle asked. The food here is always good, though it's a bit more expensive than I am used to. You are used to eating meals that consist of cold fried potatoes left over from your goddess's food stand, Castor said as Saber looked on in horror. Those values of a person living off of dirt should be left in the past and forgotten. Lily thinks that there's nothing wrong with being frugal, Belle, Lily chimed in. But that's a bit much. Would you like to try some of this fish, Belle? Saber asked, holding the dish out to Belle. Please stop looking at me with those eyes. Belle cried as he chewed on a drumstick. His eyes then darted around as he tried to come up with a change of topics until he spotted the 4 daggers still hanging around Saber's waist, even though the servant had left his sword behind. Saber. What is your fighting style like? Fighting style? Saber repeated. It's nothing particularly fancy. I strike with Gram until my opponent ceases to move. That is all there is to it. Gram. Castor muttered with a twitch of his brow. You call that massively overgrown blade Gram? Well, it was broken when I received it. I simply reforged it into its current form. Reforged? Master Saber is a smith as well. Lily asked as she sipped at her drink. I have learned the skills of the trade, Saber nodded as he unhooked one of the daggers and held it up. The large blade is the main part of Gram, but I also used the shards to create these daggers as well. So you fight with both the daggers and the great sword? Belle muttered thoughtfully. Were you thinking of getting something else besides your dagger? Lily asked. Well, daggers are fine and all, but something with a little more reach couldn't hurt, right? Belle pointed out. That blade the Minotaur was using was pretty high quality and made me think that having something like that on hand could help in a pinch. And how do you expect to carry a heavy blade while using your standard tactics? Castor asked. Lily can do it, Lily said, raising her hand up. A heavy blade or two attached to the side of Lily's backpack won't make any difference thanks to Lily's skill. Castor slowly raised a hand to his chin as he mulled over the suggestion. Artel assist. It was not a particularly rare skill or anything, pretty much every full-time supporter received it to lighten their burdens. It also allowed supporters to pretty much carry anything and everything they could get into a big enough bag like Lily did. However, even if they could carry it all, it was still big and bulky, so most supporters didn't carry as large of a bag as Lily did. I have no further objections to that. Castor nodded. However, you are responsible for your own equipment. Of course, Belle nodded. We got some money now from that Minotaur magic stone, so I think I can buy a new sword along with some new armor. Should I make something for you? Saber offered, but Castor shut him down. There is no point in giving something created by you to the boy as he is now, Castor said. It would only hamper his growth should he receive an item far above his level. Understood, Saber accepted the explanation rather quickly with a nod. Then what do you suppose? I guess I'll try talking to the smith who made my previous armor, Belle said. His armor really helped in protecting me, even if it did get shattered in the end. Something to consider for tomorrow, Castor said. For now, enjoy the meal. Yes. XXXXX. As her Familia were enjoying a meal together, Hestia's battle was only just beginning. The meeting of the gods, Denatus, was a once every 3 months affair that allowed the gods to mingle with each other when they usually wouldn't have the time or opportunity to due to being busy with work or managing their familias. What started off as a simple gathering of close friends spiraled into a more or less official event for the divine, as things often ended up turning out when one dealt with a bunch of bored gods. The first part of the meeting was an unofficial meet and greet as everyone said hello to long-time friends or new up-and-comers. Hestia had already said hello to Takemi Kazuchi, a god of war she happened to be friends with, as well as Hephaestus, so she was planning to just hang around until the meeting began proper when someone unexpected came up to her. Hestia. Oh, Soma. That simple greeting caused the nearby gods to whisper to one another. A few wondered why Soma was here, as he usually skipped out on the meetings despite having a few level 2s in his Familia, and others were wondering why he called out to Hestia of all people. Is that child doing well? The normally introverted god of wine asked her. That child? Ah, you mean Lilyruka Arde? Hestia asked as Soma nodded. Well, she's doing as fine as she can be. She got caught up in that minotaur incident the other day. The one that showed up on the 9th floor. Soma asked and Hestia nodded. I see, is she alright? She got a little conk on the head but she's alright now, Hestia assured him before giving him a sly smile. What's wrong, Soma? You're acting like a parent checking up on a child who finally moved out of the house. Is that so? Soma asked simply, not taking the bait. You're not thinking of trying to get her back into your Familia, are you? No. I lost my chance with her already. I believe she will be able to grow properly if she's with you. Oh, I won't let you down then. Thank you. Soma was acting so uncharacteristically active that several other gods were flat out staring at them now. By the way, has she drunk it? Your gift? Hestia asked, catching herself before she mentioned that it was the Soma wine because she was smart enough to not let that slip at least. No. It's being saved for a special occasion. Hestia would swear on her name that the near expressionless Soma actually seemed disappointed that Lily hadn't drank his gift to her, but it quickly vanished as he the god nodded. I see. Soma probably intended for his wine to be drunk casually by Lily, but he still accepted Lily's decision not to drink it just yet. Really, Soma, you're actually acting like a dad who gave his daughter away for a marriage. The conversation was interrupted by Hestia's hated enemy, Loki, who appeared behind Soma and draped her arm around the god's neck. You again, Loki? Soma asked. I heard you finally got your head out of that wine jar of yours and started properly reining in your kids, Loki continued, ignoring the slight glare Soma was leveling her way with a bright smile. So it's because of this level 1 supporter girl who didn't lose her brains because of it then? Soma didn't answer but simply shook her off and walked away. Hey, I didn't even ask what I wanted to ask dash. No. TCH. Just because he's changed doesn't mean he's going to give his wine away like that, Hestia said, already understanding what Loki was after. Hey, yeah, never know, Loki replied with a bright smile as she turned back toward Hestia. So, your little kid became a level 2 then? Yeah, so. Where are you finding these children of yours, Hestia? Loki asked. You got a brat that broke my ace's record just like that. You got some crazy kid with a library of weapons he can pull out of his brain, and I don't even know where to begin with Goldie. I didn't find them, they came to me and Belle, Hestia shot back. Let me say this right now, I'm not using my arcanum, alright? I wouldn't be able to hide it even if I did. Well, yeah, I got a point there, Loki accepted as she folded her arms. Well, I didn't come here to pick a fight anyway. Just wanted to say thanks again for letting your archer boy tag along with my kids. It's saved us a lot of money in the long run, even if Ace came into a little boon the other day. If I had my way, Archer wouldn't be within 10 feet of your children, Hestia said honestly. He just wants to help you out, no questions asked. Because he's a good boy like that. Loki let out a snort at that. But what's the hurry, Loki? Hestia asked. Didn't your children go on an expedition not even a month ago? You're not being hounded by the guild or anything, are you? Nope, we're just trying to beat Zeus's record, Loki replied simply. Not like the guild's rule of high-rank exploration familias requiring to go on expeditions to break their previous records is fair to any familia that can hit the deep floors anyway. That's a thing? Hestia asked in surprise. Yep, Loki nodded. You may not need to worry about it since you're still at the bottom of the barrel, but once you get to rank D, you need to show the guild that you are constantly advancing in the dungeon. Say that the furthest floor you've ever reached was floor 20. The guild requires you to hit floor 21 and bring back drop items from the monsters down there as proof you broke the limit. If I remember right, it was like 10 drop items from the same monster or something like that. Yueah, sounds like a pain in the ass. No argument from me. But my kids are already well past that point, so we don't need to do it anymore. Hestia simply shrugged before the two goddesses glanced over around the hall. You heard about what happened to Freya's kids, right? Loki asked as she lowered her head a bit to whisper into Hestia's ear. Yeah. Hestia nodded. How can I not? They weren't exactly subtle. It's why Freya isn't here, right? Nah, she rarely comes in the first place, Loki replied offhandedly. Still, she's probably being begged by her kids to stay home just in case. Ishtar seems happy though. Loki let out a grunt of agreement as they stare at the other goddess of love was laughing for some reason or another as a god was letting her step on him with a look of ecstasy on his face. You heard anything about the attackers? Nope, and I don't want to know. If they can do that to Freya, my Familia won't last a minute against them. So I'm keeping my head low and my nose to myself, thank you very much. Well, can't blame ya there. What about you? Will you be alright? If they had no qualms attacking Freya, they probably think they can take you out with most of your kids down on the expedition, right? I'll be fine, Loki said with a wave of her hand, but Hestia could tell she wasn't dismissing the possibility. They bailed the moment Freya's level 4s came into the picture, so they weren't willing to commit to an extended fight with first-class adventurers. That kid who took attack from the front is probably level 4 or 5 in strength at the least then. Loki's seriousness worried Hestia a lot, so she decided to stop talking about it. I wonder if Evils is making a comeback. Loki muttered under her breath. Deai, I'm not hearing anything, Hestia droned as she covered her ears to try and avoid knowing too much. I already got chased around the city by a silverback during Monster Phileas, so I don't want to get involved in dangerous things anymore. Loki stared at Hestia for a moment before looking to the side as if recalling something before making an annoyed face at the memory and shaking her head. Alright, I'll stop discussing scary thing with ya, Loki said. It's time for the meeting anyway. Loki then rang a bell she had by her side and the round hall fell silent for a moment before all the gods in attendance started moving toward the large circular table in the center of the hall. Why do you have that? Hestia asked. 'Cause I'm hosting it this time, Loki said with a smile while Hestia felt a migraine forming in her head as she followed Loki to the table but split off to sit next to Hephaestus instead. Now then, let's get the 1000th something or another Denatus on the road. Loki called out once everyone was seated to the cheers of the gods around her. Everyone's favorite Loki will be hosting it tonight. So to start things off, anyone heard any juicy rumors? The meeting seemed to start pretty normally in Hestia's opinion. Her fellow gods were just swapping rumors and news with each other. One piece of news caught Hestia's attention though. Rakia. Hestia repeated as a frown appeared on Hephaestus's face. That's where Ares is holed up in, right? Well, more or less, Hephaestus nodded. You could say that the entire country of Rakia is Ares's Familia ever since Phobos got sent back up. Wow, how many thousands, no millions of children are in there? Wait, he's planning on invading Orario? Shouldn't that news be a bit more serious? Don't worry about that, Hestia, Hephaestus replied with a smile. The one with the highest level amongst his children is only level 3. A level 3 vs a city full of level 4s, 5s, SIXS, and soul level 7. It would be like Bell trying to go to the deep floors on his own without any of his servants or even Lily as backup. The sheer ridiculousness of it all left Hestia flabbergasted. Then why is he trying to invade? Hestia asked. Because he's an idiot. Hestia jumped as the surrounding gods answered her question for her in unison with bright smiles. AHH. Hestia let out a noise before lowering her head in thanks for the information. Alright, we'll send what we know to the guild after the meeting, Loki said as a few gods nodded their heads as if to say they'll take care of it. Mind if I throw in one other thing? Recently, a nasty new monster species has been coming out of the woodwork. We saw them at Philia and now they're even showing up at safety points. Hestia wondered if Loki was talking about the weird plant monsters that Archer mentioned. The ones with the weird yellow magic stones. These vibrant little beasties look like someone went at them with a paintbrush. They're more than a match for a second-class adventurer, and damn elusive too. They have a tendency to show up wherever they goddamn well please, whether it's in the dungeon or even the city itself. The dungeon was one thing, but they were popping up elsewhere in the city too? She should make sure that Belle and Lily never go into the dungeon without Saber from now on. Hestia looked around the table. Was one of the gods in attendance a part of some sort conspiracy? Maybe I should talk to Castor to see if Belle can't summon another servant, just in case. Hestia thought to herself. If something happened down in the dungeon, we could have one servant hold them off while the other escort Belle and Lily back up to the surface. If Belle could keep 2 servants at level 1, then he could keep 4 at level 2, right? She was really regretting letting Archer leave with Loki's children now. I'd like to say something too. A boisterous voice called out. I am Ganesha. We know, get to the point, Loki said with a sigh. No, that's not what I meant to say. I wanted to start by apologizing for the debacle at the monster Filia. Ganesha corrected himself quickly as he started randomly posing and flexing while on his chair. But you must understand, I swear on the name of Ganesha, Lord of Hosts, that those monsters, these Velas, you speak of are not related to my Familia. You must believe me. Hestia believed him in any case. Castor said that the one who released the monsters had been a goddess of love. Hestia's eyes fell onto one of them currently sitting in the hall. Ishtar. However, Ganesha claimed to not have been the one to bring those plant monsters up to the surface, so they were probably unrelated, or at least, the plant monsters were not kept in the same area that the goddess had gone in to release the regular monsters. And another thing. Down on the 18th floor where those monsters appeared, one of my children had been murdered. I have no idea whether the 2 incidents are related, but I would very much like to avenge my child. If anyone has any information, I ask wholeheartedly that you bring it forward. Ganesha seemed to have had it rough as well. The god was sobbing rather loudly as tears were seeping through his mask and falling onto the table. Why Hoshana? All the gods in the room fell silent as Ganesha continued sobbing. Why did you have to die in the middle of having sex? It was like something cracked in the room as all the goddesses who had been feeling some sympathy for Ganesha, Hestia included, froze with their eyes wide open at the declaration. To be killed by a hot bombshell of a woman. I'm so jealous. Ganesha shouted as his body shook with envy. Why couldn't that have been me? He wasn't killed in the middle of boinking it, moron, Loki said with a sigh. Huh? He wasn't. For the love of... Loki massaged her forehead as Ganesha sat back down without another word. Hestia and Hephaestus shared a glance. It sounded like some details were wrong, but Ganesha's child had been murdered nonetheless, and some of Loki's children were in the area when it happened. Well, I guess that's it for that, Loki said, wanting to move on from the weird atmosphere Ganesha had kicked up. Now let's move on to the main event, shall we? Hestia swallowed the saliva that had built up in her throat as a cheer rang out in the hall. The main event known as the naming ceremony. All around her, Hestia noted 2 changes. The gods that had multiple level 2s and above in their familias were sporting rather depraved smiles like sadistic children ready to pick the wings off of an unsuspecting insect, while others who looked to be newcomers just like Hestia were looking rather pale. Papers were then passed around the table, and as Hestia received them, she realized that they were reports of the children who had leveled up. First off the bat was a child named Seti of Set's Familia. Please have mercy. The god begged as tears were slowly forming in his eyes, but his words fell on deaf ears. We refuse. And thus the poor child was given the name of Burning Fighting Fighter, which could also be read as Holy Dragon Knight of the Dawn. To the children of the Gakkai, these names were considered badges of honor that symbolized the hard work and effort that they put into leveling up, and those that had yet to receive one looked upon those that did with respect and envy. However, the gods themselves did not view this venerable custom with the same excitement as their arguably old-fashioned children. In fact, they wanted to avoid it like the plague. The majority of these second names or aliases born from the naming ceremony were names of complete and utter tragedy, meant to make the adventurer's patron deity writhe in discomfort. For the especially mean-spirited gods, seeing an adventurer all proud and haughty about their freshly minted title while their patron deity squirmed in torment was one of the greatest pleasures in all the world, and exactly why they couldn't stop. This is madness. Hestia muttered as Hephaestus let out a soft chuckle beside her. Well, I thought the same at first, Hephaestus said with a smile. Do know that I won't be helping you when it comes your child's turn. Hestia could only let out a whimper as another goddess screamed in despair as another death sentence was given to her child. Hestia flipped to the next page and saw the portrait of a pretty Far Eastern girl with long black hair. Oh, so it's Take's child, Hestia said as the other gods around her started murmuring as well. Let's see. Loki began. Since she's from the Far East her surname goes first, so, Yamato Mikoto is it? What a high-level beauty. Black hair is justice after all. I think I'll feel bad if we screw with her. Right? She seems like a good girl. Then. Takemikazuchi let his guard down at the praises his dear child was receiving as the light of hope sparked in his eyes. You're no good though, Takemikazuchi, a god shut him down quickly. Seriously? Always flirting around with goddesses and female children alike. What are you talking about? I'll take you down a peg with this, take Mika. Fortune Galaxy. No, Saint Sprite. Last heroine. Stop it. Takemikazuchi begged as he slammed his hands on the table. Don't you dare do this to my precious little angel. Angel? Then how about heavenly child? That's it. No. Hey Dionysus, you finally decided to join us for once. Have you got a suggestion? The blonde god mulled it over for a moment as Takemikazuchi clasped his hands together, silently begging the other god for mercy. Alas, his silent prayer was cruelly ignored. Zetsui, Dionysus said with a cruel smile. Eternal shadow. Agreed. Dionysus, you bastard. With poor Takemikazuchi finished, the naming ceremony continued on with some of the more veteran and high-ranked familias who would not be blessed with the colorful names bestowed upon the lower-ranked ones, with Hestia stewing in agony as Belle's profile had yet to come up. Oh, the sword princess leveled up again. Hephaestus muttered, and Hestia turned the page to see the quiet blonde girl that showed up in her house a few weeks back along with Loki. Level 6 by defeating Odious. Hestia read. That's a monster Rex, right? That's right, Hephaestus nodded. The floor boss on the 37th floor. Monster Rex. Massive monsters that appeared at various points in the dungeon. They spawn on floors that contained a single massive room that acted as an arena, or one large boss room as some people would call it. The closest one was on the 17th floor and was known as the Goliath. Due to their strength, it usually took them a few weeks to spawn again after they are defeated with the Goliath, the weakest floor boss, taking around 2 weeks to spawn again. Aren't these things supposed to be fought with multiple people? Hestia asked out loud. Seriously, another goddess nodded. Your child's doing one crazy thing after another, Loki. Don't need to tell me twice, Loki replied with a wry smile, showing that she wasn't exactly happy at Ace's recklessness even though she did win. It was probably the same as how Hestia felt when she heard Belle took on a minotaur on his own. Do we need to think of a new alias though? Maybe Sword Saint? I dunno, it doesn't really fit her I think. Yeah, I've gotten more or less used to Sword Princess. I don't know about you guys, but clearly the only viable candidate I see is our wife. Perfect. I will murder every last one of you in your sleep. Forgive us. The especially awful title was rejected by Loki in a heartbeat, and it was decided to leave Ace's alias alone. Hestia turned to the next page and choked on her own breath. It was finally Belle's turn. Level 2 in a month and a half. Hephaestus muttered as the hall fell silent. Below the portrait was a list of feats that Belle had done in that short amount of time as collected and reported by the guild. Reached the 5th floor solo after 2 weeks. Successfully escaped an encounter with a minotaur that had appeared on said 5th floor with no injuries. Held off a mass spawn of killer ants on the 7th floor with only one other person to allow a mage to complete their spell. And of course, he defeated a minotaur on his own. Hermes muttered, his eyes opened wide. Your children were witnesses, Loki? Dionysus asked. Yeah. Loki nodded. A list of witnesses had been provided below that feat. Archer and Lily's names were there along with Finn, Bet, Riveria, Diona, Shen, and Ace. Putting aside the 2 people from the same Familia, 3 level SIXs and 3 level 5s had been attendants of the feat. It was impossible to deny that Belle had done it. How he had gained the Exelia to do so in the first place though? Hestia knew such questions were running through everyone's heads. But she ran through the speech and lists of excuses with Castor already. She won't be caught off guard and she'll take that secret with her all the way back to Tenkai with her if she had to. For Belle's sake. Well, let's get started, shall we? Loki said as a grin appeared on her face, causing Hestia to break out in a cold sweat. How about, little bunny? Ha! Hestia felt a jolt run through her in fear. Hey! Just because Belle looks like an Almirage doesn't make him a bunny. Almirage? Then how about Blade Mirage? No, Pyonkichi. Too bad, looks like his armor is already using that name. Someone beat us gods to it. Who is this Welf guy? Hephaestus suddenly twitched as she buried her face into her hands. He uses 2 daggers, right? Twin Fang. Oh. Like a rabbit's buck teeth. Things were progressing too quickly for Hestia to get a word in, and Hephaestus seemed to have taken some damage somewhere and was no longer paying attention either. Loki on the other hand, Hestia could see that she was all smiles, having made the entire hall focus on Belle's supposed similarity to a rabbit. See, can't you just give him something normal? Hestia begged. Or maybe even something cute. Denied. Njayuyuu. Hestia let out a noise of defeat as the voting came to a close. Heroic Myth. Chapter 13, Heroic Desire. Moonlit Dawn. Belle repeated with a happy smile on his face. That's so cool. Hestia had returned home looking exhausted and defeated and had nearly fell flat on her face when she came through the doors were it not for Saber catching her and dropping her at the dining table so she could eat her reheated dinner and break the news to Belle. As expected of the gods, their senses are amazing, Lily said happily while wagging her false tail as Hestia chewed on her food bitterly. Is something the matter, Goddess Hestia? Saber asked. No. Hestia replied before burning her face into her hands. I was just thinking that it was too early for children to understand. For the young Belle who had been hoping for a name like Fire Blizzard or Tornado Typhoon, his reaction was one of pure elation. I'm sorry Belle, I'm sorry Artemis. Hestia sobbed. I couldn't protect either of you. Moonlit Dawn, or the Moon-Eyed Rabbit. Hearing Belle repeat his new alias over and over again caused Hestia nothing but agony as if the boy was running his knife into her heart with the biggest smile on his face. Saber blinked before turning to Castor who just shook his head. Anyway, Castor. Hestia said as she sat up straight and wiped her mouth with a napkin. I was thinking that Belle should try to summon another servant. Hestia's request snapped Belle out of his dreamlike state as his gaze started bouncing back and forth between Castor and Hestia. Hestia repeated her thoughts from the Denatus as Castor listened with a hand against his chin. I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm doubting your abilities, Saber, Hestia said, lowering her head once she finished her explanation to Castor. No, Saber shook his head. Belle's safety must be prioritized above all else. Adding another servant will receive no objection from me. Certainly, if these creatures can cripple a level 3 in a single blow and hold up a pair of level 5s even if they were without their weapons, they should not be underestimated. Castor nodded. To think they spawned elsewhere on the surface without anyone noticing. But, how did they get up to the surface in the first place? Lily asked. The monsters from Monsterphilia were dragged up in cages by Ganesha Familia and they had crowded the entranceway for hours when they did. Right. Belle nodded. An archer said that the Violas were as big as a house. There's no way they could have gotten up without someone noticing, right? They are plant-like monsters, correct? Saber asked. Could they have a dormant form? Such as something similar to a seed that can be easily carried on one's person. Castor slowly nodded his head as he took in everyone's words. It is unlikely that they would have a seed as a dormant form, Castor said after a moment's deliberation. At the very least, not one so small. From the sound of things, these were found in the dungeon and they are far too powerful to be a monster from the surface. And since unlike surface, the dungeon monsters are created full-grown by the dungeon, they should not have a dormant form. Saber nodded his head in understanding. Then, what do you suppose? Saber asked. If these large monsters can come to the surface without anyone noticing anything from the single entrance to the dungeon that has people moving in and out at all times. You've come up with an answer yourself, have you not? Castor asked as Saber closed his eyes in response. Why do I have a really bad feeling about this? Hestia muttered as she grabbed the sides of her head and slammed it against the table. Please don't say what I think you're going to say. There is a second entrance to the dungeon, Castor and Saber said at the same time as Hestia let out a pitiful whine. I knew it. She cried. A second entrance. Belle repeated as he and Lily looked absolutely horrified at the prospect. Unless the guild is the one bringing these villas to the surface, that is the only other explanation, Saber replied, pushing his glasses up a bit. But that would mean the central pillar of the city has become rotten, Castor continued. The guild exists because of the city, for the city. It has no reason to destroy Orario, so at the worst, we are looking at a corrupt official rather than the entire guild. I hope it isn't Miss Ina. Bell muttered as he fiddled with his hands before shaking his head. No, it's definitely not her. Someone who cares so much about adventurers wouldn't want to kill them after spending so much time making sure they survive. So, what do we do? Lily asked. There is no point in doing anything, Castor said. It is all merely conjecture at this point in time. We will not investigate it as there is little chance you or Cranel would survive the fallout should our enemies learn that we are investigating them. Once Castor said that, both Lily and Hestia sighed with relief, but Belle didn't really like the fact that they were ignoring a potential danger to the city. But then, as Castor said, he wasn't strong enough to take on something that could knock out a level 3 in a single hit. Even a minotaur was nothing to a second-class adventurer, as it wasn't unusual for a level 3 mage to kill one in one hit. So about summoning another servant? Hestia brought the topic up again. Perhaps that will be the best option as we do not have Archer here. Castor said, as if not even taking into consideration that he could get up and defend Belle within the dungeon himself. Very well. Hestia let out a sigh of relief as she finished up the take-out dinner from the hostess of fertility and stood up. Following her lead, everyone else stood up as well and headed toward the living area where the magic circle was, and Belle prepared to summon another hero. Remember, Belle? Hesita said as she pointed her finger at him. A girl this time. A girl. And I keep telling you I have no control over that. Belle cried. Most of the heroes he had heard about from his grandfather were men to begin with, and female heroes were usually just companions of those men in the first place. Was there a female hero who had her own story? Belle couldn't remember. He supposed all he could do was pray that a female hero would appear. You 7 souls who reside at the fate I wish to reach. Come forth from the binding circle, O keeper of the balance. The room erupted in light and smoke once more as Belle covered his face with his arms. Once he felt the wind die down, he looked up at the circle and felt his jaw drop. Standing there was, what should be a spirit, but all Belle could see was a little girl that was even shorter than Hestia. She had white hair similar to Belle's and was staring at him with bright green eyes. She was wearing a heavy black shawl that covered most of her upper body, but Belle could see a pair of black shorts and stockings that ran all the way up to her thighs as well. All in all, she looked like the very image of a simple little girl were it not for the stitched-up scar on her right cheek and the one running down her left eye. Looking straight at Belle, the girl tilted her head for a moment before opening her mouth. Assassin, Jack the Ripper, she said, causing the hair of Belle's neck to stand on end before she closed her eyes and gave Belle a bright smile. Nice to meet you, Mommy. Had. And just like that, Jack, or Assassin, ran forward and gave Belle a big hug. XXXXX. Lily began once the furniture was moved back and everyone took a seat with Assassin sitting next to Belle, still clinging to him. Is this girl really a spirit? She is, Saber nodded simply. Servant Assassin, Jack the Ripper. A well-known killer who butchered several women in the streets and was never caught, and their identity was never found. The name, Jack the Ripper, was merely the moniker the authorities and public used to refer to them. Is that so? Belle asked as he looked at Assassin, who looked back up at him with another tilt of her head. Are you actually Jack the Ripper? Yep. Assassin nodded. That is our name. But we don't know if we are the same one that Mr. is referring to. Mr. Saber repeated blankly. So you did kill a bunch of women then? Hestia asked. Uh-huh. Assassin nodded with a smile. But none of them were Mommy. And you think Belle is your mommy? Yep. Master is Mommy and Mommy is Master. I see. Castor spoke up for the first time since Assassin's summon. Assassin simply refers to their master as their mother. A strange quirk, but nothing that would get in the way. Easy for you to say. Belle muttered. Does mommy not like us? Assassin asked looking up at Belle with quivering eyes. And no, it's not like that. Belle said quickly. It's just, I'm a boy, you know? So it feels weird to be called mommy. But if you want to call me that, then I'll deal with it. Okay. Assassin nodded. We love you, mommy. Oh boy. Hey Assassin, Hestia spoke up as she spread her arms out. If you want a mommy, then I'll be one for you. If you join my familia, that makes you one of my precious children, just like everyone else here. Castor let out a soft noise of dissatisfaction at Hestia's claim, but Assassin looked from Belle to Hestia before reluctantly releasing her grip on Belle. She then walked over to the smiling goddess who was welcoming her with open arms before diving into Hestia's chest, allowing the goddess to embrace her. Will this work out? Hestia asked softly. Assassin let out a soft whine as she nodded her head while snuggling up closer to Hestia. All's well that ends well, Lily supposes. Lily said with a smile. I guess so, Belle nodded with a laugh. And so, Hestia Familia welcomed their 6th member of their Familia. XXXXX. Jack. Level 1. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. The mist, dark and misty metropolis, create a poisonous mist that also interferes with the channeling of mind and can prevent people from entering. This is the beginning of hell. We shall be the flame. We shall be the rain. We shall be the power. Shroud us and burn us. Let us begin the slaughter. Dark and misty metropolis. The mist. Skills. Presence concealment, completely hide one's presence and becomes almost impossible to be detected. Loses efficiency when preparing to attack. Murder in the misty night, erases one's presence completely when attacking from mist or fog. Maria the Ripper, if certain conditions are met, deal massive damage to the target. The time must be night. The target must be female. The weather must be misty. XXXXX. So what exactly do we call her? Lily brought the topic up the next morning. We can't exactly call her Assassin in the middle of the street, can we? Said Assassin was enjoying a plate of eggs and fried potatoes beside Hestia, who had completely embraced her role as a mother as she wiped Assassin's mouth with a napkin. I suppose we'll just call her Jack, right? Belle suggested. Assassin looked up when her name was called. Lily and Belle quickly smiled and waved at her, to which she did the same back to them. Come to think of it. Lily began as she turned toward Castor. Why is everyone just using their titles instead of names? Well, Archer didn't consider his name anymore, Hestia explained. And he introduced himself as such, so it kind of stuck. Do you honestly think I would give my name out to mongrels so easily? Castor asked, looking rather insulted at the idea. Lily understands now. Lily muttered. It just sort of happened rather than some sort of rule. Belle and Lily then turned toward Saber, who stopped with his fork just in front of his mouth. I have no preferences whatsoever, Saber replied. Saber or Sigurd, either is fine by me. I will answer to both names. Use whichever comes easier for you. I guess, Saber then. Belle asked and the man nodded. There was no need to change things when they have already been sort of settled. Well, an assassin going by the name Assassin would make for a poor one in any case, Castor said. We need not have our killer name themselves so easily. No. Hestia said as she suddenly hugged Assassin's head, causing some food to fly out of her mouth. I've only had Jackie for a few hours, but if anything were to happen to her, I'll. Yes, we get it, Castor said irritably as Assassin reached over to her fork and brought more food into her mouth despite still being cradled by Hestia. At least she's being affectionate to someone other than me now, haha. Belle said with a chuckle. And Jack doesn't try to escape like you do, Lily pointed out with a smirk, prompting another chuckle from Belle. Anyway, today you're going to Babel to look for some new armor, right? Yeah, Belle nodded. Hopefully I can find some more armor made from the same smith that made me last one. Then Lily will take Master Saber and Jack to the guild to register. Register? Assassin asked as Hestia finally released her head. That's right, Hestia said as she rubbed Jack's head. You need to register if you want to go with Belle into the dungeon. Assassin nodded her head in understanding as she finished her glass of juice. Understood, Saber said as he cleared the last of his breakfast from his plate. Shall we head out then? With a nod everyone except Castor and Hestia stood up and headed out of the kitchen with Assassin rushing straight out the front door while Lily and Belle went to get changed. Yay! It's bright! She cheered as she ran out the front gate and stopped as she looked around the street. Do be careful, Saber said as he walked up to her, his blades materializing around his waist and on his back. He knew that Assassin had 4 strange-looking knives under her shawl as well as 2 rather large meat cleavers that a child really shouldn't be running around with, so he wasn't worried for her safety, but it would worry everyone if she were to get lost. However, Assassin was simply standing on the street, staring off into the distance as if in some sort of trance. Saber turned his gaze to the same direction she was looking at and saw nothing particularly out of the ordinary. Just a mother holding onto the hand of her child while walking down the street. Servants were supposed to be summoned in their prime. The one in front of Saber right now seemed even younger than his master. If this was the prime of her life, exactly how short had it been? Saber quickly shook his head and looked back at Assassin, who was still staring at the mother-slash-child combo. Even with the intelligence of a dragon, Saber had no idea what to do. Sorry, did we make you wait? Belle called out as he came out of the door with Lily behind him. No. Saber said quickly. We were just looking at the city. Is that so? Belle said as he walked up to Assassin without a clue and grabbed her hand, jolting her from her trance. Then let's go. I'll show you to the guild. Assassin lifted up her hand, which was firmly held in Belle's, and looked from it to the boy's smiling face before breaking out into a smile of her own as he led her down the street, leaving a rather stunned Saber frozen in place. Is something wrong, Master Saber? Lily asked as she peered up at him from under her hood. No. Saber said as he adjusted his lenses. I was simply thinking that I still have much to learn. Do not worry. Let us move on. XXXXX. Once they arrived at the guild, Belle split off to head to Babel Tower and shop for his new armor, leaving the newbies in Lily's capable hands. Walking inside, Lily kept a hold of Assassin's hand to make sure she didn't get lost as they waited in line for the receptionist. Lily doesn't see the usual advisor today, Lily said as she peered around the line. Oh, Lily sees someone she recognizes though. As the line moved forward, Lily and the 2 servants reached the reception desk in no time at all. Good morning, Lily greeted the pink-haired human with a smile. Oh, you're from Ina's little brother's Familia, aren't you? The woman asked. Little brother? Lily repeated. Ah, no, I know he's not really her little brother. She just tends to treat him like one. Ha! The woman, seeing Lily's confusion, quickly cleared her throat and put on a professional smile. Anyway, welcome to the guild, dear adventurers. My name is Miss Flot. How can I assist you today? Ah, yes, Lily would like to register 2 new members to our Familia. She then indicated Saber and Jack, the former lowering his head slightly while the latter responded with a wave. Wow, that Familia's just getting more and more hot guys joining. Miss He muttered under her breath as she pulled out some registration forms from the desk behind her. Ahem. Very well, please fill out these forms. Lily nodded as she took the 2 over to an empty booth and helped them fill the form out. Or in the case of Jack, fill it out for her as she didn't know how to write. It does not seem very detailed, Saber noted as he scanned through the form. Familias have their secrets, Lily replied. The guild only really needs the name and level of the adventurer. Everything else is just details. However, the guild has no right to know an adventurer's skills or magic, so they don't ask for it. An adventurer's status is their life, so do not show it to anyone. Understand? Status, that is what is on our backs, right? Assassin asked as she tried reaching around to pat herself on the back where her status was located. That's right, Lily said with a nod. So Jack, make sure no one ever sees it. It is as important as protecting Belle and Goddess Hestia, understand? As important as protecting Master and Mommy Hestia, got it? Assassin nodded. We won't let anyone see what's on our back. Once that was done, they received a simple orientation from Miss He, and then Saber and Assassin were now officially registered adventurers. I see. Saber muttered as he followed behind Lily and Assassin down the street as Lily was leading them around on a tour. So many different peoples living in the same city. Orario is truly the center of the world. Lily thinks any place that is a center of trade will have all sorts races living together, Lily said. Hey, Lily, Assassin said as she tugged on the shorter girl's sleeve. What's that? Lily turned to look at what Assassin was pointing at and saw that it was a street stand selling potato puffs. Ah, those are Jagamericans, Lily said as she walked over and paid for 5 of them, 2 with azuki cream. She then offered them to Saber and Assassin. Saber picked out a plain one while Assassin happily snacked on the cream one. I see. Saber nodded as he removed his mask and took a bite. These are rather palatable. It explains why that was the 5th stand I've seen on this street alone. Yep, Lily nodded. Potato puffs are well known and people of all races and ages can enjoy them. Lily heard that they are also the Sword Princess's favorite food too. Oh. Yes. Apparently she visits Lady Hestia's stall a lot. Even if they are just potato puffs, each stand has their own toppings and recipes after all, they are the epitome of simple, cheap, and filling. I see. Saber nodded as he turned back toward the stand at the smiling clerk who was wearing an apron depicting the shop's name over a rather worn robe. Even the gods have to work in this world. That's right, Lily nodded as she finished chewing her food. Those who do not work, don't eat. Is Master Saber familiar with that phrase? I am, Saber nodded. But it is rather off-putting to see gods work like this. Well, it's usually the poorer gods that have little money or small familias work, Lily said as Assassin reached into her bag for another potato puff. Though some gods who have familias that are businesses like Ninsen Familia's cattle ranch or Demeter Familia's vegetable farm will have their gods or goddesses work alongside them. Others like Freya Familia or Loki Familia are large enough that their goddesses can happily live off their familia's earnings without having to work. I see. Saber muttered as he turned over his shoulder to look at the Babel Tower. So Freya is here as well. Master Saber. No, it's nothing. With a quick shake of his head, Saber stuffed the rest of his snack into his mouth without another word. Lily had a feeling that she shouldn't ask any further, just like how she shouldn't pry whenever the topic of Ishtar Familia came up around Castor. Lily wasn't an expert in the legends of heroes like Belle was, so she didn't know about any of the legends of the servants, and she felt that she shouldn't pry into them regardless. After all, being a hero wasn't all fun and adventure. What defined most heroes were the tragedies they encountered and whether or not they could rise past them. If Castor, Saber, and Archer were truly heroes, they must have suffered tragedies in their past as well. Not only them but also. Lily is not eating more. Assassin asked as she pulled out another potato puff and held it in front of Lily's face. The other 3 servants were adult men who must have seen and lived through times of hardship and times of happiness. But Assassin was a little girl that had been driven to kill people at such a young age for reasons only known to herself. Even Lily hadn't been driven that far. She may have cheated and stolen from countless adventurers in the past, but she never did it in a way that could cause them to lose their lives in the dungeon, not that the thought hadn't occurred to her. She just wasn't sure she would survive long enough to get back to the surface if she were to lose her clients. Thank you, Jack, Lily said with a smile as she took it from her. Well, there was no point in worrying about the past. Lily was now a member of Hestia Familia after all, same as everyone else. Right now, their future was more important than their past. Lily should eat more to grow up faster, Jack said, patting Lily's head. Lily is a palom. Lily shouted. Lily is already all grown up. Lily won't get any bigger than this. Is that so? Assassin asked as she kept on patting Lily's head. Gianni. Stop treating Lily like she's younger than you just because she is smaller. No, I'm pretty sure Jack is older than you. Saber said as Lily tried to escape from Assassin by running around Saber only for Assassin to chase after her with a smile on her face. XXXXX. Once they finished the simple tour of the city, Lily stopped by the market to buy some groceries for lunch and the trio returned to the house and found Castor reclining on a couch with a book in his hands. We're back, Lord Castor. Lily called out as the man looked up from his book. I trust there were no problems. Castor asked. Yes. Master Saber and Jack have been registered properly. They can enter the dungeon whenever you wish. Castor simply nodded his head at that as he returned to his reading. Cranel has returned as well with a new set of armor, he said as Lily headed into the kitchen to prepare lunch. And the goddess has left to her part-time job. Though it was rather blunt, it seemed as though he was telling Lily how many portions she needed to prepare if she was planning on making lunch. Lily bowed her head with a smile before heading off into the kitchen with Assassin trailing behind her while Saber remained in the living area. The knight's armor dematerialized, allowing him to sit down in an armchair comfortably. "Well," Castor suddenly spoke up. "Have you gotten an understanding of this city?" "Yes," Saber replied. "Due to Babel Tower and the dungeon it hides, this city is full of life, and full of danger. It is a unique existence, even in this world where the gods live amongst the mortal races. However, I cannot pass judgment on the dungeon itself without entering it first." "Fret not, Saber," Castor said. "The floors that Deai and Cranial can traverse are full of nothing but fodder to a servant of your level." Saber didn't reply to that as Castor simply chuckled. The two of them then turned their eyes toward the entrance as they heard someone running down the stairs. "Oh Saber! Welcome back," Bell said as he jumped the last few steps. "I have returned, Bell," Saber replied, lowering his head slightly. "You were successful in purchasing your new equipment?" "Yep," Bell answered with a smile. "I ran into the smith that made my last set of armor and managed to buy his latest work directly from him." "Is that so? How fortunate for you." Bell nodded again before running into the kitchen where Lily was laying out the food while Assassin was running back and forth trying to help. "Hey Lily," Bell called out. "I wanted to tell you that I signed an exclusivity contract with a smith." An exclusivity contract was a contract between a smith and an adventurer. The adventurer would go into the dungeon and deliver drop items directly to the smith who would then use them to create weapons for said adventurer. It was a limiting but also a mutually beneficial relationship. The smith could get his name out when a well-known adventurer was using his equipment and increase his fame that way, while the adventurer had a steady supply of high-quality equipment custom built for them without worry for costs. The only downside would be if one of the two parties of the contract were lacking in fulfilling their obligations. "Is that so?" Lily asked. Lily doesn't think that that is something Lily needs to know about though. If Bell likes that smith's work then it's Bell's choice. "No, it's just that he wants to join our party when we go into the dungeon as part of the contract." Lily froze in the middle of carrying a bread basket to the table with Assassin bumping into her due to the sudden stop. "Why?" Lily asked slowly. Lily feels like she shouldn't ask this, but shouldn't the smith be going with his Familia instead? Well, he said that his Familia often left him out, so he had been going solo all this time and can't get past the 10th floor. So he wants to join us until he hits level 2 and gets the development ability Blacksmith. That is definitely suspicious. Lily immediately called out. "They are definitely trying to take advantage of you. Lily should know. She tried to do the same after all. And that's why I want to help him," Belle calmly answered with a smile, causing Lily's mouth to shut with a clack. "Belle is being sneaky," Lily pouted as she folded her arms and turned her back to him. "Haha, sorry. But, can we fit anyone else in the party?" "There is no problem." Lily and Belle turned to see Castor entering the dining area with Saber right behind him. "Assassin aside, Saber will replace Archer's role in your party," Castor said. "He will escort you to the 11th floor and after that you will continue as normal. If you wish to add a smith to the party then he will have to understand this before joining you in your little adventure." "Yes." Lily nodded. So what about Jack?" Belle asked, pointing to Assassin who was clinging around Belle's waist. "For the time being, it will be rather suspicious if a seemingly human child even smaller than you were to perform feats greater than your own." "Assassin." "Yes, Mr. King?" Assassin asked as she looked at Castor, who blinked at being addressed in such a way. "In battle, you are to limit your ability to below Cranial, understood? Unless directed otherwise by Cranial or myself, you are to not release your noble phantasm or your magic. Understand?" Don't fight faster than mommy?" Assassin asked. "Well, that is part of it." Saber nodded as Castor let out a long sigh as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Of all things to summon a child," Castor muttered with a sigh. "Saber. It will be up to you to rein them in. Understood? Above all else, we do not want the eyes of the other gods to look upon us any more than they already have." "Leave it to me," Saber nodded. And so, the formation of a new dungeon party was finalized. XXXXX. Lily is amazing. Assassin said as she watched Lily walk through the busy streets of Orario with her massive bag without any trouble. Fufu, this much is nothing. Lily said, thrusting her chest out in pride. Indeed, it was pretty much nothing in the big picture as any supporter with Artel assist could do it. Hey, wait! Don't climb up! Where are we meeting this smith? Saber asked, ignoring the flailing Lily who was trying to adjust to the sudden addition of Assassin's weight on her bag so the skill could kick in. He should be right over, there he is. Belle said, pointing toward one of the fountains in the plaza in front of Babel Tower. Sitting on the edge and waiting patiently for them was a red-haired youth wearing a black robe over a dark blue tunic and white trousers, tied around the waist by a simple brown belt. The young man jumped up when he saw Belle running over and grabbed the large black greatword resting by his legs. Yo Belle, right on time. The young man said with a cheerful smile. Oh right, before I forget. He then turned toward Saber and lowered his head in a bow. Thanks for accepting me into your party. I promise to not get in your way. It is fine, Saber replied without missing a beat. I shall escort you and the others to the 11th floor. After that, the fighting will be up to you, understood? The smith blinked for a moment before understanding washed over his face. Yeah, I get it, he replied with a smile. Sorry to have you stuck babysitting me. It is no problem, Saber said again. You have simply been added to Belle, Jack and Lily's training regimen. Please be careful. Don't worry about me. I've been going solo for a while so I won't get caught off guard short of a monster party spawning on top of us. Please do not jinx us. Lily said with a sigh as Assassin finally slid off the bag and landed on her feet with her arms stretched out to the side and a smile. Ahaha, anyway let's get started with introductions, Belle said as he gestured toward his Familia. Welf, these are my Familia members. Lily Ruka Arde, Saber, and Jack. Nice to meet ya. The newly introduced Welf said with a wave and a bright smile. And guys, this is Welf Krazo, the one who I signed an exclusivity contract with. Krazo. Lily repeated as she looked back and forth between Welf and Belle with wide eyes. Welf's smile vanishes as if he knew what was about to happen next. Krazo. Lily repeated. The cursed house of magic swordsmiths? The noble family of smiths that fell into ruin. Do you know them, Lily? Belle asked as he turned toward Welf who had a sour look on his face. Lily heard that long ago the Krazo family was granted noble status by an old king of Rakia for the magic swords they forged. It's said that the only thing they made was magic swords, tens, hundreds of thousands of them. Some claim that their magic swords were so powerful that they could set fire to the ocean. But one day they fell out of favor with the king. They lost their noble status and their house fell into ruin. Lily then turned toward Welf as if asking him for confirmation or to correct her. The young man does neither as he just scratched his head with a sigh. Let's not worry about that unimportant stuff, he said finally. I'm just a plain old smith trying to make a living here in Orario. Besides, we're here to dive into the dungeon, right? Lily and Saber turned toward Belle for his answer. Why yet, Belle nodded. There really wasn't a need to delve into Welf's past anyway. He didn't want Welf to try and delve into Lily and the servants' pasts either. All right, Lily nodded. Then shall we settle on the formation? No problem. Welf nodded, happy that the topic had been dropped. Oh and is this kid also joining us? We're not this kid, Assassin said. We're Jack. Don't underestimate Jack, Belle said with a smile. Take your eyes off of her for 1 second and she'll disappear. Really? Welf asked as he turned toward Belle. Sounds like any other But when he turned back toward Assassin, she was gone. Where did she dash? Bam! Dawa! With a loud shout, Assassin had jumped Welf's back from behind with her finger poking into Welf's throat. Bam! You're dead! Assassin said with a bright smile. Hee hee! Ha ha ha, okay, you got me, Welf said with a good-natured laugh as Assassin jumped off of him and he patted her head. I'll be counting on you down there as well, Jackie. Seeing that Welf had no complaints about Assassin, Belle nodded and began discussing the formation. So, I guess we'll have Saber in the front until the middle floors, Belle said as his servant nodded. Once there. Lily thinks Master Krazo should take the front, Lily spoke up. You sure I'm cut out for that, Lily? Welf asked, looking rather surprised that he was being trusted with the vanguard despite being a newcomer. That is the only place for Master Krauzo, Lily pointed out. Belle and Jack should be in the center as they are fast enough to cover both the front and the rear, and don't call Lily that. Oh! Assassin cheered as she pulled out one of her daggers and one of her cleavers and held them above her head. That's dangerous, Belle said as he quickly forced her arms down. Then I shall cover the rear and Lily, Saber said with a nod. If you are overwhelmed, please do not hesitate to retreat to my position. No problem, Welf nodded. Man, knowing there's a place to run back to is really reassuring. Well, I won't deny that, Belle agreed, remembering how hard his first 2 weeks were before he summoned Archer and Caster. Well then, let's go. Our first goal is the 11th floor. Oh! Welf, Lily and Assassin let out a cheer in response to Belle's declaration while Saber simply nodded his head as he led the way into the dungeon. XXXXX. When Belle summoned Saber, he thought that he would get to see a fight befitting of a night like that in the stories. He certainly was not expecting what was going on in front of his eyes. Several war shadows had converged in front of the party, only for daggers to fly forward and embed themselves into their face. They were not being thrown either. Saber was unhooking the dagger from his belt, tossing them up into the air in front of him, before punching them toward the monsters. I probably shouldn't say anything since I'm new and all, but I think throwing them would have the same effect, no? Welf asked. This way is more efficient, Saber responded with complete seriousness as he flipped another dagger in front his head and punched it toward a wall just as a wall shadow's head popped out of it, killing it instantly. Welf turned toward Lily and Belle as if wanting to ask them if he was the crazy one. To which they had no response. At least when they were moving, Saber used his daggers normally to cut the monsters down. Where's Jack? Belle asked. Up here. Belle followed the voice and found his smallest servant waving at him from on top of Lily's bag. Assassin hopped down before Lily could yell at her and presented Lily with some tiny magic stones. Where did you get these? Lily asked. We pulled them out of some monsters down that way, Assassin replied, pointing down a path to the side. Don't leave the party to go wander off by yourself. You weren't kidding when you said she could just wander off when you weren't looking, Welf whispered to Belle as Lily started scolding Assassin, who seemed to understand that she did something wrong. Belle nodded his head as he walked up to the two girls. Lily, I think she got the point, Belle said as Lily turned from Assassin to Belle then back to Assassin to see that she had tears in her eyes. We're sorry. Assassin said through her tears. Ah, you made her cry, Lily, Welf pointed out. Lily isn't the bad guy here. Lily said quickly. But if you understand then that's fine. So stop crying, okay? Assassin let out a loud sniff as Lily pulled out a handkerchief and had Assassin blow her nose into it. Guess you actually are babysitting us, huh? Welf asked with a smile toward Saber as a chuckle came out of the servant's mask. Do not worry, Saber said. It is the duty of the elder to ensure the young ones remain safe. And so, once Assassin stopped crying, they continued their adventure until they stopped in front of the stairs to the 11th floor where Belle called for a break. As Belle ate his lunch, courtesy of Seer, Lily showed Assassin the different kinds of magic stones and drop items they had gathered. Welf was also taking the opportunity to check his and Belle's weapons. I see. Welf muttered as he flipped Belle's dagger over in his hands. This is definitely one of Lady Hephaestos's works. How did you even pay for this? It can't have been cheap. My captain traded some of his treasures for it, Belle said after swallowing the food in his mouth. Though, please don't mention how expensive it is, it still gives me the jitters. Treasures? Come to think of it, the goddess suddenly had new display cases holding some crazy-ass weapons in her office out of nowhere the other day. Welf started muttering to himself as he used a whetstone to sharpen Belle's knife. Anyone else need some quick maintenance? Welf asked as he looked at the others. Saber pulled out one of his daggers and flipped it around in his hand before handing it over toward Welf, handle first. Welf let out an appreciative whistle as he flipped the dagger around. Got some nice metal work here, he said. But it looks kinda off, was this broken before? Indeed, Saber nodded. It's a shard off a blade reforged into a smaller dagger. Welf nodded as he worked his magic on the dagger and returned it to Saber. Here you go, barely needed any work, despite how you were punching it with enough force to probably shatter several brick walls. Saber simply took back the blade with his eyes shut in an obvious smile. All right, we're all done then, Welf said, excitement flooding into his body. Onward to the 11th floor. All right, Bell said as he forced down the rest of his food and stood up. From this point on the battles will be left up to you, Saber said with a low bow. Please do not overexert yourselves and retreat if necessary. Welf and Bell nodded before rushing past him and heading down the stairs. Boys do love adventures after all. Saber said as he closed his eyes with a nod. Yahoo! Welf's voice echoed back up from the stairs. Floor 11, I have finally arrived. Lily thinks Master Welf really wanted to come down here. Lily said as Assassin nodded her head. Guys. I think it's a monster party. Bell's voice reached back up to them, prompting Lily and Assassin to run down the stairs to catch up to them while Saber descended the stairs at his own leisure. Once Saber reached halfway down the stairs, he saw his little master and his friends fighting against several orcs and imps just at the foot of the stairs. Bell had pulled the imps away from the others and was quickly dispatching them one by one in a whirlwind of black and silver. Assassin had gotten behind one of the orcs and was rather brutally and repeatedly stabbing into its back with her knives, causing the monster to squeal in pain as she steered it away from Lily and Welf. She then tossed 2 more daggers out toward 2 other orcs, striking them in the neck, causing them to fall over clutching their throats as blood seeped out of them. Welf was currently facing an orc on his own while Lily was firing her crossbow out at the rest, distracting them from charging at Welf as he swung his blade upward, knocking the orc off its feet before cleaving it in 2 as it hit the ground. As Assassin pulled out her cleaver and crushed the head of the orc she had been riding on, Welf ran toward Lily and cut the orcs closing in on her in 2 with a single strike. Oh, Master Crozo can do it after all, Lily said, clapping her hands together in soft applause. Hey, I won't ask you to like me right away, but can you at least not use Crozo? Welf asked as he walked over to one of the orcs that Assassin had incapacitated earlier and stabbed his blade into its back to finish them off. Also, you're kinda brutal, aren't you, Jackie? Assassin's response was to simply cock her head to the side as she ripped open the orc's back with her knives and pulled out a magic stone before moving to the remaining orc and slamming her cleaver into the back of its skull. There are just some things a girl that little should not be doing. Welf muttered to himself as he turned around to see a dozen imps and 4 orcs dead around Bell. He let out an appreciative whistle. Nice. Welf, duck. That was the only warning the smith had before he threw himself forward onto the ground, feeling something brush right past his head. Rolling on his back, he saw that a silverback had jumped him from behind, before a flash of red bisected it straight down the middle. Are you all right? Saber asked, having drawn his sword for the first time since entering the dungeon. Yeah, sorry. Welf said as he stood up only for 2 more silverbacks to land around them. Damn, more of them. No sooner did he say that did Bell come flying into the fray, driving his foot into a silverback's head, snapping its neck, before flinging his dagger into the remaining one's eye. The monster reared back in pain, allowing Welf to cleave it in 2 in a single strike. Oh, you've come a long way since being chased around by a silverback back during Monster Filia, Bell. Lily said as Bell scratched the back of his head with a smile. Yep, having a party is great. Welf said as he threw his head back in a laugh. Oof. Do you not have parties often? Assassin asked, having retrieved her weapons before leaping onto Welf's back again. Well, not as much as I'd like, Welf replied with a bitter smile as he patted Assassin on the head before his hand froze mid-pat as he gave the girl a big closed-eyed smile. You got monster blood all over my back, didn't you? Assassin looked down at the spot between her chest and Welf's back before looking back at Welf. No. Assassin replied as she started blowing air out with her mouth as if trying to whistle but failing. She then jumped off the smith's back and bolted. Really now? Lily sighed as Welf started chasing Assassin around the immediate area. This party has gotten rather lively. I don't think that's a bad thing, Bell said as he looked around. Do you need help gathering the magic crystals? Don't worry about that, Lily said as she pumped her arm. Just leave this to Lily. It is her job after all. With that said, Lily ran to each of the corpses and started dragging them off to the side into a pile as Welf came back with a giggling Assassin under his arm like a sack. Hey Lily, think you can take out the orc stones first to get rid of this blood? Welf called out. Lily responded by digging her hand into the orc's chest and pulling out the stone, causing the blood on all three of them to vanish alongside the orc's corpse. Thanks. Master Welf is welcome, and stop calling Lily that. Lily shouted back. Man, sorry that I keep saying this, but being in a party is definitely reassuring, Welf said as he dropped Assassin onto the grass with a thud. The servant pushed herself up and spat out the grass that entered her mouth before she trotted over to watch Lily carve out the magic stones from the monsters with a fascinated expression. But you're pretty fast, aren't ya, man? I didn't even see you fly in. I surprised even myself, Belle admitted. It's the first time I entered the dungeon since I leveled up, so I'm still getting used to things. It's a world of difference. Is that right? Welf asked. Something to look forward to then. It would seem that other adventurers are heading down as well, Saber said as he joined the two of them by the dead tree they decided to rest under. Well, we are still right by the staircase after all, Welf pointed out. Something Lily already took into account. Lily had already dragged their winnings, so to speak, off to the side and piled them up before she started digging out the magic stones from the corpses. This way no one could try to claim that one corpse or another was actually theirs. And with Assassin balancing on top of the pile, no one could steal one without them noticing either. Shall we continue here or find a different room, Belle? Saber asked as a rather mixed party of four, each a different race, passed by them. Yeah, Belle nodded. Once Lily gathers up the stones, let's try to find an empty room since more people are coming down now. You sure? Welf asked. There's a lot of fog in the other rooms after all. You got a point there. Belle muttered as he looked over toward Assassin, who was poking the snout of a dead orc with her finger. Come to think of it, Assassin had a skill that let her vanish even easier when there was fog or mist out, didn't she? It was rather fitting and terrifying skill for an assassin to have, which probably what allowed her to become a serial killer if she could just fade away after a kill. Belle quickly shook his head. It was rather difficult for him to connect the cheery, if a bit creepy, girl to the servant class of assassin. Rather than a hero, she was more like someone whose legend came from their notoriety rather than their noble deeds. Belle then turned his gaze toward Saber, who was letting Welf look at his sword. On the opposite end there was Saber, who acted and looked the part of a perfect knight, fighting style notwithstanding. Daggers, black tunic, white armored pieces. Looking at it from a purely superficial point of view, Belle wondered if he would look something like that when he got a bit older as well. Saber even had white hair. Well, half of his hair was white anyway. Even though Belle was level 2 now, seeing Saber in action made Belle believe that his goal was still so far away. And his goal was somewhere deep below in the furthest depths of the dungeon while fighting alongside the one of strongest Familia in Orario. As Belle struggled to catch up to him, Archer would take another 2 steps forward away from him. Was he being naive? No. It was what he wanted. More than something like the harems his grandfather kept on adding and pushing into his stories to Belle. He couldn't doubt himself now. He was getting one step closer to the hero he desired to be. Belle. Oi, Belle, what the heck is that? Belle looked over toward Saber and Welf and saw that the two of them were staring at him. Looking down at his hand, Belle saw small specks of light no bigger than grains of sand pulsating around his hand. They were emitting small pings like a small chime. This is... Saber muttered as he adjusted his glasses slightly. Is this your skill, Belle? Skill? Belle repeated. That's right, Belle now had a skill of his own, didn't he? A loud roar suddenly echoed through the room, causing the three of them to turn. At the far end of the room at the exit leading deeper into the dungeon, a massive monster covered in amber scales stomped out of the fog. Infant Dragon. One of the adventurers who had passed by Belle's party earlier called out. Standing only about 1.5 meters tall yet over 4 meters in length, walking on all 4 legs, was a dragon. Dragon types were the strongest ones to be encountered within the dungeon, not counting the monster Rex. This particular rare species found on the upper floors did not have wings, so it couldn't fly, but its body was covered in scales tougher than any armor level 1 or 2 adventurers could afford without the support of a powerful Familia, and its powerful muscles could easily crush said adventurers without a second thought. Everyone get ready. Another adventurer calls out. Forget about the unwritten rules. Take it on together. Normally parties were supposed to ignore each other out of courtesy. No one wanted to get into altercations that could spiral into a war between familias after all. But in a case like this where a powerful monster appeared, it was in the best interests of low-leveled adventurers to band together to beat it and hopefully survive. But before anyone could move, something else stirred behind it. Bell felt his blood run cold at the sight of 2 more infant dragons appearing out from behind the first. Considering only 4 or 5 dragon roamed the 11th and 12th floors at a time, one could say it was an incredible kind of luck that 3 of them were encountered at the same time. Then in a trio of roars, the infant dragons charged forward. Saber was the first to react. Taking his sword back from Welf, Saber sped forward faster than Bell had ever seen him move before. Likewise, the dragons seemed make a beeline for the servant, throwing the other adventurers in their path out of the way. Saber's opening move was surprising but in hindsight, rather expected. He flipped his sword in the air in front of him, took a stance and punched it straight toward the dragons. The blade easily skewered the one in the center and sent it flying backwards a few meters before it landed in a heap, unmoving. Ignoring their comrades' rather quick demise, the 2 remaining infant dragons charged forward, the first one slamming into Saber head first as the servant pulled out 2 daggers to block the blow while the other ignored him and charged toward Bell and the others instead. Lily let out a yelp as Assassin, in a rather surprising show of strength that contrasted with her tiny frame, picked her up and started running the opposite direction. Bell, however, felt his body move on his own. Lifting his still glowing hand up, he held it toward the dragon and as if on instinct, uttered a single word. Firebolt! A beam of white cackling light shot out of Bell's hand, cleaving its way across the room and slammed into the infant dragon. The beam picked the monster up off the ground and carried it all the way to the other end where it slammed into a wall and collapsed into a heap. The room fell silent. Welf was staring at Bell from a gap in his arms, having shielded his face from the bright light. Saber had severed the head of the second dragon and had been attempting to run back to attack the last dragon from behind before Bell blasted it and was staring at Bell with the biggest look of surprise Bell had ever seen from the man. Lily, who had been thrown over Assassin's shoulder, was gaping at Bell with the same expression, wide-eyed open-mouthed expression as Assassin. These reactions were mimicked by the other adventurers around them. Shock. Awe. Envy. Hostility. Fear. Multiple emotions were ringing around Bell but he paid them no heed as he pulled his arm close to his chest. This was his new power. The desire within him. His heroic desire, Argonaut. Heroic myth. Chapter 14, Dragon's Urn. As Bell's new party made their way through the dungeon at their relative leisure, another group had pushed their own way forward before coming to a stop and setting up one more camp on the 50th floor. Flying the flag of a cross-legged joker, Loki Familia's top 3 executives were having a meeting to discuss who would join them moving forward while the rest would remain behind to defend the camp. So no objections then? Finn asked. The final team will be the 3 of us, Ace, Tiona, Shen, Bet. Supporters are Raoul, Narvi, Alicia, Cruz, and Leffy Ya. And Tsubaki will come along as our smith. None, Riviera said with a shake of her head while Gareth seemed to be mulling something over. Something on your mind, Gareth? Finn asked. No, just a stupid idea, Gareth admitted while shaking his head. I don't mind. Let's hear it. Gareth opened his eyes as he looked at Finn and Riviera and sighed. Yeah, I think Archer would be able to come down with us as well. I thought about it, Finn admitted without pause. He is definitely not a normal level 1, something that he has shown everyone more times than not on the way down here. Still a bit shaken seeing him use your spear about as well as you do. Gareth asked as Finn frowned a bit before nodding. It was like looking in a mirror, and if I were a human instead of a palom, Finn muttered. It would seem that he can copy the skills of the weapon's owner instead of just the weapon itself. You don't think he's someone like that Revis creature, do you? Riveria asked with a frown. Honestly, I do not know, Finn said. And that's what worries me. The grace of the gods doesn't take into account previous experience when adding points to our status. There is a possibility Archer, and perhaps the one known as Caster as well, somehow found a way to fight without the Falna. Maybe they even used the same methods as Revis to gain their power before joining a Familia. That doesn't necessarily mean they are allied with one another though, Riviera pointed out. In fact, he threw himself more into harm's way to protect our Familia than not. I know. Indeed. Despite supposedly being only level 1, Archer was constantly moving about the expedition under Gareth's watchful gaze and assisting wherever monsters appeared in large numbers using a multitude of different weapons. swords, spears, maces, hatchets, bows. All sorts of weapons were created with his near-chantless magic, and his fighting style changed to suit each new weapon he created. I honestly want to believe that he is what he appears to be, Finn muttered with a wry smile. A good person who wants to help people, no questions asked. However, he is still an unnatural existence in terms of what we know. Loki even said he might not actually be human despite looking like one. At the very least, he probably ain't a creature like Revis, Gareth said. Bet, Ace, and Lefia said that he didn't feel like the ones they fought against. Well, I suppose that means he either isn't one, or he isn't using the same method as they are, by which I mean eating monsters and their magic stones. Ace and the others had seen Revis tear out the magic stone of a creature, an unknown being that fed on the magic stones of monsters and gained power not unlike that of the Falna, from his chest and devoured it before suddenly increasing in strength like she had undergone a level up. Archer on the other hand, ate normal food like regular people, and was a rather good cook on top of it. Revis also held human lives in little regard while Archer did his damnedest to make sure nobody got hurt, even going so far as to make as many magic swords as he could to the point that everyone in the expedition, Hephaestus Familia included, had at least 2 on their persons. But him acting so charitable makes you think he's planning something after making us let our guard down, right? Gareth asked. Everything he does goes against an adventurer's common sense, Finn pointed out. I'm starting to think he joined us out of some self-issued duty to make sure no one died rather than for the payment. True. Riveria nodded. He didn't ask for payment for the new magic swords, and he even showed some of his fake swords to the Hephaestus smiths. Oh, is that why he's always hiding from Tsubaki? Gareth asked. I only ever see him at mealtimes when we camp. Really now, when that lad doesn't want to be found, he won't be found. I believe he is heading outside the camp to hunt monsters, Riveria replied. Lefia told me that he would occasionally be found comparing 2 magic stones before leaving one behind. Probably deciding which ones to carry back home. I think we are moving a bit further away from the original topic, Finn said with another wry smile. What do you think, Riveria? Should we ask Archer to come along? I do believe his abilities will be helpful in the lower floors, the High Elf nodded. However, despite his higher skill, he is still a level 1 and I am reluctant to bring a new adventurer any lower than this. But if you are worried about his allegiances, then consider bringing him with us so you can keep an eye on him yourself, or leave him behind so you do not have to keep looking over your shoulder while expecting a dagger to the back. Point taken, Finn replied with a nod. Then, let's ask him to come along. XXXXX. You want me to come along? Archer asked, still stirring a pot of stew in front of him. That's right, Finn nodded, his ever-present smile as present as ever. Having someone with your skill set will make things much easier on us, I think. Isn't bringing a level 1 to a place where dragons shoot up to the 57th floor from the 58th the definition of insanity? Archer asked as he scooped some of the stew into a small plate. Taste please. Is that what the rumor is? Finn asked with a laugh as he took the plate. That's completely false. They fire all the way to the 52nd. The seasoning is a bit too strong, I think. Lily is going to have a heart attack. Archer muttered as he poured more water into the pot. Is that the name of the Palom girl in your Familia? Finn asked. That's right, Archer nodded before his stirring hand stopped and he looked straight at Finn. May I ask how old you are? I believe I should be around 40 or so, the youthful-looking captain of the Loki Familia replied, still smiling. I'm pretty sure that's a crime, Archer deadpanned as Finn laughed, holding his hands up in surrender. If such laws existed in Orario we wouldn't have so many gods loving their children and vice versa, Finn pointed out. Or elves with other races for that matter. But don't worry. If she or your goddess refuses, then that will be the end of it. There was definitely more to this story than a middle-aged man trying to pick up a teenage girl, but Archer felt that it wasn't really his business to pry either way. Going back to your request, Archer said, bringing the topic back on course. If you really think I can make a difference going down with you, then I'll defer to the judgment of a veteran. Excellent, Finn replied as he clapped his hands together before his face turned serious. Oh, before I forget, please be wary of using magic until my say-so. There may be more of those new species from Monsterphilia hanging around and they are attracted to magic. And we don't want them alerted to our location, got it. Archer understood what Finn was trying to say. I'll make my blades and arrows beforehand. Course there would be no problem with that if we run into them right away, well, aside from the obvious one, but you understand. With a chuckle, Finn left with a wave just as Lefia came in from the opposite side of the cooking area. Was that the captain just now? The young elf asked. Yeah, Archer nodded. He asked me to come along with you guys down to the 59th floor. So take care of me as my senior, Lefia. Eee. Lefia let out a shout in surprise. Are you sure about that? It's not an exaggeration to call everything past that staircase hell, you know. Have you been down there before? No, but Rawl's been telling everyone stories. Geez, if the seniors are all worried, what's a newbie adventurer like me going to do? Archer asked with a smirk and a shrug. If you are a newbie, where does that leave me? Lefia asked, her shoulders and ears sagging a bit. Come now, you have your own specialties and I have mine, Archer said as he put out the flames before standing up and patting her on the shoulder. Besides, experience in fighting an opponent is always more important than raw stats. Isn't that you just saying you also have a lot more experience in fighting enemies? Lefia asked. Only human ones, Archer said, noting that Lefia was a lot sharper than she let on. Things in the dungeon surprise me all the time. Especially dragons. He was far too used to dragons in human form that the massive lizard-like ones threw him off. Well, it's not like there was going to be one waiting for him back home or anything. But still. Lefia still looked rather unsure of herself, prompting Archer to sigh. Think of it this way then, Archer said as he held up a finger. If you can't trust yourself, then trust that your captain and vice-captain made the right decision in picking you to come along as well. Or are you saying you doubt Riveria's judgment? Of course not. Lefia shouted back at him as if she couldn't believe he would suggest such a thing. Then there you go, Archer said, giving her a light pat on the back. She thinks you're up to it, so you are up to it. Simple as that. Lefia stared at the much taller man before her face broke out in a smile as she giggled into her hand. I suppose it is. Lefia nodded. Thank you. Don't mention it. By the way, was there a reason you came here or did you just want to chat? Lefia blinked a few times before her jaw fell open as she clutched the sides of her head in horror. I completely forgot. She screamed. On the edge of the camp, near a cliff overlooking the large forest of the 50th floor, Eyes was sitting on the ground hugging her legs closer to her chest as her stomach rumbled. Lefia is taking a while. She muttered as she stared up at the ceiling. XXXXX. Is everyone ready? Finn asked as the selected party that was to head even deeper into the dungeon was gathered at the entrance to the stairs that led down to the 51st floor and beyond. You too, Archer, this is your last chance to back out. Don't worry, Archer said as he adjusted the quivers around his waist with a bow in hand. I'll stick with this until the end. In order to not attract the magic hunting new species, Archer had projected several arrows, his bow, kansho, and bakia beforehand and was wearing them on his body in leather quivers and sheaths, also projected. Aside from his combat arrows, he also had prepared arrows with reflective lenses as part of the fletching, as the lower floors also had long twisting corridors like a maze where enemies can pop out from behind the corner if not from right through the walls themselves. Even a second's worth of forewarning was enough to keep these high-class adventurers safe. You better be ready, cuz we ain't stopping to pick up your corpse if you bite it, Bet said with a smirk. Perhaps I should strap a dozen magic swords on me to make it more appealing to do so like you. Humph. Indeed, all across Bet's body were holsters holding magic swords that he could use to imbue his Frosvert greaves with their magic to give them a bit more kick as it were. All right, then, Finn said as he looked back at the entrance, his voice little more than a whisper. The formation will be as follows. Bet and Tiona will be up front. Eyes and Shin will cover the center with me while Riveria and Gareth will cover the rear. Supporters will be between each line while our two smiths will stick in the center, got it? There was a round of affirmations before everyone fell silent, awaiting Finn's order for a full-speed charge straight through the dungeon floors. Bet, Tiona, go! With a simple order, the werewolf and Amazon duo rushed blitz down the hallway in a flash, with the rest following a few seconds later. Archer and the others had only taken a few steps in, but monsters in the form of massive black-colored rhinos walking on two legs were already swarming the staircase, with countless more already being born from the walls. So this is what they meant by hell, Archer idly noted as he stuck close to Tsubaki. Compared to the grand cliffs and jungles just a floor above, the 51st floor were made up of graphite ceilings and walls in the form of a maze, one which Finn seemed to have already memorized the route of as he led them down a predetermined path. Despite preparing his arrows, Archer didn't have time to use them, which was a good thing. If he had to use them it meant things were going badly, but Tiona and Bet were clearing the path perfectly while the monsters sprouting from the walls were quickly being dispatched by the center line. Archer, mirror! Finn shouted as Archer knocked a reflective arrow and fired it down the hall. With his skill he could see something moving down the hall just around the corner. Caterpillar monsters. Archer reported. The new species? Numbers, 30. Change formation. Finn said, taking in Archer's information right away. Ace, Bet. Ace switched places with Tiona as she shrouded herself with wind and began charging forward. Running alongside her, Bet's boot absorbed some of the magical winds as they both launched themselves at the monsters with a thunderous roar. Corrosive acid was fired from the mouths of the caterpillars, but they were deflected by Ace's shroud of wind. With Ace's desperate and Bet's new Durandal daggers, the two of them were able to block and cut through the monsters without worry of their weapons being melted by the acid the monsters spat out or exploded into when they burst. From behind, Archer could feel a large amount of magic being gathered as Riveria's chant was finished. For someone without a skill like high-speed divine words, it was a rather short chant time and she had been able to gather so much magic while keeping up with the rest of the group. Loki Familia's aces weren't just for show. Was it a skill from the Falna or was it her natural talent? Everyone make room! Finn shouted as the front and midlines scattered and stuck close to the walls or ducked into a side path, giving Riveria enough room to fire off her magic without fear of friendly fire. Win Fimbolvator! 3 snowy tendrils shrieked through the passageway. Every monster caught in the bluish-white blast froze instantly. The frozen caterpillars and other monsters caught in the blast became a gallery of ice sculptures. With a single spell, the main path had been turned into a winter wonderland. Full chant magic is as amazing as always, Archer muttered as they ran past the frozen monsters. You got a sword that can do that in your head library, Archer? Raoul asked. If you use your own life force to power them perhaps. I think I'll pass. If they were so commonplace, us mages will lose their jobs, Riveria added with a chuckle. The ice magic not only froze their enemies, it also froze over the openings to the other corridors as well as a good portion of the walls, preventing any more enemies from crawling through, allowing the rest of the 51st floor to be cleared with relative ease. From here on, consider replenishing anything but weapons impossible, Finn said as he looked toward Archer, who simply smiled and shrugged his shoulders. So be careful about using potions. Archer, the magic limit will be removed since we'll need everything we can get to survive. Got it, Archer nodded. Though he said he understood, there was a strange tension amongst the Loki Familia adventurers, prompting Archer to recall what Finn told him last night. The true hell awaited beyond these stairs. By Finn's order, the group sped down the 52nd floor at an even greater speed than the 51st. Avoid combat wherever possible. Simply repelling the monsters is fine. Just like the previous floor, the layout was the same as was the constant spawning of the black rhinoceros monsters, although no more of the new species has shown up yet. As Archer shot a pair of arrows at a spider trying to jump them from the ceiling, he heard a distant roar of a dragon coming from down below. Bet, change course! Finn ordered and Bet immediately leaped backwards just as the ground he was standing on erupted in a crimson shockwave, spreading red-hot flames all across the dungeon floor and obliterated the monsters that had tried to block them off. Take the western route. Riveria, protection spell, hurry! The party immediately changed course into one of the tunnels toward another wide passageway when yet another explosion erupted right behind them. How many of them are there? Raoul shouted as Archer fired an arrow into the blazing inferno and glanced at its reflective sheen. 8. Archer shouted as Finn nodded. I wish I hadn't asked. You keeping cool, old man? Archer called back toward Gareth. Hanging in there. Gareth called back just as another explosion erupted a few meters behind him. Damn, that was closer, Raoul, look out. Archer turned toward his right where Raoul was just in time to see some spider thread shooting toward the other man's head. Before he could react, Lefia jumped forward and knocked him out of the way with her body, causing the thread to attach itself to her back and yank her away from the group. Lefia! Shin let out a scream as the elf girl was soaring through the air towards the jaws of a massive spider that had dug a hole in the dungeon floor, only for another explosion to erupt right where the monster was, disintegrating it in an instant, leaving Lefia suspended over a massive hole like she was frozen in time. Her expression was filled with shock and horror as she blindly reached her hand back toward the group, only to feel someone grab hold of her hand and yank her back. The sudden force caused her sense of sight to return as she turned to see a man clad in red smiling at her with relief before she landed on the ground and he fell through the hole instead. That fucking idiot! Bet shouted as he ran past Lefia and jumped down the hole with Tiona right behind him. Hang on, Archer! Tiona shouted as she jumped in as well. She was saved. She had been saved again. Was this how it always going to be? People getting hurt or killed saving her because she was too weak to save herself. And that smile. A smile of sheer relief that she had been saved from that imminent danger. No. She wasn't always going to be the one being saved. Especially not by a level 1 from a different Familia. With that in mind, she ignored the cries from the others behind her as she gathered her resolve. XXXXX. Archer's smile disappeared as he flipped his body around to face the oncoming swarm. Filling the massive cylinder hole in front of him were countless wyverns that began closing in on the falling servant. I am, the bone of my sword, he said to himself, not as a chant, but to focus his mind as he reached back and pulled out his favored twin blades from the sheath on his waist. In a flash, a wyvern who had tried to have him as an easy snack was instantly decapitated as he fell past its body. Then, with a flick of his wrists, he sent the 2 blades flying toward the next wyvern, severing its wings and sending it falling down to the ground. Immediately, 2 more blades formed in his hands as he held them across his chest. Trace, over edge. Kensho and Bakia grew in size, length, and strength, making them look like a pair of black and white wings. He swung it down on the next wyvern with all of his might, easily bisecting it in 2 as the blades shattered and dissolved into light. You're making me feel like a moron for jumping in after you. A sharp voice caught Archer's attention as he turned to look over his shoulder to see Bet and Tiona running alongside the walls to catch up to him. What happened to not picking up my corpse? Archer asked with a smirk. Shut it! Bet shouted as he leaped off the wall and sliced off a wyvern's head and kicked its corpse into another wyvern, sending them both falling toward the ground. Really now? Angry one moment and all worried the next, you thunder a werewolf. First Loki and now you. What the fuck does that even mean? It means you can't be honest with yourself. Out of the way. Out of the way. Tiona ran past the both of them and jumped in front of a massive fireball, taking it head on while coming out little worse for the wear, save for a bit of fire stuck on her clothing. Hot 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 hot. She shouted as she patted down her body. I'll remember this, you damn dragons. Archer could only stare blankly at the angry Amazon who looked like she only had a slight sunburn from staying out in the sun for too long, even though she had taken a fireball that vaporized part of the dungeon floor and every single monster in its way not 10 seconds ago. Deciding to chalk it up to the magic of the Falna, he focused on the angry werewolf beside him. By the way, who was the third person to jump in besides you? Hi. The 2 of them plus Tiona turned around to look back up to the top of the hole to see a pink-clad elf running along the wall after them. What the hell was the point of him saving you if you jump in anyway, you moron? Bet shouted as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. You sure picked a hell of a time to stop being a coward. Archer. Bet. Look out. Tiona shouted just as something flew past the 2 of them. A black-colored wyvern. Archer asked. Damn it, a strengthened species. Bet snarled as the wyvern turned around for another pass. Oi. Got it. Bet and Archer spun at each other at the same time and kicked at each other's boots, allowing them to launch off each other toward the walls and avoid the wyvern's attacks. Think you can hit it, Archer? Tiona asked as Archer kept pace beside her on the wall. Archer was about to respond when he turned back up to look at Lefia. I might not need to, he said as Tiona looked back up as well. Loose your arrows, fairy archers. Pierce, arrow of accuracy. Lefia was chanting her magic as she ran down the side of the wall, gathering up the magical energy within her. Several wyverns tried to stop her by pelting her with fireballs, but she easily avoided them by kicking off the wall as Bet, Tiona, and Archer took care of them. Arc's ray. In a brilliant flash of light, a single massive magic arrow was launched from Lefia's staff, blasting through the wyverns around her before it started chasing down the black wyvern. The monster swerved back and forth, trying its best to avoid the magic arrow, but it easily homed in on it before crashing into and enveloping the monster in an explosion of light. "Ain't gonna let you show me up," Bet shouted with a smirk on his face as he kicked off a wall toward a surviving wyvern, sliced off a wing with his dagger before kicking it downward to block another fireball from one of the larger dragons below. Diona was doing the same, either blocking the incoming fireballs with a wyvern corpse or by taking it straight on with her blades. "Are you going to be fine if you keep doing that?" Archer called. "It hurts like hell," Diona called back with wisps of smoke coming from her charred body and clothes. "But better me than one of you guys. Mr. Archer!" Lefia shouted as she caught up with the servant. "Are you all right?" "A little singed, but I'm all right," Archer nodded as he looked back behind Lefia for a second before turning back to the elf. "But what do you know, you can do it if you try." "Yes." Lefia nodded with a smile. "I can't let myself be protected all the time." For a moment, it was as if Archer was looking into the determined smiling face of a white-haired boy wanting to be a hero. "So similar." Archer mumbled. "What was that?" Lefia asked, tilting her head to the side. "I said, do you have a landing strategy in mind?" The blood slowly drained from Lefia's face as she looked down and saw the quickly approaching floor where the mass of wyverns and Valgong dragons were waiting for them. Help!" Lefia asked as she turned toward Archer, who smiled with a small sigh. Below them, Bet and Tiona were also preparing for the landing. "Block another one of those fireballs!" Bet shouted. "We're almost at the bottom. I told you that it freaking hurts!" Tiona shouted back. "Better you than me, right? I'll remember this!" Tiona shouted as she dived further in front of Bet before catching a fireball for him, allowing him to fall through unscathed. The werewolf withdrew one of his magic swords from its holster. The amber blade atop a golden hilt crackled with an electrical spark as he placed it to his right frosvert. The jewel embedded in his long boot absorbed the electrical shock, and the magic dagger crumbled in his hand. With the magic absorbed, the boot was now wrapped in a shroud of lightning. Taking advantage of the opening Tiona gave him, Bet charged forward like a supercharged bolt of lightning and swung his foot right toward the closest dragon's head. Die! The beast's head exploded. His frosvert dug into the dragon's face and discharged the magic stored in his boot, vaporizing the monster's head in an instant, allowing him to land on the 58th floor without any problem. "I'm back, you dragon bastards!" Bet muttered as he stood up and glared at the remaining 7 dragons. Unlike the previous floors, 58th floor was one wide open room, not unlike a floor with a monster rex with the exit easily visible. However, this was not necessarily a good thing, as it was also home to hundreds of wyverns and the Valgong dragons, all ready to attack Bet at once, to which he could only scoff at them. Number 2. Tiona landed next to him on the ground of the 58th floor. "Both of you scatter. Fall like rain, burn the savages to ash." From above their heads came a warning followed by a majestic chant. Bet and Tiona looked up just in time to see the other appear through the hole in the ceiling, the former holding the ladder in his arms while the latter was pointing her staff toward the floor. The two of them cleared the area immediately, ignoring incoming attacks from the surrounding monsters as the Midair spell concluded. And then, Fusillade Fall Arika! A torrential deluge of fire arrows rained down on the 58th floor. Agonized screams swelled amid the storm of magic. While the red scales of the Valgong dragons seemed to simply absorb the legion of fire arrows as it pushed them onto the ground, the other monsters weren't so lucky. Pint-size, mid-size, and even the giant monsters of the depths found themselves wreathed in flame under the powerful, mind-heavy area attack that raised the bar when it came to skills. Tens if not hundreds of monsters turned to ash around them, their carcasses joined by the wyverns falling from the sky with rustling wings. The whole of the 58th floor transformed into a bed of corpses. Archer hit the ground at a run before releasing Lefia, who stumbled a few steps forward for a moment before collapsing onto the ground. We're alive! Lefia sighed in relief and amazement. "That's a bit premature, don't you think?" Archer asked as he stood up and turned around to see the Valgong dragons stand up, dislodging the rebel off of themselves. "Ah, it would have been nice if you managed to kill them too," Tiona muttered. Please temper your expectations of me." Lefia replied quickly. "Well, you cleared a good portion of the small fry anyway," Bet said. They already got replaced though. Luffy Ya's spell did a good job in clearing the room, but the wyverns that were hidden in their nests had crawled out and were eager to avenge their fallen. Guess we gotta keep them from blasting Finn and the others? Archer asked. Obviously, Bet said as he took out his Durandal dual Roland daggers. You keep yourself alive, magic sword copier. Archer let out a snort at the name before looking up. Oh, there he is, Archer muttered as Luffy Ya and Tiona looked up as well. A shadow slammed into another dragon's head, crushing it into the ground in a mess of gore. Oi Gareth, you're late. Archer called out. I don't wanna hear that from Yat. The old dwarf, carrying 2 massive axes, shouted back. Still, I'm happy that you're still alive. I get to knock some sense into Ya after this. If a level 6 did that, I would most likely die. As Gareth started walking over to them, a dragon roared in rage from the death of another of its kin, prompted every single monster in the floor to charge at the dwarf. Gareth! Move it, old man! Tiona and Bet called out to Gareth, only for the dwarf to vanish and reappear at the feet of the closest Valgong dragon and plunged both of his axes into the dragon's foot, sending it crashing to the ground at the same moment it took for the others to breathe. As the Valgong dragons only had their wings for their forearms, there was no way for the creature to fight back against something so small at its feet when its main form of close combat was swinging its massive tail around. The other dragons also hesitated in attacking something so close to their kin. Taking advantage of the monster's hesitation, Gareth tossed both of his axes aside and grabbed the tip of the tail of the downed dragon. Oh! Archer muttered as he had an idea of what Gareth was planning. And it seemed as though he wasn't the only one. You've gotta be shitting me. Bet said as well. Everyone down. As the 4 lower-leveled adventurers dropped to the ground, the Valgong dragon's body started moving. Keeping his grip on the massive monster's tail, Gareth began to spin, whirling the dragon over his head. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Like a top, Gareth swung the dragon around, crushing the smaller wyverns that tried to get close while also batting away the other Valgong dragons. Archer remembered hearing from some of the other Loki Familia adventurers that Gareth once carried an entire galleon that had been damaged back to the shore all by himself. In terms of pure raw strength, did that mean the dwarf was even stronger than Otterl? Or was the level 7 even greater still? Finally, Gareth released his grip on the unfortunate dragon, sending it flying like a bullet into the wall, unmoving. Wow! Tiona's rather blunt comment echoed in the minds of the others as Gareth dusted himself off. Couldn't you handle this on your own, Sir Gareth? Luffy Ya asked. Do you really think I can do that twice? Gareth asked as he looked over at them. Now that the dust had settled, Archer noted that his body was covered with burns and bruises from the fall down as well as from little spin he took. Now up and at 'em. We got work to do, or are you all going to let an old fart like me show you up? Like hell you old geezer, Bet said as he stood up along with Tiona and the rest. I definitely won't lose. Tiona said with a smile. I'll do my best. Luffy Ya said, readying her staff. And I'll try not to die, Archer said, waving a hand lazily in the air. Stick close to Luffy Ya while you're at it, Gareth said before looking toward a section in the wall. Damn, looks like we got something other than dragons to worry about too. Following his gaze, the others saw that the stairs to the 57th floor had been plugged up by a mass of wiggling caterpillars. Oh no! Luffy Ya muttered as her face paled. The pathway. Like this, magic will be dangerous to use. Gareth muttered, stroking his beard before turning toward Archer with an accusing stare. And no having them chase after you. It'll be about 8 hours before the others get here, so we have to keep the dragons from shooting up at them again. We don't need you tiring yourself out before then. Archer raised both his hands up to say that he understood. You got a good look on all our magic swords, right? Bet asked, flashing a blue one toward Archer. Yeah, Archer nodded as he projected his bow and pulled one of the arrows from his quiver. Just let me know when you need a top off. Humph, only if you're still alive for it. Do you want your Urga, Tiona? Archer asked the Amazon. Keep it on hand, Tiona said as she waved her Durandal sword in front of her. I'll still need this if I'm going to charge into those acid bugs. Stay safe you too. Yes. Please be careful. Luffy Ya nodded. At the very least, the new species aren't friends with the dragons, Archer noted as the caterpillar monsters burst into the room and started spewing their acid at the closest dragon, who roared back and incinerated a large group instantly. And with that, Gareth, Bet and Tiona rushed toward the monsters while Lefia and Archer headed the opposite direction to stay out of the way and take on the enemies at a distance. The three-way battle between the adventurers, dragons, and acidic monsters had begun. Heroic Myth. Chapter 15, Unlimited Blade Works. Ow! Bell groaned as he dragged himself toward the dining table before thumping his head on the table. He seemed to have been the last one to arrive for breakfast, as Saber and Castor had already been seated while Hestia and Lily were handling breakfast with Assassin clinging onto Hestia. "What is this, so early in the morning?" Castor demanded as he glared at Bell from his seat at the head of the table with one hand on the armrest propping his head up. "My body's been aching ever since I woke up," Bell replied as he looked up. "I think I overdid it in the dungeon yesterday, maybe I'm also coming down with something. Everything feels hot." "Are you sick, Mommy?" Assassin asked as she appeared beside him and pressed a glass of cold water against Bell's cheek, causing the boy to let out a relaxed smile as the cold seeped into his body. That feels nice." "Bell did fire off a massive firebolt at the end yesterday," Lily pointed out. "Maybe his mind has not completely recovered." "HOH. Rather than looking at Bell with annoyance like Bell had expected, Castor suddenly looked rather pensive. "You are not to go into the dungeon today," Castor suddenly ordered, causing Bell to sit up straight and for the others to look at him. "Most likely, Archer is in the middle of a battle and he is expanding much of his own resources to survive." A loud thunk sounded from the table as Hestia slammed a plate onto it, her face looking rather pale. "At this point they should be around the 50th floor at the least, right?" Hestia muttered. "He stopped there, right? He didn't go with them all the way down, did he?" Like a mother worrying about her child running an errand to the grocery store for the first time, Hestia could do nothing but fret at the thought of her second child all on his own in the deep floors where even the legendary Zeus Familia failed to pierce through. "Dragons are indeed not something one should underestimate," Saber nodded. "But if he truly is a hero, then he will not be stopped there." Saber then turned from Hestia to Bell. "I agree with Castor. We should postpone going into the dungeon today. You should rest your body so that Archer can fight properly and so you do not suddenly fall unconscious in the dungeon." "I will not restrain you to the home," Castor added. "Have the smith make you some new equipment today instead. Perhaps the longer sword that you wish to use." "Oh, that's right," Bell muttered, recalling the conversation back at Saber's welcoming party. "If everyone is not going to the dungeon, can Lily request the day off?" Lily asked with a raised hand. Lily wishes to check on her friend. He's old and works in a pawn shop all by himself, so Lily is worried he might be overworking himself again. "I do not mind," Castor nodded. "I shall use this time to investigate some rumors as well." "Rumors?" Hestia asked. "Since when did you care about something like rumors?" "Since they started talking about a black minotaur roaming the lower floors wearing armor and stealing equipment from adventurers." "Minotaur?" Bell asked as he shivered at the memory from barely a week ago. He turned toward Lily, who met his gaze with a similar expression. "Indeed," Castor nodded. "So the story goes, there is a black minotaur that is roaming the dungeon attacking adventurers with the intent of taking only their equipment rather than their lives. Blades and armor from the looks of it. So far it has only been encountered around the 25th floor, but on the day of the Donatus, I overheard a second-class adventurer saying that their Familia member was attacked by a lizardman which then made off with her shield. Not just a black minotaur but other monsters are stealing weapons." Lily asked in confusion. Lily knows that some monsters would take weapons off of the dead bodies of adventurers, but most monsters make do with landform weapons. "Landform weapons?" Bell repeated, unfamiliar with the term. "Remember how sometimes we fight monsters with clubs or axes made entirely out of stone?" Lily asked and Bell nodded. "Those are considered landforms. Basically, they are natural weapons grown by the dungeon itself, and some monsters, like minotaurs or orcs, are smart enough to pick them up and use them as weapons. And because they are naturally grown by the dungeon, they will keep regrowing, allowing more and more monsters to keep using those weapons over and over. The trees on the 10th to 12th floor are a good example. The dungeon would grow them back immediately for orcs and the like to use as weapons, which is why no one bothers to cut them down anymore." Uea. Belle let out a shiver at that information. That is why a part of any good adventurer's duty is to destroy any landform weapon as soon as they see them, Lily said, holding up a finger. It saves everyone the trouble of fighting a stronger monster in the long run. If Lily sees any of them in the dungeon, Lily will let everyone know right away. Thanks Lily, Belle nodded, once again happy that he had such a knowledgeable person in his Familia. Lily can't do much on the front lines, so Lily will make up for it by learning as much as she can about the dungeon, Lily said, placing her hand on her chest with pride. Oh? Are you requesting a change in your training, Arde? Castor asked with a smirk as Lily froze up a bit. We should see if you cannot increase your proficiency with your daggers. You have several examples to learn from after all. And no, Lily is fine for now, she replied quickly. Lily will now quickly excuse herself to visit Mr. Baum. And with that, Lily grabbed her dishes, deposited them in the sink and ran for the exit. Then I'll go let Welf know we're taking the day off, Belle said as he stood up as well. What do you want to do, Jackie? Hestia asked the newest member of the Familia. Do you want to go with Belle or hang out with me today? Smithies are hot, right? Assassin asked and Hestia nodded. Then we'll stick with Mommy Hestia today. Taking her to work? Belle asked and Hestia nodded. Yep. The goddess said with a bright smile. With 2 mascots, I'm sure we're going to sell even more today. If you have time to come up with useless ideas for your part-time job, then use that thing on your neck that you call your head to design an emblem for the Familia, Castor said irritably. GRK. An emblem, or a flag that the Familia could unite under. Nearly every Familia in Orario had one, as it was a display for the city that one was an adventurer. Hestia had yet to decide one, even though she had been leading a Familia for nearly 2 months and had several members already. It's hard to come up with something, okay? Hestia said defensively. It's something that will stick with me for my entire life in Gakkai. Then why not consider something that would remind you of the time right now? Saber suggested. We will not be here with you forever, one way or another after all. Guh. Hestia let out a sad whine as she lowered her head. As a goddess, Hestia was effectively immortal. Any fatal wound she would suffer down on the lower world would be healed instantly by her divine power. Even if her head were to be severed from her body, or if every bone in her body were to be crushed, her arcanum would heal her back to perfect health. However, this would mean she would be sent back to Tenkai, never to return to the lower world or to Belle and the others again. Barring such things, however, Hestia would without a doubt outlive Belle and the others. Even the servants who were tied to Belle will disappear along with him, as Hestia alone would not be enough to anchor their existence to the world even with the help of the Grail. There is no need to be filled with such sorrow, Goddess Hestia, Saber continued. The memories you make here and now will become the greatest of your treasures later on in life. Who would have need for such immaterial treasures? Castor muttered as he glanced to the side, while Hestia seemed to have cheered up a bit. In any case, do not do anything strenuous today. I have not had my fill of this world and I do not need it being cut short because you decided to die early. Don't worry, Castor, Belle said with a smile. I'll just be hanging out with Welf. What sort of dangerous things can happen inside a forge? No sooner did Belle say that did his body slump over with his head hitting the table with a loud bang, causing everyone to jump up, as his body fell onto the floor, writhing in pain. This is... Saber began before his body quickly dematerialized. Assassin quickly looked back and forth between the now invisible Saber and the collapsed Belle before letting out a pained and tearful wail and quickly dematerializing as well. Hestia, give him the mind potion now. Castor shouted as he pulled out a bottle and tossed it to Hestia before dematerializing himself. Alright. Hestia nodded as she caught the bottle and ran over to Belle and forced the potion down his throat. Ag. What a time for Miss Supporter to not be here. I don't know who I'm more worried about. Archer or Belle now. With that said, Hestia started dragging Belle's collapsed and burning body out of the kitchen and onto the couch so he could rest before running back into the kitchen to prepare some ice and a fan. I hope I don't get fired. Hestia cried as she placed the bag of ice on Belle's forehead and started fanning his body. Wait, I know. Flipping the still groaning Belle onto his stomach, Hestia carefully pulled off his shirt before running to get a knife. She then pricked her finger and ran her blood across his back. I'll keep updating your status until you wake up. This should help with the strain and... Hestia's voice trailed off as she stared at the numbers on Belle's back and status. What the heck is going on? XXXXX. 58 levels below the surface, a battle was raging between 3 different factions. The Dragons of the Dragon Urn, the unknown new species and Loki Familia's adventurers +1. So we agree that these new species are an anomaly, right? Archer shouted as he fired an arrow toward the mob of caterpillars which exploded on impact, taking out over a dozen of them in an instant. This can't be normal. Less talking, more magic swords. Bet shouted back as he ran through the caterpillars, slicing them open with his dual Roland daggers while the ice magic contained in his boots froze the acid before it splashed anywhere near him. The magic sword used to enchant them, however, had already crumbled to dust. Damn it! I need another one. Fire or lightning? Use fire on dragons on your own damn time. Lightning. A purple magic sword appeared in Archer's hand as he tossed it in front of him, with Bet blitzing through the monsters to catch it as he passed before a trail of lightning started tearing its way across one of the Valgong dragon's stomach. I know it's convenient, but don't over-rely on Archer's swords. Gareth called out as he slammed his axes into the floor, sending up a line of spikes, knocking over the aforementioned dragon over into the mob of new species, which immediately began to crawl over it and start devouring it. Ugh! Lefia groaned as she turned away from the grotesque sight and finished up her chant. Fall like rain, burn the savages to ash. Fusillade fall Arika. Under the cover of Archer's watchful eyes, Lefia's magic shot forward. Although it was not enough to kill any of the Valgong dragons, it was enough to take out the wyverns and the caterpillars and knock the Valgong dragons over. Any caterpillars that changed target toward Lefia were quickly dealt with by an angry Amazon. Lefia. Are you doing okay? Diona asked. Somehow. Lefia replied as she started running again. How long has it been since they fell after Archer? Lefia had lost track of her internal time a while ago. Hopefully the others were closing in on them soon. Hey Gareth! Archer called out to the dwarf fighting on his own in the midst of the caterpillars. Doesn't something feel off? Everything down here is weird. Bet cut in. Be more specific. We're being pushed to the center of the room, Gareth replied. Ever since the new species appeared from the entrance, they've been trying to make their way to the exit to the 59th floor. What the hell is waiting for us down there? Bet muttered before being shaken by a massive quake. What now? A section of the dungeon wall suddenly burst open and revealed yet another Valgong dragon. Up for F-. Scatter. Gareth ordered as the dragon stomped forward and fired a massive ball of flames toward the caterpillars, incinerating them to dust. One thing after another. Archer cursed as he ran as fast as he could with Lefia over his shoulder. You alright? Sorry. Lefia apologized before he tossed her forward and she started running under her own power. Hopefully the others will be here soon. No sooner did Lefia say that did a mass of crystals made of ice and snow burst through the entrance toward the 57th floor. The ice froze over all the monsters that had gathered near the entrance as well as the newly spawned Valgong dragon. About damn time! Bet shouted with a smirk as the new dragon ice sculpture was shattered, a golden-haired, golden-eyed girl having shot through it like an arrow. Diona. Shin came busting through the monsters, her halberd slicing through all the monsters in front of her as she made a beeline for her younger sister. Celebrate later! Finn shouted. Finish off the remaining monsters first. Archer, if you can, replenish our magic sword supply. Got it. Archer nodded as he and Lefia ran toward Raoul and the other supporters. I'm really sorry. Raoul apologized the moment Archer and Lefia got within earshot of him. Because of me you too. It's fine, Archer said quickly as he started giving his projected magic swords. We're all alive and no worse for the wear. That's what matters, right? Indeed, Riveria nodded as she patted Raoul's shoulder. If you still want some sort of punishment, wait until we are back on the surface. Eek. Raoul let out a shiver before taking the magic swords and moved on to support Ace and Bet. Thanks to the reappearance of the main group, Archer and the others managed to find their second wind, and within the hour, the battle was over. All the monsters on the floor had been reduced to corpses or ash with various drop items and magic stones littering the floor, which Tsubaki was happily running around gathering. Are you sure you are all right? Riveria asked Lefia, who nodded. Yes, thanks to the others, Lefia replied. My apologizes for worrying you. Lefia turned to look toward Archer, who was on the ground flat on his back as a rather angry Gareth was lecturing him after having knocked some sense into him. What do you think? Riveria suddenly asked, causing Lefia to jump. About what? Lefia asked. Archer. What do you think about him? Just the usual. Is he really level 1? I suppose. It wouldn't be surprising if he were actually a level 5 at the least. I see. Then, do you think he is the same as Revis and her allies? No. Lefia responded to the question so quickly that it surprised even her. Someone like Mr. Archer would definitely never align himself with people like Revis. In fact, I would even go as far as believe he would challenge them alone if it would keep them from hurting others. Is that so? Riveria asked with a smile. Then I suppose Finn can rest easy now. Good work. Yes. Everyone. Finn called out from the exit leading to the 59th floor. We're going to rest for an hour before descending to the next floor. Oh, and Tsubaki, leave those drop items behind for now. They'll just get in the way. You can grab them on the way back up. The female smith put on a heartbroken expression as she dropped the fangs and scales she had collected. Something wrong, Finn? Gareth asked, finally releasing Archer from his verbal torture. According to the records left behind by Zeus Familia, the glacial territories await us beyond that passage. The Param muttered as he bit at his thumb. That's right, Shin nodded. It's said that glacial streams run across the land, making it hard to advance, and bitterly cold winds make it hard to even move your body. We brought plenty of salamander wool. We had to request some from other factions, but we should have just enough for all of us, supporters included. Raoul stood up in a hurry, snatching the crimson fabric from his backpack. Salamander wool was a type of fire element armor with cold-resistant properties. Like the name implied, the wool was infused with the power of smaller spirits known as salamanders for adventurers as they ran through the dungeon. Though they were rather expensive, even a third-class adventurer could purchase it if they saved enough money. However, Finn didn't move or respond to the other two. His eyes were still fixated on the passage in front of him. If the cold is so intense it can freeze even first-class adventurers, why can we not feel it now? Sitting here with the entrance in front of our eyes? Finn asked, causing everyone to fall silent in worry. Indeed. Despite standing right in front of the passage that would lead them to the 59th floor, none of them felt even the slightest breeze of chilled air from the large hole before them. In fact, it felt rather warm and humid instead. You saying something's fishy? Bet asked as he inserted new magic swords into his holsters. Zeus Familia wasn't the type to exaggerate their findings, Gareth muttered. What should we do, Captain? Shin asked. For now we probably won't need the salamander wool, Finn replied. Everyone double-check the supplies. Those who fell down the dragon's urn, make sure you rest properly and take potions as needed. Everyone nodded and split off to do their own things, either resting or keeping a lookout for eye monsters that might spawn out from the dungeon walls. As Archer chugged down the mind potion, Ace suddenly came up to him. What's up, Sword Princess? Archer asked. I wanted to thank you, for saving Lefia, Ace said. It's fine, Archer waved off the gratitude. I did it because, as Gareth puts it, I'm an idiot. Still, thank you. Archer simply smiled and shrugged before glancing toward the exit to the 59th floor again. Do you feel something? Ace asked. Yeah, you too? Like something familiar is calling out. Ace nodded as she turned to look at the exit while Archer looked down at his hand as he opened and closed it repeatedly as if he was desperate to grasp onto a blade. He was being uncharacteristically agitated right now. Something bad was going to happen, that much was obvious. Sorry, Belle. Archer muttered under his breath as Ace attached a small crystal to her loin guard. It's probably going to be tough in a little bit. XXXXX. After the rest period and Archer replenished the magic sword stock, they made their way down to the dreaded and mysterious 59th floor. Who the heck said this was supposed to be cold? Diona muttered as she wiped the sweat off her brow. It's like a freaking jungle. As soon as they exited the staircase, rather than mountains of ice and frozen streams of blue, what they found in front of them were masses of plants and green but not any kind of plant they had seen before. At their feet were a lush green bed of grass and trembling rings of richly colored, poisonous-looking flowers. It was an enclosed room even bigger than the 58th floor with 4 far-off greenish walls towering high, and all shapes and sizes of flower buds dangled from the greenery. "This is just like the 24th floor," Freya muttered as Archer turned to her in curiosity. "The plant monsters appeared there too?" Archer asked and Freya nodded. "Does anyone else hear that?" Raoul suddenly asked. It sounded like something chewing. A crumbling noise followed by an occasional high-pitched, trembling voice. As the mysterious noise continued, obscured deep within that dense jungle, all eyes of the frozen party went to their param leader. Spear in hand, Finn gave the order. Forward, and the party continued moving immediately. Bet and Tiona took the lead as they made their way along the jungle's one road, almost like a pathway carved through the trees. Everyone's eyes shifted back and forth from one tree to the next, keeping watch lest something spring forth, lest they lose their minds. A phosphorescent glow shone down on them from the ceiling some 10 meters above their heads. This tiny glimpse of the dungeon walls peeking out from so much green thickness was all they had to remind them that this strange floor was even in the same labyrinth they'd come to know. Time passed slowly as they continued through the trees, the ever-loudening sound in front of them drawing them forward. Then, all of a sudden, the jungle disappeared around them to reveal barren ashland devoid of all green except for the mass of caterpillar monsters, which Archer learned were called Vergas by a tamer that was controlling them that the others met a few floors above, and the plant-like Velas. Standing in the center of it was something that looked like a feminine blob of fat and tentacles with a giant plant-like lower half in the shape of countless twisting roots. The Vergas and Velas around it were opening up their mouths and offering up their magic stones to the strange creature who fed upon them with vigor, reducing the monsters to ash after they were consumed. "Oh crap, it's already gobbled up that many monster." Tsubaki gasped as Archer realized that all the ash piles around the area wasn't natural and were in fact corpses of the monsters that already had been devoured. Then, Archer could feel it. The sudden gathering of magic toward a single point in the room. "Ah!" The faintest noise rose from the creature's grotesque head as it raised its upper body. Only halfway through its feast on the surrounding monsters, it began to writhe like a worm. "Ah!" The repulsive-looking upper half still trembling and squirming, its flesh suddenly bulged as the most beautiful woman they'd ever seen was born, emerging from all that ugliness like a butterfly from its cocoon. Came the scream of pleasure. As the others flinched and slammed their hands over their ears in the face of such a powerful scream, Archer and Ace remained standing as if they couldn't actually hear it, their eyes locked onto the creature. The creature, having risen from that husk of flesh, bent backward and directed her eyes to the heavens. Long glossy hair descended along the curve of her back with a gown of brilliant colors covering her supple arms, her curvaceous chest. The gorgeous face of the woman gazing up at the ceiling, still shuddering with pleasure, could rival even a goddess's. She was green. Every inch of her, from her hair to her skin. Everything apart from her eyes, which were pools of gold that lacked pupils and irises. It wasn't only her upper, human half that changed, either. Her abnormal lower half also underwent a transformation, now sporting enormous petals and a multitude of tentacles. What is that thing?" Tiona screamed, still covering her ears. "A spirit." Ace gasped as the creature turned its eyes towards them. "Arya! Arya!" It spoke in a voice filled with glee. "A spirit? That freaky-looking thing?" Tiona shouted in response to Ace's muttered words. The group of adventurers couldn't help but tremble as they were locked on the sight of the hauntingly, venomously beautiful creature. It was almost as if she'd forgotten who she really was, wrapped up in her gown of many colors and residing atop the colossal chassis of a monster. It was a strange combination of repugnant beauty and odious sanctity. The party found themselves at a loss against the sheer dignity of the corrupted spirit and the overwhelming sense of aversion it engendered. Those new species, those Velas and Vergas, were they merely more of that thing's tentacles? Finn narrowed his eyes at the some 10-meter aberrant standing before them. It was a good guess, considering how the caterpillars and Velas had focused their attacks on other monsters. Perhaps magic itself was the necessary energy for this creature to survive. Preying on monsters, collecting magic stones, and finally returning her to her true form. They really were nothing but tentacles, extra appendages doing the spirit's dirty work. Across from Finn, she continued to laugh. Again and again she called out to them. Arya! Arya! Her voice, almost childlike as if it had trouble forming the proper words. I missed you. I missed you so much. Archer's fists were opening and closing at a rapid speed as Ace's breath hitched. Don't you want to be together forever? Together with me and your hero. Diona's and the others' heads turned instantly toward Ace at the words. Lines of tension appeared across their faces as though they already had an idea of where this was heading. Won't you let me eat you both? Instantly, the remaining Vergas and Vilas turned toward them with ferocious jerks, setting their sights on the adventurers, seemingly two of them in particular, as though the spirit was using them to exert her will. At the same time, there was a thunderous boom from the direction of the exit as the opening closed up with green flesh. Everyone, prepare for battle! Finn instantly commanded. Lefia, aim for that thing. Everyone else, use the magic swords against the swarm. It was now do or die. It was enough to stir them despite the confusion, and the party was unwavering despite their lost escape route. As they readied their weapons, Diona glanced over at Ace and Archer. Finn, they aren't moving. Diona called out as the palm wheeled around. Ace! Archer! Get your head in the game! Finn bellowed, causing the two of them to jolt. Archer held a hand against his face as Ace started clutching her head. That thing, that thing! Ace muttered. It's dangerous. Archer whispered as well. It's coming. Finn stared at them wide-eyed before shouting, Riveria! Hold off your spells! What? The High Elf turned at him in shock as Gareth, Shen, Bet and Tsubaki moved to intercept the surge of monsters. Something made the two of them like this, Finn pointed out without looking at her as he turned back toward the spirit, his hand shaking. And my thumb won't stop shaking. We have to be ready for dash. Before he could finish the spirit, the abnormality smiled a heavenly smile at him and spoke. Arise, flames! No! It chanted. With those simple words, a blood-red light shone from the ground where a massive and ominous magic circle appeared. A monster was casting a spell. Something that was supposed to run on pure instinct had the capability of thought and the intelligence required for magic. Everyone fall back! Finn ordered immediately. Riveria, barrier, now! Everyone else, fire at that thing! Archer! Get a hold of yourself! Finn spun around and decked Archer in the face. The man staggered a bit before clarity seemed to return to his eyes and lightning arced down his arms at the same time as a dozen of magic swords appeared on the ground. As the others regrouped, they all grabbed a magic sword as the supporters aside from Lefia pulled out their own. Let her have it! Raoul shouted as they all shot their spells forward and Lefia finished her chant. Fusillade fall Arika! But the magic never reached the spirit. The lower half of the spirit, which contained large growths in the shape of massive flower petals, simply curled around it and blocked the magic without any problems. When the petals opened up again, the smile was twisted into an evil sneer. Not even Lefia's tremendous firepower, which had incinerated the wyverns in one shot and hammered the Valfang dragons into the ground, could penetrate the spirit's shield. Dance, spirits of the air, keepers of the light! Rage, rage, rage! Vortex of fire! The crimson wall! Hellfire's roar! Riveria's chant was matched alongside that of the spirits. Forge thy pledge with the forest's protectors and envelop us in the psalm of the earth. Surround us! May the ardor of the gale plunge the world into grief and misery. The sky shall burn. The earth shall ignite. The seas shall boil. The fonts shall churn. The mountains shall erupt. All life shall turn to ash. May the lives of the great ones serve as atonement for the coming choler and grief. But even though they chanted at the same time, the spirit ability to chant was twice as fast as Riveria's. Your envoy beseeches you, Salamander! Incarnate of fire! Queen of flame! Materialize, mighty barrier of forest's light, and lend us your protection. Mine name is Alf Viashilheim. With a wave of her hand, Riveria completed her chant and a jade-colored magic circle formed beneath Riveria's feet, the light gleaming before transforming into a dome-like green structure and covered all the adventurers. Not a moment later, a small wisp of flame appeared in the spirit's hands and it moved as if to blow at it like a candle, causing the flame to float outward and fall to the ground. Firestorm! A massive inferno raged across the floor, burning away everything in sight. The monsters! The jungle plants. All were turned to ash aside from the adventurers being shielded by Riveria. But the sound of despair came soon after. Crack! A small splinter appeared on the dome that soon began to spread out like a spiderweb as the hellfire raged all around them. Gareth! Protect them! Riveria screamed before the shield shattered and the flames engulfed her. Alicia, Lefia, and Ace screamed out her name, but they were drowned out by Gareth's roar as he leaped forward, 2 giant shields in hand. Gareth! Old man! Archer and Bet called out as the dwarf braced the 2 shields taken from the supporters and let out a war cry as he stood against the raging inferno. Tiona jumped on Archer as he tried to reach out toward the dwarf and tackled him to the ground, the searing heat scorching over them not a second later, making Archer feel like he had been shoved head first into an active volcano. In front of Archer's eyes, the shields began to melt as if they were large sticks of butter within a volcano. Even Gareth's armor and helmet liquefied off of him. With no other choice, Gareth flung out his arms to catch as much of the flames as he could, his adventurer body, which had been given the grace of the gods, being sturdier than anything else he had on him, or any other adventurer really. But even so, his body was not enough to block everything as the world exploded, sending everyone flying back in a sea of red. Again and again Archer tumbled across the ground with Tiona, both of them unconsciously trying to shield the other as the flames scorched their bodies and sent them skidding across the dirt floor. When the storm finally cleared, it was with Archer on top of Tiona's body as the 2 of them lifted their heads up. Nothing on the dungeon floor remained but ash and the adventurers' bodies scattered around like corpses. Shin? Ace? Lefia? Tiona asked as she pushed herself up, grabbing onto Archer as she did to help him up as well. Around them, everyone else was standing up without a word, aside from Riveria and Gareth, who had taken the blunt of the flames. They're still alive, Archer said, his voice dry and hoarse as he pressed one hand against his waist where a single bottle remained miraculously undamaged in his pocket. You will most likely do something foolish down there, so do not waste this. Castor had given him the small bottle shortly after their assault on Freya Familia. An elixir. Unimaginably expensive for a normal small Familia, it was powerful enough to heal all wounds and return an adventurer back to full strength aside from their mind. He could use it now, but on who? Before he could decide, the spurt sneered at them once more. Moan, mighty earth! Another chant. One so soon after that raging inferno, it was already casting a completely new spell, one with a black magic circle this time. Rise, rise, rise! Husk of the earth! Sheen of iron! Hammer of the cosmos! May Genesis's packed up heave rock and stone! The sky shall burn! The earth shall split! It was another long chant, one just as fast as the previous one, causing Archer to break into a run, straight toward Gareth. Archer, wait! Tiona shouted. Get Riveria! Archer shouted back as he slid to a stop between Gareth's unconscious body and the spirit. I'm paying you back, old man. And he held out his hand toward the spirit. I am, the bone of my sword. His magic was swirling, an image formed in his mind. Whether or not it would suffer the same fate as Riveria's shield would be up to Archer's own strength. Behind Archer, Finn realized what he was trying to do and decided to take that bet. Sorry. Finn let out an apology as he turned to the others. Grab Riveria. Get behind Archer. The bridge shall rise. Heaven and earth shall become one. May the axes of the ether rain down and bring about calamity's ruin. Your envoy beseeches you, gnome. Incarnate of the land. Queen of the earth. Steel is my body. Fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Tiona grabbed Riveria and ran with all her might to reach Archer's side as everyone else gathered close as well. Meteor swarm. Roaas. The spirit's magic converged, and thousands upon thousands of meteorites formed in the mass of darkness as a massive shield in the shape of a flower bloomed to meet it. The meteors came down all over the floor. Most of them didn't even fall close to where Archer and the others were. It was not an attack meant to hit a single enemy but to rush an entire army underfoot. Though the floor was filled with enough craters to make it look like the surface of the moon, only a few actually landed on the shield. But even so, Archer's body burned as he forced himself to remain standing as little by little, the layers of Roaas were being stripped away, with the backlash burning his arm and his sleeve being stripped away by the magical backlash. This is Lefia gasped as she watched Archer's arm ruin itself from the magic. Have withstood pain, to create many weapons. Archer grunted as the fifth layer shattered like glass. Then, he felt two pairs of hands behind him, pressing on his back to steady him. Archer! Don't lose! You're not alone here. Ace and Tiona were right behind him, supporting him. The sixth layer shattered. But Archer would not fail. Yet, those hands will never hold anything. With a massive roar, he forced the final layer to hold out as the storm ended once more, with a single flower blooming in the desolate wasteland. Motherfucker held out. Bet muttered as all eyes were on Archer as he finally slumped backward into Tiona's arms. Archer! Tiona shouted. Hang in there! You're loud! Archer groaned as his right arm hanged loosely at his side. Not over yet. As he said, the spirit was still standing, the smile having faded slightly as it narrowed its eyes at them before it spread its arms out and light began to gather into its body. It's absorbing the magic. Lefia realized, her face etched out in fear. Archer had Tiona help him back to his feet as he glared at the creature in front of him. His left hand dug into his pocket and pulled out the golden bottle he had been entrusted with. Sorry, Belle. Archer said as he opened the top with his teeth and drank the potion. Hang in there a while longer. Belle. Tiona repeated as Archer stepped away from her. Hey, wait a minute. Tiona made to grab his hand but he pulled it out of her reach as he strode forward toward the spirit. He had only took a few steps when he saw Ace walking by his side. Neither of them knew who made the first move but in the next instant, ignoring Tiona's cry, both of them charged forward toward the spirit. They had no time to lose. If it managed to absorb the surrounding magic and regain its reserve, there was no hope left. Seeing them coming in, the spirit let loose a small melody from its lips as countless Vergas started swarming in from the massive hole behind her, the one leading to the 60th floor. They moved past the spirit and made a beeline toward the two adventurers. Even though they hadn't really fought side by side outside of the single instance against Audible, Ace took a half step back, letting Archer take the front as the mass of Vergas swarmed toward them. Magic surged throughout Archer's body while offering another silent apology to his young master. A purple magic sword appeared in his hands, its blade altered and extended far beyond normal as he swung it, sending lightning surging forward into the swarm of monsters, turning them to ash in an instant as the blade shattered, only to be replaced by another sword with an azure edge that froze the monsters before they were shattered by a replica of Finn's spear. Tempest. With the quick chant, Ace then overtook Archer, taking advantage of the hole he had carved through the swarm. As the magical wind surrounded them, the acid from the Vergas did not reach them. Above them, they could see balls of flame, spears of ice, bolts of lightning and arrows of light shoot from the rest of the party's magic swords and Lefia's staff toward the spirit, only for a mass of tentacle-like roots to rise up like a massive wall and shield it from the magic. Finn's spear disappeared from Archer's hands as it was replaced by a black bow and a twisted drill-like arrow, the reshaped sword Calidbolt II. Doing a flip, Ace sent a burst of wind forward, clearing the firing line for Archer's arrow as well as removing herself out of the way. The arrow was launched and smashed into the wall, splitting it open, much to the apparent surprise of the spirit behind it. But it lasted only for a moment as a twisted smile replaced it. Rage, rage, rage! Vortex of fire! The crimson wall! Hellfire's roar! Another blood-red circle appeared below it as it prepared its flame spell once more. However, both of their eyes were only facing forward. The two of them had eyes only for the spirit, as if in a synchronized trance from some outside force. Thus they were surprised when a small figure barreled past them. Finn sped forward with speeds faster than both Archer and Ace. His eyes were clouded by madness and strength, as if he had willingly robbed himself of all reason with a spell in order to increase his strength tenfold. It was Finn's magic spell, Hellfinagas, one that sacrificed his mind of a commander for sheer power. Then Finn jumped. Gripping his gold-tipped spear and grinding his teeth together, he hurled himself at the spirit like a param cannonball. Then, with a mighty roar, he hurled his spear forward toward the spirit, shooting through the air as fast as Archer's arrows through the hole in the wall of tentacles where it reached the spirit's head before it could close its petals fully like it had done to the first barrage, tearing right through its face before the spirit detonated in flames. Ignis Fatuus. A situation where a spell's chant was interrupted, causing the caster to lose their focus. The magic stored up inside would then rebound upon the caster as it had nowhere else to go, dealing damage to them. You two aren't leaving us behind. Diona's voice called out as the two turned around. Beside them, Diona, Shen and Bet managed to catch up to them while the rest remained at the rear to protect the downed Riveria and Gareth and support them with the magic swords. The spirit's body was charred and blackened from the self-destruction, but only for a moment, as their head reformed with a rather disgusting frown. Pierce, Spear of Lightning. Your envoy beseeches thee, Tony Truss. Incarnate of Thunder. Queen of Lightning. A third spell, one with a chant even shorter than that of the previous two. But it was still too long. Another spiraled arrow shot forward, crashing into the petals of the spirit, twisting their form and exploding, causing yet another ignis fatuus. Even with the fired arrow, none of the vanguard stopped moving as they moved to clear the last 50 meters between them and the spirit. And that was when Archer and Ace felt it, a swarm of magic gathering behind them all the way in the rear. The High Elf Queen had awakened. Surrounded by the supporters and Tsubaki, Riveria, body still charred and burned from the initial spell, had been channeling her magic once more, this time as a way to strike back at the spirit rather than merely defend. Fading light, freezing land. Blow with the power of the third harsh winter advent of the end. It was supposed to have been a chant for her ice spell, but Riveria did not end it there. A blaze shall soon descend. Approaching flames of war from which this is no escape. Battle horns blaring on high, all atrocities and strife shall be engulfed. Concatenated chanting. It was a special magic skill possessed solely by the High Elf Queen, Riverialjo's Alf. A type of chant that could encompass any of the three spells expressed in her status. Just as different levels could exist within a single status, so, too, did 3 levels of spell exist within her magic. From ultra-short chants to short chants, from short chants up to long chants, and from long chants all the way up to protracted chants. By connecting the respective levels of chants, one could bolster the total magic output, change the magic's effects, and amplify their destructive power. Come Crimson Pyre, Merciless Inferno. Become Hellfire. Purge the battlefield, end the war. Incinerate, Sword of Suture, mine name is Alf. Riveria declared. Arie Leavatian. An inferno erupted on the other side of the tentacle wall. This was no unguided bombing. The spell was selective in its targets as it reduced all the surrounding Vergas to ash while leaving the adventurers untouched from its fury. All the monsters were burned away, leaving only the spirit behind as it let out a roar of rage and raised another wall of vines from below the ground. Bet, Finn, and the Amazons crashed headfirst into the wall with their weapons but couldn't do anything to it. Before Archer could prepare another arrow, a roar raged behind him. Axe, boy! And instead of an arrow, a massive axe appeared in Archer's hand as he held it out, where it was taken by a roaring and enraged dwarf soldier back on his feet and more. Are you all talk, Finn? Gareth shouted as he smashed into the wall with his axe. I just knew that you'd show up eventually, Finn said, his voice slightly distorted as his mouth broke into a smile. With a roar, Gareth ripped a massive hole in the wall, even larger than the hole created by Archer's Caladbolg as Finn, Bet, Diona, and Shen shot through first, clashing with several roots that shot toward the dwarf and cutting them down before they could skewer him. A rain of blades shot forward through the opening created by the others, clearing a path for Ace and Archer. The two of them were right in front of the spirit now, only to be met by yet another spell, hidden in the spirit's mouth. A massive icicle pointed at them. Icicle Edge. But a single arrow of light, shot from a soul elf girl, appeared in front of them and shattered the icicle before it could be launched. In a last desperate attempt to keep the adventurers away, the spirit brought its arms up to defend itself before a mass of roots shot up from the ground, sending Ace and Archer flying into the air. But just as they were about to hit the ceiling, his chant was finished. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. The world around them burned once again, and this time, the spirit, along with Archer and Ace, were gone, leaving only the tentacles behind, which slowly started crumbling to ash. XXXXX. Ace looked around. Gone was the barren ashland of the 59th floor, and in its place was a wasteland filled with countless blades embedded into the ground like gravestones. Far above her head were massive spinning gears not unlike the ones she saw in Babel Tower. It looked like a dead world. A world of rusted iron. Around her she could see Tiona's Urga, Shen's Zola's daggers, Finn's Foria spear and Gareth's grand axe planted on the ground. Not only those, but her Familia's Durandal Roland series weapons were also scattered about, as well as Ace's own desperate, propped up right in front of her. Hadn't Archer had told Gareth and Tiona he couldn't create weapons with the Durandal trait? Nevertheless, Ace pulled out the false desperate sword and looked up at the hill in front of her. There she saw Archer, standing tall with his back toward her as a wind blew against him, blowing his waistcoat outward. For a moment, she thought she saw him standing in front of her again with his red scarf flapping in the wind as he turned his head toward her with a smile. "Are you ready to finish what we started?" Archer asked, bringing Ace back to the present. She nodded as she climbed up the hill and saw the demi-spirit in front of her. It was trembling on the ground, having been separated from its lower half and the majority of its vine-like tentacles. It looked around in fear at the foreign scenery, then its eyes fell on them. With a scream, what was left of its tentacled body lashed out, but Ace shot forward, both desperates in hand, and batted them away, keeping them from striking at Archer and herself. Archer held his hand up in the air, bringing up dozens of blades around them, and shot them forward. Most of them bounced off the vines, but they were flung with enough force to blast the vines away. Some blades managed to cut clean through while others froze, burned, or simply outright removed the obstacles, clearing the path for Ace to run forward toward the crying face of the spirit. "Ari, eh!" The spirit croaked out in desperation as a blade lodged itself into its mouth to keep it from speaking or chanting anything else. "I am not Arya," Ace said as she drew closer. "I don't know who you are." In the past, there were spirits who helped the mortal races and their heroes, but they were lost in the dungeon and turned into monsters. She was right in front of the spirit, looking down at its weak body and sickly green face. "But I do know that you shouldn't exist." She raised both blades into the air. Lil Rafaga. Light burst. A massive hurricane erupted from both of Ace's desperates as she slammed them into the downed spirit, destroying the remains of its body in a single strike, reducing all trace of the spirit to ash alongside its magic stone. As she did, the false desperate in her hand vanished along with the world around her, bringing her and Archer back to the 59th floor. There was a loud thud behind her and she wheeled around to see that Archer had collapsed onto his back, unmoving. She took a step out toward him, only to feel the strength in her arms and legs leave her, sending her crashing to the ground as well. But at the very least, she thought as she heard the voices of her Familia running over to them. It was over. For now at least, they had won. Heroic Myth. Chapter 16, Welf Krazo. He was walking through what looked to be the remains of a city. What was once a metropolis full of towers that seemed to scrape the sky was now nothing more than a graveyard. All around him was the shape of twisted metal, crumbling stone, and the smell of death and charred corpses. It was a scene of hell. He ran around, desperate to try and find some sign of life, but all he could find were the dead and the dying, far too gone to be saved. The nightmare was beginning to weigh down on him as he desperately turned the corner to see a small boy struggling to walk down the ruined road. He ran. He ran harder and faster than he had ever ran before in his life. His arms outstretched the moment he saw the boy fall backwards. But the boy's body slipped through his arms like he was a ghost and landed in a thud on the ground, their eyes clouding over as their life was slowly leaving their body. He was begging, screaming out to the world for someone to save the boy, for someone to do something he could not do. And then, the boy suddenly stretched their arm toward the sky, not to seek salvation, but to simply try and reach for the sky. He tried to grab the outstretched hand, if only to reassure the boy that everything would be fine, but his hands once again slipped through the boy's arm as it fell, and was caught by someone else's hands. A man had grabbed the boy's hand, their face filled with so much joy that they were weeping. The man had found the boy, but it looked as though the man was the one who was saved instead. "I wonder, if I could be happy like that too." A voice seemed to echo in the world as it began to fade away. XXXXX. LL, Bell, Bell. Bell's eyes struggled to open as he found himself lying on the couch. When his vision returned to him, he was gazing into the tearful eyes of the goddess Hestia. "Goddess!" he managed to croak out. "Thank goodness, you're finally awake." Hestia sobbed, tears in her eyes as she grabbed his hand and brought it to her cheek. "What happened?" "You passed out," Saber's voice echoed in the room as the servant manifested himself beside Hestia. His reappearance was immediately followed by Caster and then Assassin, the latter of which dived right at Belle's arm and hugged it with all her might as she started crying. "Mommy! Mommy!" Assassin cried out as she hugged Belle as hard as she could as if afraid he would suddenly disappear. "I'm all right, Jack," Belle said with a smile as Hestia helped him sit up. I'm sorry to have worried you and the goddess. Perhaps we were pushing it with 4 servants after all, Castor muttered with a sigh as he produced a body and mind potion from his treasury and held it out to Belle. Drink. Belle did so dutifully, the potion going down his parched throat and cleared his mind and seemed to lift heaviness from his body. It would seem Archer's battle has come to an end, Castor said. He will be returning to the surface in the coming days and you should not end up in such a sorry state again. Though his voice was harsh and cold as usual, Castor's expression was uncharacteristically soft as he explained the situation to Belle. From what he gathered, Archer was stuck in a situation that required him to use all his reserves. Doing so however taxed Belle's body, already providing the upkeep for 3 other servants, to the limit and gave him the rather novel experience of mind down. However, thanks to the mind potions and Hestia constantly updating Belle's status to cope with the strain, Belle's body was able to adapt and his life was no longer in danger. His magic status grew rather exponentially in the meantime though. Really now? Castor let out a long sigh. Had you taken the mage development ability, you would not need to have suffered so. I'm sorry. Belle apologized while lowering his head. Hey Castor, can you go easy on him right now? Hestia asked. I think we're all a bit shaken up from this. Castor scoffed at Hestia's request but held his tongue nonetheless as he turned to the side and walked away toward the kitchen. I will head to the meeting place to let Welf know what happened, Saber said. We have kept him waiting for a while. Sorry about that, Belle apologized again but Saber shook his head. Give my apologies to Welf too. Do not worry, Master. Simply rest for now. Oh, and can you drop by the hostess to let Seer know as well? Of course. Please excuse me. And with that, Saber left as well. Are you okay? Assassin asked again as she moved her face close to Belle's. Mommy looks pale. I think I had a nightmare. Belle replied as he rubbed his eyes. I don't really remember actually. Don't think about it too hard, Hestia said as she handed him a glass of water. Just relax today. No leaving the house, understand? Yes, goddess. He wasn't exactly feeling up to moving around either way. Good. Then Jackie, I'll leave your other mommy to you and Castor. I have to get to work and apologize for being late. Okay. Assassin nodded. Bye-bye mommy Hestia. Grabbing her coat from the nearby armchair, Hestia said her goodbyes and gave Assassin a kiss on her cheek before bolting for the door. Once she was gone, Assassin hopped off the couch Belle was sitting on and ran up the stairs while Belle's gaze followed her. A few minutes later, she came back down carrying a large blanket which she forcefully threw on top of Belle before squeezing in with him. Rest. She said with a bright smile that seemed to melt away all of Belle's stress and worries. Yeah, thanks, Belle said, returning the smile. Being an only child, Belle wondered if this was what having a younger sister was like. He knew that he occasionally treated Lily like she was younger than him but he knew he relied on her in the dungeon more than anyone else in the Familia to really consider her like a younger sister. So having a cute smaller girl try to pamper him like this made him unbelievably happy. Castor came out of the kitchen holding a steaming mug of milk in his hands. He stopped and stared at the couch for a moment as Belle felt his cheeks light up in embarrassment before the king gave an amused snort and disappeared up the stairs to return to his office. For a moment Belle thought Castor was going to hand Belle the cup of milk before chuckling to himself. There was no way a king would serve someone like that. When did that get there? Assassin's words caused Belle to look at the table in front of the couch where 2 steaming mugs of milk were sitting there untouched. Belle then remembered something Archer said to Castor several weeks ago. It really would kill you to be honest, hey. Thank you my king. Belle gave his quiet thanks to Castor before Assassin slipped out from under the blanket and handed Belle the mug while taking the other for herself. The milk was good and warmed Belle's body up to the point that he felt he was overly comfortable and could simply just melt away. Come to think of it, he wondered where the milk came from. Lately there was always a large container of it bearing the Familia emblem of 2 cow horns on the ends of a horseshoe in the storage but he and Lily never think to buy it when they shop for dinner and Hestia tended to only bring back leftovers from her stand for food. It was possible Archer had bought some before he left on the expedition but any that he would have bought before the Loki Familia expedition would have gone sour already. That left. It can't be, right? Belle muttered as he took another sip of his drink. XXXXX. Lily came home around dinner time, having spent the day taking care of her friend who had caught a cold from not drying himself off properly after a bath. She apologized profusely to Belle for not being around to help, but Belle didn't mind. Her friend had fallen ill as well after all. And since they were an older person living alone, it would have been even more dangerous if Lily hadn't been there to help him. Still, Lily muttered as Belle waved off her apology. Well, what's done is done, Belle said as a sleeping assassin had her head against Belle's shoulder. Did you eat yet? Although I'm not sure if we have any food lying around since the goddess hasn't returned yet. Lily already ate when she cooked dinner for Mr. Baum, so she's not hungry either, Lily replied as she sat down on the couch beside Belle as well. Did Lord Castor eat yet? I think he left to go investigate those rumors earlier, Belle replied. At the very least, I don't think he's home right now. Is that so? A comfortable silence fell between the two, with the only sounds being assassin's soft snoring. Is Master Archer all right? Lily asked. I don't know, Belle replied as he rubbed a hand over his chest before staring down at his feet. But at the very least, I still feel a presence somewhere below us. I'm still connected to Archer and the others after all. Belle looked at the back of his left hand where 2 of the remaining command spells could still be seen. Those are what makes Belle a master, right? Lily asked as Belle nodded. Lily then took off her glove on her left hand and stared at the back of her hand. Lily wonders if she could become one too. Oh, did you want to summon heroes too? Belle asked, but Lily shook her head. If Lily could take over the upkeep of one of the servants for Belle, then something like his won't happen again, right? Lily pointed out. Lily is supposed to be your supporter, so she should at least help support the servants as well. Well, my magic is growing twice as fast as my other status, so it shouldn't be as bad again unless everyone goes at full strength, something that shouldn't happen so long as we're still on the upper floors. Lily suppose so. Lily muttered as she looked to the side. The monsters on the surface are all weaker than the orcs on floor 11 as well. Outside of the one-eyed black dragon anyway. The last of the 3 grand quests. Belle said thoughtfully. I don't suppose Saber could take it on? He did slay a powerful dragon in his legend. Lily thinks sending a single person, servant or not, to fight that dragon alone is like sending a child without a Falna to fight a minotaur. Ahaha, I suppose you have a point there. Even fighting a floor boss alone is insanity. And Ace Wallenstein, the sword princess, did just that. And a floor boss that spawned other monsters to help it fight at that. She was only a few years older than Belle, and yet she could do something like that already. She was already someone who could stand beside Archer and the others. What could Belle do to hurry and catch up to his dream? Thinking back to some of the old legends his grandfather told him about, he recalled more than a few heroes studied under teachers. Perhaps he could find one for himself? No, he already had one in the form of Archer and possibly Saber later on. There was no need to hire an outsider for it. There was no shortcut to being a hero. Belle would have to find the path himself. Come to think of it, where is Master Saber? Lily asked. He went to let Welf know a bit of what happened, but he hasn't returned yet. Lily wonders if Master Welf is going to ask to look at Master Saber's sword more closely. Lord Castor mentioned that he had the original blade in his treasury, didn't he? Huh? He did. Well, not in those words, but he was rather upset at how Master Saber called his sword Gram, remember? Belle did. Castor seemed angry that Saber's sword looked the way it did, which meant that Castor knew what the sword Gram looked like before it was reforged to look like that. It most likely meant he had it in his possession or something. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, causing Lily and Belle to look at each other. None of us invited any guests, right? Belle asked as Lily shook her head. The bell rang again, causing Assassin to let out a noise of annoyance as she shifted on the couch. Lily will go see who it is, Lily said as she hopped off the couch and ran toward the front door. A minute later, Lily came in with a familiar face in tow. Miss Ryu? Belle asked in surprise to see the elf waitress from the Hostess of Fertility coming in with a basket in her hand. Good evening, Mr. Cranel, Ryu said with a bow. On behalf of Seer, I've brought some dinner for you. Seer would have come herself, but she couldn't leave work. Oh no. You didn't have to do that. Belle said quickly as he stood up, only to falter a bit as a bout of dizziness overcame him, causing him to sit back down. You. Please do not get up on my account, Ryu replied. And it was no trouble at all. Today was my day off from work, so I lose nothing from doing this delivery. Is that so? Ah. Bell asked before quickly turning to his left, having forgotten that assassin was sleeping against him, only to see that she was still sound asleep, having fallen over on the other side. Did you have a little sister? Ryu asked, looking at assassin curiously. Well, she is family, Lily said with a smile. Her name is Jack and she joined yesterday. I see, Ryu nodded with a smile. It's a good feeling when your familia grows, isn't it? Yes, Bell nodded as he draped the blanket back over assassin. As Lily took the food into the kitchen, Bell offered Ryu a seat, to which she accepted and sat down on an armchair beside the couch. Are you feeling better? Ryu asked. I could leave if you think you are straining yourself. No, I've been sleeping most of the day, so I'm a bit restless right now, Bell admitted with a laugh. I see, but are you all right? It's rather rare for adventurers to catch colds. I don't think I've been poisoned or anything, but I think I overdid it yesterday in the dungeon and got mine down today. 3 infant dragons showed up on the 11th floor, so it was pretty hectic. 3 of them. Ryu repeated, her eyes widening. At the same time? That's rather unbelievably unlucky. You're telling me? Bell said with another chuckle. If Saber hadn't been there, I think everyone would have been in a lot of trouble. Ryu nodded her head as she stroked her chin in thought. You mentioned it to the guild when you returned, correct? Ryu asked and Bell nodded. Yeah. Miss Ina, my advisor, was rather frantic, especially since we just had that minotaur appear on the 9th floor. Bell muttered before trailing off as Ryu gave another nod. Yes, the dungeon tends to be unpredictable, but this is well beyond anything natural. Did someone lure the dragons, I wonder? Ryu suddenly fell silent as she covered her mouth with her hand, deep in thought. Luring the dragons, Bell couldn't think of anything that could do that, except perhaps a dragon slayer? Did Saber attract dragons just by being near them? Perhaps between flight and fight, dragons chose to fight in the presence of a dragon slayer? I'm sorry, but I have to check on something, Ryu suddenly said as she stood up. Please get well soon, Mr. Cranel. Huh? Sure. Take care, Miss Ryu. As Ryu stood up and moved to leave, she suddenly stopped and turned back to Bell. Mr. Cranel, she began. I have some advice, if you would have it. Of course. Bell wasn't stupid enough to not listen to advice from someone who was obviously a former adventurer. Especially not when it was freely given. The dungeon is a dangerous existence, Ryu began. Each incident that happens there may be small in of itself, but they will add up over time. It is a beast that excels at hunting its prey. Whether by striking when their guard is down or by wearing it down physically and mentally before sinking its fangs in. So please be careful. I understand. Thank you. With that, the elf girl gave Bell a quick bow before leaving. Did she leave already? Lily asked as she came back into the living area. Lily thought she was going to talk with Bell for a while, or at least stay for dinner. She must have remembered an errand, Bell said as Assassin slowly sat up and started rubbing her eyes. Something smells yummy. Assassin mumbled. I guess it's about time to eat, huh? Bell asked. That means it's about time for Dash. I'm home. For the loudmouth goddess to come back, Lily finished for Bell as the door was kicked open and for Hestia to rush into the living room and dive toward Bell and Assassin. I missed you two so much. Oh, and you too, Miss Supporter. Rather than get angry, Lily simply sighed with a wry smile on her face as Hestia hugged Bell and Assassin in her arms. Welcome back, Mommy Hestia. Welcome back, Goddess. Did you get in trouble for being late? My boss was really understanding and it wasn't the busy time yet, so everything is a-okay. I didn't get paid for the missed hour though. Ugh, I'll never pay Castor back like this. Lily doesn't think it would ever be possible for Lady Hestia to pay back that kind of debt in Bell's lifetime. Lily pointed out. Lord Castor probably doesn't expect to be paid back and is just holding that debt over Lady Hestia so she doesn't just sit around all day snacking while reading books. Oh, he definitely is. Hestia grumbled before sniffing the air. I smell food. Did you buy something, Miss Supporter? No, one of the waitresses at the pub gave it to us, Belle replied. Is that so? Hestia grumbled before shrugging her shoulders. Well, food is food, so let's get to eating. Taking Assassin by the hand, Hestia led them to the dining room as Lily let out another long sigh before she and Belle followed her. XXXXX. Come the next morning, Belle felt much more refreshed and rested when he came down to breakfast and found Saber sitting at the table. Good morning, Belle, Saber greeted him as he lowered his head a bit. My apologies for coming home late yesterday. It's fine, Belle replied with a smile and a wave. Were you with Welf all day yesterday? Yes. He wished to examine my blades and I saw no reason to decline as it would only benefit you in the long run as well if your personal blacksmith learned another trick or two. And what is your professional opinion on him as a blacksmith? Belle turned around and stepped to the side as Castor came in as well. He has potential but he is holding himself back, Saber replied as Castor sat down in his seat at the head of the table while Belle sat down as well. Oh. It feels as though he is avoiding the use of certain techniques known by the mortals of this world and it is the reason he is ostracized in his own Familia for it. It's because he can make magic swords. An interruption came in the form of Hestia as she came down with Assassin and Lily behind her. Magic swords? Belle asked. You mean those super expensive blades that hold spells inside them? That's right, Hestia said as she and Assassin sat down beside each other while Lily sat down beside Belle. I heard about your new party member from Lily. Krazo's magic swords are rather famous in Gakkai though I don't know much about the family itself outside the usual rumors and legends. Hephaestus said that they are mostly true though. You mean how they can burn the seas? Lily asked. Yep, though the family lost that power for some reason, Hestia said as she folded her arms and tilted her head to the side. I think it has something to do with the fact that their magic swords were always being used in Rakia's war and conquest and ended up burning down the forests of the elves and so the spirits abandoned them or something. Welf however, somehow kept his ability to make those powerful magic swords. HOH, to think that there would be another interesting mongrel in this city of mediocrity, Castor said with an interested look. Wait, I thought magic swords can only be made after you get the development ability blacksmith. Belle said. At least, that's what Miss Ina told me during one of our lessons. That's normally the case, Hestia nodded. But Welf can do so regardless. It must be his family's bloodline or a skill that's passed down through the family somehow. Hestia then quickly shook her head as she was going off topic. In any case, even though his family can no longer make them for some reason or another, Welf can. But for some reason, he doesn't want to make them. If he did, his name would be famous and clients would be knocking at his door, but he doesn't. He's so stubborn that he even turned down a chair at the high smith's table. Hephaestus's high smiths were smiths who had reached level 2 and were able to make creations that passed muster from the goddess and a panel of executives. If it passed, they were allowed to use Hephaestus's signature H Phi Alpha Iota Sigma Tau Omicron on their weapon, a very high honor for a smith. I see. Castor said with a sigh. What a waste of talent. And just like that, Castor seemed to lose all interest in Welf. I've no need for someone who refuses their own nature and calling. If he wishes to live in the mud instead of somewhere appropriate of his station, then it is his failing. Lily can't understand why someone wouldn't want to use everything they have to make money. Lily muttered. Lily agrees with Lord Castor, it's such a waste. I see. Belle muttered. He finally understood why Welf was acting the way he did the other way. He had the potential to easily join the high smiths and make all the money he wanted just because he's a descendant of the Krazo family and squandered it. From the perspective of someone who valued exceptional talent like Castor and someone as heavily money-conscious as Lily, it certainly would seem like a waste. Well, it's up to you whether or not you want to keep him in the party, Hestia said. Everyone has a secret or two hidden from others after all. What do you think, Lily? Belle asked, not wanting to make the decision by himself again. Lily thinks that while Master Welf is insane for not wanting to make hundreds of thousands of Valis with a single magic sword, Lily thinks that he is at least competent in the dungeon and Belle could leave the weaker monsters to him. And another person to keep Lily safe. Assassin chimed in for the first time since she arrived as Lily puffed her cheeks at her. In any case, shall we enter the dungeon today? Saber asked. Yeah, we should make up for lost time, Belle said with a nod. With the meeting done, the Hestia Familia adventurers stood up, bid goodbye to their captain and goddess and headed out to the meeting place. There, they found Welf waiting for them as usual with a second large sword by his side. Yo Bell! Welf called out. Feeling better? Yeah, sorry to worry you, Bell said as he rubbed the back of his head. No problem, I got a lot done thanks to Saber's help yesterday, Welf said as the knight gave a small bow in acknowledgement. Oh, and I got a little something for you. Welf then handed the wrapped-up sword to Bell, who took it with a bright smile. Oh, a sword. Bell said as he examined the large white blade. Saber said that you were looking for something with a little more reach and weight to it. It was a thing I made a while back but couldn't sell, but that's fine. Bell said happily as he returned it to his sheath before Lily took it and hooked it onto her bag. I'll take it. Ah, do you need any payment? Nah, like I said, it's basically surplus goods. Better it be used than broken down or collecting dust. You're actually doing me a favor taking it. Besides, our contract, remember? Oh, right. Then, that should be everything, right? Lily asked as she stood back up with her backpack behind her. Do you not have any magic swords? Assassin suddenly asked, causing Belle and Lily to whirl around at the girl innocently belly flopping onto what was clearly a landmine for Welf. Mommy Hestia was talking about how you can make all sorts of cool magic swords. AHH. Welf let out a strange sound. Right, our goddesses were friends, weren't they? Belle was worried that Welf might get angry, but either because he expected such a question or because Assassin looked to be still rather young that he didn't seem to get angry, simply resigned. Well, it's because I don't like them, Welf said honestly. Oh, Assassin replied simply. Okay then. That's it. Yep. Why should you make something you don't like? Right. Assassin ended her statement with a nod and a question before tilting her head to the side as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Welf stared at her for a moment before throwing his head back out in laughter as if he didn't expect such a response. Yeah, it really should be that simple, shouldn't it? Welf muttered as he scratched the back of his head. What about you, Belle? I won't claim to understand completely why you don't want to make magic swords, Belle admitted as he and Lily shared a glance. But if you don't want to, then like Jack said, there's no reason to try and make you, right? Lily would like a little more reason than that, but she won't pry deeper if Master Welf doesn't want to talk about it, Lily said as well. Guess that's fair. Welf nodded. Basically, you know how magic swords break after a few uses, right? Yes. That's a reason why it makes them so rare. Well, that's pretty much the biggest reason. Swords, and all equipment really, shouldn't be something you just use and discard when you're done. They should be something that stays with you as long as possible. Truth be told, although I put out things like that armor and sword out in the shop all the time, even though they don't sell, I still get people coming to me as clients. They do not care for the items you wish to make but are instead after your magic swords, Saber said, not as a question but as a statement, to which Welf nodded. Yep. One after another. It's always magic sword this or magic sword that, actually. Belle, you were the first person to buy one of my armors and actually come back to request more of it, so, not to get all sappy and all, but it made me really happy. Belle wasn't your first customer, period. Lily asked as Belle looked embarrassed at Welf's words. Well, someone bought one of my blades but returned it soon after, Welf answered with a bitter face. Probably thought it was a magic sword or something. I see. Saber nodded. But, how did your bloodline come across such a power in the first place? The usual answer would be that you have some non-mortal blood in you, like a spirit or a dragon. Belle felt that Saber was speaking from experience, considering one of his skills, but Welf let out a dry laugh. Got it in one. He said with a sigh. The legend passed down in our family is that our great ancestor saved the life of a spirit at nearly the cost of his own. The spirit then gave some of its own blood to him as it desperately tried to save his life. Then, your ancestor became a hero? Belle asked, unable to keep his excitement in check. Nope. He just got healed and the two went their separate ways in thanks of the other until the old man had a family and died of age. The spirit's blood remained though as it passed through his descendants, and then to me. Though the blood didn't really do anything until the gods came down and blessed us with the Falna. I see. Saber nodded. So it became a skill after all. Nothing gets past your eyes, do they? Welf said with a wry grin as Saber responded by adjusting his glasses slightly. But yet. Thanks to that we could make those supercharged magic swords, until we suddenly couldn't, then it all went downhill just like Lily said. After the swords burned down the forests of the elves, I guess the spirit who initially blessed our bloodline got pissed, cause nearly every single magic sword we ever made, one's on the battlefield, one's in a vault, one's fresh out of the forge, they all started crumbling to dust. It was said that some spirits were especially in tune with nature and thus made them friends with the various elven people who made the forests their home. Then how come Master Welf could suddenly make them? Lily asked. Hell if I know. All I know is that one day, the skill appeared and I could suddenly make them, then the old man wanted me to make them and restore our family name. Make a tool the king would appreciate, was what he said, but not in so many words. Weapons aren't like that, not even close. Weapons become part of their wielder, something they can rely on. Who can rely on something like a magic sword that might break when you need it most? Who needs something that will guarantee break before its wielder? Belle understood now. It was basically a matter of Welf's philosophy. Lily understands, Lily said with a nod. But Lily thinks that Master Welf should at least consider making at least one to keep on hand. Why is that? Does Master Welf not remember what happened 2 days ago? 3 infant dragons came at us. If there was not a veteran like Master Saber with us, how many people would have died there? It's not as though Belle can fire off spells with that strength in rapid succession, and Lily knows that he would not accept running away and leaving everyone else to fight. Welf doesn't say anything as he glanced over at Saber and Belle. Lily isn't saying that Master Welf should throw away his ideals, but Master Welf should consider situations where a magic sword can be the only thing standing between life and death. Belle knew that Lily took the dangers of the dungeon very seriously, probably even more than Anna did. The encounter with the Minotaur and the infant dragons would no doubt reinforce such thoughts. The idea that they could have something that would allow them to possibly stand against an enemy that would normally be impossible to defeat or one they could only run away from was probably too tempting for her to be silent. It wasn't as though Belle was completely uninterested either, but... Lily, if Welf doesn't want to make them, then we shouldn't force him, Belle said. Lily understands, she said with a nod toward Belle. It's the same reason Lily hasn't begged Lord Castor for anything more than her ring. She then turned back to Welf. But please keep it in mind for the future. The upper levels are still fine, but it is not unusual for the middle floors to have mass spawns in each room. I'll think about it, Welf gave in after a long bout of silence as Assassin raised a hand. Do magic swords always break? She asked. Can't you make a sword that doesn't break? Welf opened his mouth to respond before slowly shutting it as he covered it with his mouth, his eyes moving from the Hestia knife on Belle's waist to the sword on Saber's back as if trying to come up with an idea. A question for another time, Saber said as he walked toward Welf and patted him on the shoulder. For now, the dungeon awaits. Right, Welf nodded, suddenly looking much happier, like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Can't make anything without any drop items after all. And so, Belle's party of adventurers entered the dungeon once more. Heroic Myth. Chapter 17, A Hero's Truth. A week had passed since the impromptu meeting with Welf and the rest of Hestia Familia. The group had been going into the dungeon each day, and Welf was extremely satisfied with the amount of drop items they were getting. They even managed to reach the staircase of the 13th floor, which led into the areas known as the mid-floors. However, because of Lily's advice, Belle decided not to go any further because starting from the 13th floor, monsters spawned by the dozens and often traveled in swarms, and there were hellhounds who attacked with fire magic as well as their fangs and claws. The lack of misty weather also meant that Assassin's stealth while fighting monsters was also diminished, but that wouldn't be as important as Assassin was even faster than Belle when she wanted to be. But, an adventurer must go on an adventure if they wished to continue their legend. XXXXX. In the early morning hours of Orario, while the early morning dew had yet to settle, the sounds of steel clashing against steel could be heard in front yard of the Familia home of one of Orario's newest familias. A young boy was defending against a taller man wearing a black mask with the visage of a dragon while striking at him with 2 silver daggers. Each blow felt as though they carried the weight of a dragon behind them, with the boy being sent flying from each strike more often than not, but each time he was knocked back, he managed to land on his feet, or failing that, he was able to flip back up almost immediately. You are hesitating too much, Saber said as he charged forward again, filling Belle's vision with flashes of steel. It is fine to be afraid of your opponent, but you must be confident in your own actions. Yes. Bell shouted back as he jerked back and Saber's blade just narrowly missed his hair. Pay attention to your opponent. Keep track of everything they do to find a tell for their attacks. Their position, their stance, their eyes, figure out what you can use to take control of the battle and turn the tide. Easier said than done as Saber's mask was covering his entire face and his movements were just one step too quick for Bell to see. If you cannot defend, dodge. If you cannot dodge, defend. If you cannot do either, then prepare yourself to take it and minimize the damage. Saber's leg struck out, catching Bell in the side, sending him flying toward a wall. But Bell was able to flip around and land on the wall with his feet before kicking off it and launching himself toward Saber like a black and silver bullet. Excellent, Saber said as he released his grip on his daggers, letting them fall to the ground as he reached out and grabbed Bell's arms out of the air before slamming him to the ground. But not enough. Ugh. Bell groaned for a moment before flipping over onto his back with a bright smile. I thought that would work. It was certainly a new tactic, Saber nodded. Against a lesser opponent it may have caught them unawares. The knight then extended his hand toward his master and helped him to his feet. Saber then thrust his hand into the air behind him, catching a surprised squeak as Assassin appeared with both her arms and legs wrapped around his long arm. Good morning, Jack, Saber said. Good morning, Mr. Saber, Mommy, Assassin replied as she dropped down and moved to hug Bell, only to bang her head against his breastplate. Oh wee. Ahaha, good morning Jack, Bell said as he rubbed the spot on her forehead. Are you done playing? Assassin asked as she shook off Bell's hand. Can we play with you next? We're not exactly playing but working, Bell said as he lowered himself slightly to speak her to her face to face. We'll be going to the dungeon later so you can play with the monsters then, okay? Okay. Assassin nodded with a cheerful smile before disappearing back inside the house. Is it bad that I kind of understand how to handle her now? Bell asked Saber, who shut his eyes before answering. I believe being able to handle and understand the personalities of all your servants prove that you are a very capable master, Saber said diplomatically. Keeping someone like Jack happy and under control is crucial for their development. A child that has no qualms about killing people is dangerous after all. Yet. Bell admitted as he rubbed his stomach. Hey Saber. Yes. The Grail is supposed to summon heroes, right? Bell asked. Then why did Jack show up? Serial killer or not, she's just a little kid, right? Truth be told, I'm not even sure I believe that she's actually a killer. Saber didn't respond to the question for a while as he slowly raised his hand and adjusted his glasses for a moment. First off, what do you consider a hero, Bell? Saber asked. Huh? Someone who fights monsters and saves people. True, but how do you know that someone is a hero? Because bards and the like tell stories about them. Exactly, Saber nodded. We heroic spirits are enshrined in the throne of heroes after achieving deeds worthy of being spread to the point that even we heroes from before and even after their eras have heard of them. The villains of the stories would also count as they are part of that hero's legend. So even the giant enemy the hero David defeated in his legend. Bell asked and Saber nodded. Yes. Even if a hero's rival had no mention in any other legend or had any legend of their own outside of being someone who could fight, this hero can be considered for the throne. It is not the deed itself that is important, but how many people know of the person or the deed. Then, why Jack? The killings of the one labeled as Jack the Ripper were unique and extraordinary to the people at the time. Their legend was spread far and wide, and the people in the country where the legend began were interested in it as the killer was never known or found. Thus the Grail chose something suitable for a vessel, in this case, a child that did similar killings for reasons known only to her. I see, so that's why Jack said she didn't know if she was the one the legends were referring to. Bell muttered and Saber nodded. Bell would have to ask Jack for her reasons for doing so, but he felt afraid to do so, as it might change the way he saw her. If he became afraid of her afterward. It is not unusual for legends to change depending on who tells it, right? Saber asked, unaware of Bell's dilemma. Yet. Bell admitted. Grandpa hams up his stories every so often as well. Like the one about Albert the Great. Grandpa said that one of his lovers was the great height elf Queen Seldia, but in elven legends, they say that Queen Seldia remained pure and never had any children, and their noble line came from the queen's younger sister. It is only natural to take well-known stories and put one's own spin on them. My own legend was changed when told by people in a different country as well. To the point that even the dragon I defeated was different in everything but name. Yet, the different races would change the race of heroes to their own as well, Belle nodded. Though I don't think Grandpa changed any, he told me stories of all sorts of different races. Your grandfather, he was the one who filled your head with tales of rescuing maidens and forming harems. GRK. Despite Belle's goal of reaching the level of hero, deep down, he wasn't completely sure that he truly gave up his dream of meeting a girl in the dungeon, even if it was rather shameful. Harems aside, I do not think it is necessarily wrong to wish to meet the love of your life during one of your adventures, Saber said with a chuckle. Ah ha ha ha, please don't tease me like that, Belle begged him as he scratched his cheek. By the way, what exactly was your original plan? Promise not to laugh. You have my word. Well, Grandpa always said that the best way to find romance was to save a girl, and when you do you should love her, settle down and marry her. Belle felt his face heat up as he spoke while Saber stared at him. Cuckoo. Ah! Belle shouted as Saber turned his head to the side and brought a hand up to his mask. You laughed. You promised you wouldn't. My apologies, Saber replied as all signs of mirth vanished from his face. I was simply wondering why you hadn't done so already. What do you mean? Save a girl, love her, then marry her. You already saved one, haven't you? I have. Have you already forgotten? You saved Lily from a minotaur, did you not? If you were to follow your grandfather's words, should you not settle down and marry her already? Master Saber, Belle. Breakfast is ready. AHH. Ababob. Ababa. As soon as Saber finished talking, Lily poked her head out of the front door to call them back inside, causing Belle to yelp and babble nonsense in an attempt to drown out Saber's words. What are you doing, Belle? Lily asked, having not heard Saber's words. Did Master Saber hit you too hard in the head? And nothing. Nothing's wrong with me. Belle said rather hysterically as Lily tilted her head to the side while Saber chuckled into his hand again. Say a Apologies, Belle. I shall not mention it again. If the two of you are done, come inside for some breakfast, Lily said before stepping back inside while Belle slapped his cheeks to try and get his emotions under control. But still, you take the words of your late grandfather seriously, do you not? Saber asked Belle quietly as the boy turned back to him with a smile and a nod. Yes, Belle said. He was my first hero after all. Before I came to Orario, I wanted to be like him when I grew up, but he told me that I was aiming too low and should aim higher than that. I wonder, if I managed to make him proud. As Belle lowered his head while he talked, he suddenly felt a hand brush up against his hair. Do not worry, Master, Saber said as he gently patted Belle's head. I am positive that your grandfather, and the parents who brought you into this world but were unfortunately unable to raise you themselves, could not be any more proud of the young man you are today. That is why you should hold your chin up and keep moving forward. After all. Saber removed his hand from Belle's head and extended his hand out toward him. We await you at the end of the path that you seek. A rather goofy smile appeared on Belle's face as he tried not to cry at Saber's words as he took the hero's hand and the two of them returned to the house for breakfast. XXXXX. I shall assign a new goal for your party, Castor said from his seat at the head of the table as everyone else was eating. You are to make your way to the end of the 16th floor and reach the entrance to the 17th floor. You think we're ready for the middle floors now? Belle asked, looking up from his breakfast. Whether or not you are is for you to decide, Castor said simply. Those are simply my expectations of you. Hearing those words caused Belle to wiggle happily in his chair. Does Lord Castor mean to challenge the floor boss Goliath? Lily asked. That is indeed a plan for the future. When Archer returns, we shall make an attempt against the floor boss. We you say? Hestia asked with a large smile on her face. Are you finally counting yourself as part of the Familia, Castor? I am not. You are merely my followers. Geez, still so dishonest with yourself, Gil. Still so tsundaga. As Hestia ducked under the table to avoid an arrow of light flying over her head which was neutralized by a lazy bolt of flame from Saber. Excitement welled up in Belle's stomach. Like a hero in the legends his grandfather told him, he was being given a quest by a king to slay a giant monster. Honestly, the only thing missing from this was marrying a princess after the deed was done, but Belle didn't think Castor had one in his treasury. In any case, Castor continued as Hesita poked her head up from underneath the table. You and Arde will attempt to make your way to the 17th floor with Saber and Assassin. Once Archer returns, he will join you in your dives. Once you reach the 17th floor, do not engage the monster Rex if it is there. Do you hear me? Why yes. I will not accept another foolish attempt like the Minotaur. Do not forget that it is not simply your existence that disappears should you die. Ah, you do care, Hestia said again before quickly ducking under the table again before Castor could retaliate. Lily began as Castor retracted his wands and sat back down in his seat. What about Master Welf? The smith? Castor asked and Lily nodded. What about him? If he wishes to latch onto us like a remora then he is free to do so if he dares. So it's okay if we invite him? Belle asked. We've been in a party for about a week already, so I think it would be a bit sad to leave him out of something like this. Do as you wish. This is your prerogative as master. A monster Rex often requires a small army to defeat, Saber said as he adjusted his glasses with a finger. Would it be safe for Belle, Lily, and Welf to come along? It will be up to them to survive. Lily suddenly feels sick. Lily muttered as she slumped in her chair. Is a monster Rex that scary? Assassin asked as she turned to Hestia, who finally returned to her seat now that she was sure that Castor wouldn't try to attack her again. It's very big and scary, Hestia nodded as she started cuddling Assassin. But it's definitely no match for Saber, so you don't have to worry about a thing. I cannot judge the accuracy of that statement without seeing the monster Rex for myself first, but I have no intention of being defeated, Saber replied. Arde, Castor said simply as Lily nodded. Yes. She began, understanding that he was asking her to explain what she knew about the monster Rex. The floor boss on the 17th floor is known as the Goliath. It doesn't have any particular special abilities outside of its massive size and strength. Of course, being a monster that stands over 7 meters tall and made of pure muscle, Goliath has a lot of physical strength and natural armor and is considered a level 4 monster. Its drop item is its hide, which can be sold for a lot of money since it is often used for higher tier armor, and that's before taking into account its massive magic stone dash. Your greed is showing, Miss Supporter, Hestia said with a smile as Castor let out cough to tell Lily to get back on topic. Anyway, it doesn't have any spells or other abilities and is often cleared by the under-resort adventurers in order to keep the road clear to Rivera, who are level 3 at best. The main dangers would be its massive strength and size, and that monsters may come down from the 16th floor to interrupt the fight. Under resort, Rivera? Belle asked. It's a town that exists in the dungeon, Lily explained. Made by adventurers, for adventurers. It is completely separate from the guild, so they have no presence there. They sell items at rip-off prices and buy them at lower than guild standard prices too. Did you get cheated, Lily? Belle asked. Who on earth would sell a backpack at that cost? It was 10 times more expensive than one on the surface. They also don't accept money but trade in magic stones and drop items. They also take ES in the form of receipts and Familia emblems, which they collect from the Familia home back on the surface. It is the nature of such places that are on the frontier, Saber said. Material goods are more valuable than gold in a place where replenishment is not guaranteed. Lily understands that, Master Saber. It is the principle of the matter. They are adventurers through and through. Belle felt that Lily's way of saying adventurer sounded a lot more like scammer than anything else. In any case, most adventurers who plan to dive deeper than the 18th floor will either rest in the town's inn or camp out on the floor, as for some reason monsters do not spawn on the floor. Lily thinks that if we want to fight the Goliath, we should camp out there as well, so we can fight it at full strength rather than waste time and energy going down 18 floors again. Castor nodded before turning toward Belle with a smirk. Do you understand, boy? Castor asked. Your growth has been explosive as usual. That is why I have considered this goal. Well? Does it tickle your fancy? Yes. Belle nodded, filled to the brim with excitement. I won't let you down. My expectations are higher than when you first summoned me. See that you do not. XXXXX. Fight a floor boss. Welf asked, looking rather surprised. With you guys? That's right, Bell nodded. Our captain has decided that that will be our next Familia goal. He said that if you think you are up to it, you can come join us. That's, wow, Welf looked rather flattered and seemed like he was at a loss for words. I don't know what to say. You only need to answer yes or no, Master Welf, Lily pointed out with a smirk as Welf chuckled, not falling for her teasing. Well, taking part in a fight against a floor boss would definitely help with leveling up. Wait, he's not expecting me to bring a magic sword along, is he? Actually. Bell began. For better or worse, Lord Castor doesn't care about Master Welf at all, Lily replied bluntly. Lord Castor was disappointed that Master Welf didn't want to make magic swords when Master Welf wishes to be a great blacksmith. A smith that refuses to use a skill just because he doesn't like it for his craft is the same as a chef who refuses to use an ingredient in his dish just because he doesn't like it. Is how he put it. Well, that's a new one. Welf muttered as he scratched his head with a frown. There is no need to do anything you do not want to do, Welf, Saber spoke up. A hero's prerogative to do as he wishes after all, something our captain will agree with no matter what he says. Yeah, I'm no hero, Welf said with a smirk. On the contrary, your spirit, blood and freedom from your family curse is the very definition of a hero. Welf could only let out a snort at that. Well, I'll think about coming along, he said as he pulled out a small red dagger and held it out to Belle. Here. I finished the knife I promised ya. So that's what Belle did with the minotaur horn? Lily asked as Belle received the knife with starstruck eyes. Compared to the silver knife he got from Archer and the black one he got from Hestia, the new dagger made from the minotaur horn was a deep red color and seemed to boast a powerful cutting edge compared to the other daggers that were made with precision strikes in mind. Aren't horns bones? Assassin asked as she popped her head up between Belle's arms to look at the knife, causing Belle to yelp. Why does it look like metal? Glad you asked, Jackie. Welf said, sounding rather enthusiastic about the topic. You see, there's this metal called adamantite and it can only be found in the dungeon. Every so often, it's spawned from the wall just like a monster and people can get rich finding some of the pure stuff, though it's mostly only from the lower floors. And since monsters are also born from the walls, some of them have bits of adamantite inside them. Belle asked. Got it in one. That's why drop items like hides, bones, claws, and horns are so important as they can be made into weapons and armor. Course, it's not as good as the pure stuff. Is that so? Assassin asked as she tilted her hand to the side. So, if we get monsters to drop their body parts as much as possible then it will help. Well, that's the basic idea, Belle nodded. Okay. Then we'll help Mommy as best as we can. As Assassin trotted over toward Lily to get onto her backpack again, much to the other girl's annoyance, Welf leaned over to whisper to Belle. You know, I tried to ignore it as much as I could but, why does Jackie call you Mommy? Welf asked. I honestly have no idea. Belle replied as he let out a dry laugh. She was an orphan so I guessed she wanted a mother. Saber thinks it's because I brought her into our Familia so I'm her mother. Well, so long as she's happy, right? Welf asked with a shrug and a smile. Well, that's enough chatter. Let's get going. Oh. XXXXX. As usual, Saber escorted them to the 10th floor before Belle and the others made it to the entrance to the 13th floor once more. Now then, we should prepare for the middle floors, Lily said as she set her bag down and started rummaging through it, pulling out several red robes and handed them to Belle and Welf. These cloaks are made from salamander wool and have the blessings of the salamander lesser spirits. They can help protect us against the cold as well as the magic of the hellhounds below. Lord Castor gave Lily the funds to purchase them and they cost a lot so everyone should do their best not to get them torn up too badly that it can't be reused. How much? Belle asked as he draped the cloak around his neck. 5 zeros. GRK. I'll pay you back somehow, Welf said as he accepted the wool as well. Lily also prepared one for Master Saber but. Lily began as Belle removed Assassin's black cloak and replaced it with the salamander wool. Saber received the wool and held it up in front of his face as he adjusted his glasses a bit. I see, so that's how it works, he muttered before draping around his neck. Thank you, Lily. I shall use it. Damn it, I'm gonna make something way better than this soon, just you watch. Welf muttered under his breath as he gave a few practice swings with his sword before adjusting his cloak a bit. I'll become the first high smith to do so. It looked as though he was feeling a bit competitive when it came to making anti-flame equipment. Even anti-element equipment made from high smiths would pale in the face of the material that was made with the abilities of lesser spirits such as salamanders, undines, sylphs, and gnomes. Lesser spirits were often called fairies by the mortal races. Where did you get them? Belle asked. Belle knows of Lily's friend, Mr. Baum, right? Mr. Baum is a gnome and he helped Lily buy them. Ha, you got friends in high places, don'tcha? Welf asked as he rested his sword on his shoulder. Connections are the backbone of any good adventurer. Lily said with a smile as she closed her pack. Now then, Lily will begin the briefing for the monsters that can be found on the mid-levels. Hellhounds, right? Assassin asked. Doggies that breathe fire. Exactly, Lily nodded as she extended her hand out and patted Assassin's head. Hellhounds are black wolf-like creatures that can attack with their claws, fangs and fire magic. After that there are Almirach, monsters that look like large white rabbits with red eyes and are as big as Lily that often carry landform weapons in the shape of hatchets and swords. They also throw them often, so please be careful. Like imps, they travel in packs and while a level 1 adventurer can beat them 1-1-1 they are very fast, so please don't underestimate them. Lily then turned her head toward Belle who returned the look with a confused face. Basically, consider them like a monster, Belle. Hey! Belle shouted indignantly as Welf let out a snort and started coughing as he turned his head to the side. You too, Welf? Anything else? Saber asked, ignoring the commotion. Yes, please be prepared for any of the monsters from the upper floors as well. They often wander down there looking for food, which tends to be the occasional stray Almirach that gets separated from the pack. Also. Lily trailed off as she glanced toward Belle's belt. Minotaurs. Belle muttered, realizing that Lily was looking at his new red dagger. Yes. Minotaurs wander the mid-levels beginning from the 15th floor, but they can go up on occasion, so. Got it. And the boss monster of the mid-floors on the level of an infant dragon would be a Liggerfang. It is a large tiger with fur that is as hard as armor, so it would be best to run or let Master Saber handle it if we see one. Lily would suggest waiting until everyone else is level 2 before taking it on. Belle and Welf nodded their heads as Assassin turned to look at the staircase again. We don't see any mist down there, Assassin pointed out. Yes. The middle floors are different compared to the 10th to 12th floors. The layout is similar to the floors before that in that it's a bunch of stone maze-like rooms. There are also a bunch of holes everywhere that can drop you down several floors, so please, do not fall down. We may never see you again. Assassin nodded her head to show that she understood. Then that is everything Lily knows about the middle floors, Lily said as they all stood up. We can head down when you are ready, Belle. Then, let's go. Belle said as Welf nodded and started heading down first as the vanguard with Belle and Assassin following behind him and Saber and Lily taking up the rear. The first few minutes were met with nothing. Not a single monster showed itself as they anxiously walked down the main path, accompanied only by the sound of their echoing footsteps. It's actually scarier when you're expecting something and nothing shows up, hey. Welf muttered as Lily and Belle nodded their heads in agreement. We can scout ahead if Mommy wants, Assassin offered. No, that's okay, Belle replied. We only just got to this floor, so you don't have to do that yet. Though he said that, they traveled for another 10 minutes without meeting anything or anyone else. Until... Something is up ahead, Saber said from the rear. Oh my, finally! Welf let out a strained voice as a pair of hellhounds appeared over a slight slope in the path. The two wolf-like creatures were pitch black in color and were the size of a small cow. Plan. The hellhound's range is pretty far, so be careful. Lily called out. Then we charge. Hoisting his sword over his shoulder, Welf sped toward the monsters with Belle right behind him. The two monsters let out a roar before charging at the two as well. The two pairs met in the center as Belle overtook Welf and struck first. Jumping back in a somersault, Belle delivered a kick right into the lower jaw of the closest monster, sending it flying upward and allowing Welf to cleave it in two with his blade. The second hellhound stopped and leaped backward, gathering flames in its mouth in a magical attack, only to be interrupted by a silver arrow to the eye, allowing Welf to move forward and strike it down as well. Nice assist, Lily. Welf called back. Please be careful. Lily shouted as she and the servants ran up to them. Our party doesn't have much in the way of range after all. In any case, it seems as though the two of you are a match for the Hellhounds, Saber said as Assassin was looking around. There should be no problems further. Is there something wrong, Jack? There's another mommy behind us, Assassin replied as she pointed behind Saber, causing them all to wheel around to see a large rabbit with white and yellow fur and a large horn sticking out of its head. Oh! It is! Lily added with wide eyes. It's an Almiraj! Belle shouted indignantly. Looks like Monster Bell's up next. Welf said with a serious expression, but his mouth was quivering. 4 more Almiraj pop up behind the first and stare at the party with their large red eyes. A whole bunch of mommies appeared. Jack shouted as they hopped over to a large rock and stomped on it, scattering rubble in the shape of hatchets which they all picked up. Be careful, Master has picked up landform weapons, Saber said. You guys are mean. Belle shouted as they got back into formation to fight the incoming monsters. But they're so cute. Assassin muttered as she pulled out her cleaver and smashed it against the landform weapon the Almiraj was holding, crushing it and splitting the monster in two. Sorry monster mommy. Jack. Please stop. Belle begged as he jumped back to avoid a swing from the rabbit monster before throwing his silver dagger forward into its face. Sorry real mommy. You know, this is the first time I've ever felt bad killing a monster, Welf said as he simply batted the Almiraj away with his sword, sending it flying into a wall. Indeed, Saber nodded with an Almiraj hanging limply in his hand before slamming it into the ground. What a dreadful monster! Using its cuteness as a weapon against adventurers. Lily thinks everyone is taking this too easily, Lily muttered as she used her dagger to lock the stone hatchet in place before aiming her small crossbow into the Almiraj's face and shoot it. Well, it can't be helped, Saber said with his arms folded. It was Belle after all. Guyos. Belle let out a whine before looking around. Anyway. Was that the last of them? At Belle's question, several squeaks echoed around them. About 24 rabbit heads popped out from the holes. This might be bad, Welf muttered. Everyone make a break for the corridor. Belle called out. Get out of this wide room. Saber, up front. Understood. Saber nodded as he drew Graham and charged forward, making wide slashes through the crowd of monsters towards a narrower corridor. Welf and Belle followed close behind with Lily and Assassin taking up the rear. Assassin was the last one to the corridor before she turned around and drew out 2 of her daggers. Massacre time, start! She declared as she used the corridor entrance to funnel the monsters into range of her attacks. One of the Almiraj tried attacking with a landform, but the hatchet was destroyed before it even came close to cutting Assassin. In a matter of minutes, all the monsters were dead and a blood-stained Assassin remained. Mommy, they're all dead. Assassin called out cheerfully as Belle and Welf poked their heads out from another corridor. There are seriously just some things a kid that little shouldn't be doing. Welf muttered as Belle let out a dry laugh. Sorry Lily, Jack said as Lily walked over and picked up a magic stone. We broke some of the stones. Don't worry, Lily said as she adjusted her gloves and started wading into the pile of corpses. Most of them are still okay. Good job, Jack. We got praised. That was a good call, Belle, Saber said. It reminded me of the time Lily and I got attacked by a swarm of killer ants, Belle replied. Though Jack managed to get them all before we needed to rely on a magic spell. I see. Man, you really have some kind of bad luck in the dungeon, don't you? Welf asked. Swarm of killer ants, minotaurs, infant dragons, and now Almiraj. You don't have to tell me twice, Belle agreed with another laugh. Let's let Lily do her thing first, then we'll find a new room. Oh. Belle left behind a lot of drop items. Lily. XXXXX. As the dive went on, they ran across a few more close calls, including one Almiraj trying to hit Lily by throwing its hatchet, which flew just over her head, and a hellhound dropping down from the ceiling of all places onto Saber's back. Currently, they found a relatively safe spot at a dead end with only one entrance, so no monster could wander in without them noticing, and decided to rest a bit and take inventory. Lily has never been so happy to be short, Lily muttered as she pulled back her hood and rubbed her hair to calm herself down. Is Master Saber okay? Yes, I was careless, Saber nodded as he patted his back. The salamander wool protected me from the flames. Still, we got quite the haul today, Welf said as he pulled out several almiraj furs and hellhound fangs. Quite a few furs, I can get to work on a new coat with this. Should we head back then? Lily asked Belle, who was feeding Assassin a bit of his lunch from Seer. What do you think, Welf? Belle asked as Assassin bit into the sandwich in Belle's hand and pulled it out of his grip. Do you have enough to keep yourself busy? If we get a bit more, I can try making something for Jackie or Lily too, Welf said. A few more fangs wouldn't hurt either. Then, let's try one more room, Belle decided. Then we'll call it a day. With the plan of action decided, everyone checked their belongings and headed back toward the main path. As they walked forward with Saber in front, the man suddenly held his hand up to tell them to stop. There are sounds of fighting ahead, Saber reported. Metal against stone, most likely another party is fighting against some more almiraj. What do you want to do, Belle? Welf asked. This is the only path. Let's take a look and see if we can't squeeze around them, Belle replied. With a nod, Saber continued down the path. Entering the next room, they found themselves on top of a cliff with a trail leading downward into a large pit with the exit of the room located across from them within the pit itself. Also within the pit was another party of 3 men and 3 women that had been surrounded by a swarm of almiraj. Belle quickly turned toward Lily, who bit her tongue before she could say anything. There seems to be enough room to get past them without incident, Saber noted. But we may pull some unseen monsters out of the crevices there. Shall we still move to the next room or return to the surface? Before Belle could answer, a scream came out from the other party and Belle saw one of the girls fall over, having been hit by a landform thrown by one of the almiraj. Ah, bad luck there, Welf muttered as the rest of the party scrambled. Just barely missed that archer and hit her instead. We should probably get back then. Come back another time. Hi. Belle and Welf looked at each other in surprise. Wait, you're not thinking of helping them, are you? Welf asked, pointing down into the pit. It's none of our business. Lily agrees with Master Welf, Lily chimed in. There is a lot of risk for no real gain if we try and help, there is also a chance that they will run the moment we step in, leaving us with the monsters. At that moment, the walls around the other party began to crack as several almiraj and hellhounds began crawling their way out of the walls. A mass birth event. A monster party. Belle knew that they were right. As a party leader, he can't risk the lives of his party for his own selfishness. He could try jumping in on his own, but he knew Lily and Welf well enough at this point that they would follow him as well if he did. Belle glanced over at Saber, but the knight had clasped his hands behind his back with his eyes closed. He was not going to offer any advice or his own opinion on the matter this time. Belle then turned to Assassin, but the girl simply cocked her head to the side as she returned his gaze with a smile. She didn't seem to care one way or the other about the other adventurers. As Belle opened his mouth to speak, he thought he saw something, or someone standing at the edge of the cliff. A man standing a few heads taller than Belle himself, wearing a red mantle over black and white armor with his back toward him. Seeing that back, Belle felt comfort, warmth, and safe. The goal he desperately wanted to reach. The man turned his head slightly to look over his shoulder toward Belle and gave him a small smile. Can you keep up with me? He seemed to be saying before taking a step off the ledge and disappearing from sight. Seeing that, Belle's hand balled up into a fist as shame and self-loathing burned in his body. He cursed himself for his indecision and hesitation. Was this the limit of his dream? Was this all it took for him to flee? A hero can't hesitate to save people. That was the truth Belle came to believe in. Sorry, Welf, Lily. Belle spoke up as he raised his head. I won't ask you to follow me, but I'm going to help them. Ah, like I thought. Welf said with a sigh, but he seemed to have a resigned smile on his face. Guess we're doing this after all. As expected of Belle, Lily said with a smile on her own. He does not fall short of expectations. That doesn't sound like a compliment when you put it that way. In any case, your orders, Master? Saber asked, eyes open and ready for combat. Saber, Jack, Belle began as Assassin also got ready. Please clear the path toward the other party. Understood. Let's go. As Assassin launched herself off the cliff, Saber unhooked his smaller daggers and tossed them in the air in front of him before smashing his fist into them and shooting them toward the group of monsters. The daggers crashed into spots where the monsters were most clumped up together. The daggers lit up and exploded on impact, blowing back the monsters to give the other party some breathing room and caused them to turn toward their direction. "Welf, Lily, keep the exit clear," Bell said as he leaped after Assassin with Saber jumping in after him as well. "Yes." Lily nodded as she prepared her crossbow while Welf kept an eye on the exit to make sure nothing spawned behind them. "Is this a bad habit of his?" Welf asked Lily with a tired smile. "Bad implies it isn't something Lily likes about Belle," Lily replied with a smile before she loaded her bolts and began firing at the feet of the monsters in front of Assassin, causing the monsters to flinch when they missed or pin their feet into the ground when they hit, allowing Assassin, Saber and Belle to cut them down without worry. "Jack, give us some cover," Belle called out. "This is the beginning of hell," Assassin chanted as she jumped well above the monsters and landed in the center of the other party. "We shall be the flame. We shall be the rain. We shall be the power. Shroud us and burn us. Let us begin the slaughter." A chant. The one who looked like the party leader asked in surprise as he was carrying the injured girl in his arms. "Darkened misty metropolis, the mist." At that, a thick and heavy fog shrouded them, causing shrieks of pain and fear to rise up from the monsters. Assassin's spell created a heavy fog in the area that could hide allies from sight while damaging and disorientating enemies within it. It wasn't perfect, however, as Caster had showed once by using a wand that let out a burst of air which cleared the mist in an instant when Assassin had been practicing it outside one morning. But as it was, it allowed Belle to reach the confused party without fear. "Are you okay?" Belle asked as the fog faded a bit around him so that he and the other party could see each other. "You are, the record holder?" A woman with long black hair asked, her body covered in sweat from the fighting. "Introductions later," Belle shouted. "We cleared a path. Follow me." The woman turned to look at her party leader who nodded as Belle ran back through the fog with the party right behind him. As Belle moved, the fog thinned out so he wouldn't get lost, allowing Belle to cleave through the writhing and poisoned monsters that were in his way. Within seconds, they were out of the fog and near the steps leading out of the room. "Go go go!" Belle shouted as he waved the other party past him. "Thank you," the black-haired swordswoman said as she ran past, followed by her leader and the others. "Jack. Saber. Jack, you first." "Okay." A small red blur shot out of the fog as it started to disappear, showing a red blade shining through as it cleaved the monsters around it. Once he was sure Jack was a good distance away, Saber fell back as well. "Fall back to the corridor," Belle said. "We'll funnel them in like before. Keep an eye out for the hellhounds. Mikoto. Tajik. Help them out," the leader ordered as the swordswoman and man holding a bow nodded. "Yes." Mikoto and Tajik moved toward the front where Welf and was while Lily moved to the rear with Saber and Belle. "The monsters themselves are no problem but there are a lot of them," Saber said to Belle as Graham flashed in front of him, cleaving the monsters before they could enter the corridor. "Belle, please give me permission to release my noble phantasm." Noble phantasm. Belle was told that it was the crystallization of a servant's legend, but he really didn't understand what that meant. What he did understand though, was that it was usually a servant's trump card. Something that could turn the tide of battle instantly if used correctly. And from what he heard, Saber's noble phantasm would definitely be able to clear out the monsters instantly. "Do it!" Belle called out. Command acknowledged. Noble phantasm, release. Everyone, give him some room. Assassin and Belle jumped back as the members of the other party scattered. Demonic sword, preparation complete, Saber reported as Graham started shining in the darkness. "Allow me to show you the manifestation of mysteries." "What is he?" Welf began as Saber launched himself forward and thrust the blade into the frontmost hellhound. "This is the dawn of destruction. Heaven's wheel of destruction." Bulwark Graham. As he slammed his fist into the pommel of the blade erupted in an explosion of red light, blasting through the corridor and vaporizing all that was in its way. All the adventurers fell silent as the entire corridor was suddenly clear of monsters save for Assassin who was clapping at the display. "That's a magic sword?" Welf asked as Saber returned the blade back to his back. Incorrect, it is a demonic sword, Saber replied. Unlike the magic swords that you are used to, this gram does not simply fire an inbuilt spell. It uses my own magic to channel and fire my technique. Welf just stared at the blade awestruck before place he seemed to realize something and placed a hand over his mouth and started muttering to himself. Bell turned from Welf toward the voice and saw Mikoto and the other party leader standing in front of him. Thank you very much for helping us, the leader said as he and Mikoto bowed their heads. We are in your debt, Mikoto added. Oh, no, it's all right, Bell said quickly. Why, you just looked like you were in over your head so. Inwardly Bell cursed himself for flubbing the line before he quickly cleared his throat. I just saved you for my own personal satisfaction and got my friends involved in it, Bell said as he turned toward Lily and the others. Lily had wandered over toward Saber only to sigh as all the magic stones and possible drop items from the monsters had been vaporized as Saber lowered his head in apology while Jack had jumped onto Welf's back again and was patting the young man's head, but he was ignoring her in favor of his own mutterings. Still, we can't thank you enough, Mikoto said as she turned her head to her injured comrade who was being administered a potion after they removed the hatchet that was lodged into her collarbone. It's fine, Bell said with a smile. How about some introductions? You are Zetsuei, Yamato Mikoto, right? Yes, Mikoto nodded with a smile. And you're Moonlit Dawn, Bell Cranel correct? Bell nodded, completely unaware that his goddess had suddenly doubled over with her hands over her heart in pain 13 floors above. I see, so that makes you the Takemikazuchi Familia, Saber said as he walked up beside Bell. Then it was fortunate that we managed to assist you. Our gods are friends after all. Your goddess is Lady Hestia, right? The other man asked. Oh right, Kashima Uka, captain of the Takemikazuchi Familia. Are you the captain of the Hestia Familia, Mr.? I go by the name of Saber, Saber replied. And I am not. Our captain, Castor, is currently back at our home taking care of logistics. Captain Uka. As Uka nodded his head, a young woman wearing a white tunic and a cloth headdress came up to them. Sorry to interrupt, but we should probably get Shigasa back up to the surface, she said. Naoki said we were running low on potions as well. Got it, Asuka, Uka nodded as Bell turned toward Welf. Should we head back up as well? Bell asked. Yeah, Welf nodded. Got a flash of inspiration just now, want to see if what I came up with works or not, though I'd probably need to be level 2 first. Guess we're going back up as well, Bell said with a smile as Mikoto and Uka exchanged looks. Mind if we join you? The more the merrier I guess, Uka said as Mikoto lowered her head in thanks again. As Saber took the vanguard position, Bell lagged behind a bit as he looked back down the path to where the Takemikazuchi Familia had been fighting. Honestly, Bell would like nothing further to keep on going all the way down to the 18th floor. Not to see what Rivera was like, but to simply wait there in hopes of reuniting with Archer even a day sooner. Well, there's no point in being impatient I suppose, Bell said with a soft smile. Bell. You're falling behind. Lily called out to him. Sorry. Bell called back before running up toward Lily. Their reunion will come soon enough. Heroic Myth. Chapter 18, Reunion. I see, so you ended up meeting and saving Take's kids, Hestia muttered at dinner the same day they returned from the 13th floor. On his behalf, thank you, Bell. No, it's just my selfishness, Bell repeated, shrinking a bit underneath the glare of Castor. They had parted ways with Takemikazuchi Familia once they reached the surface. Uka had promised to return the favor someday and Saber had accepted it in Bell's place before the boy could say anything. It would seem that you cannot be trusted to not do something unbelievably foolish, Castor said as he glanced toward Saber and Assassin. The fact that you are followed by enablers only encourages such behavior. Lily apologizes for being unable to stop him. Lily quickly said, but Castor waved his hand. You do not have the strength to physically restrain him in any case, Castor pointed out. And he has constantly proven that he will not listen to reason. Ah ha ha ha. Bell let out a dry laugh as he sank underneath the table. How did you come to be acquainted with the god Takemikazuchi? Saber asked. The hearth and war are rather separate things, are they not? There's nothing special to it, we just know each other from our time in Tenkai and are friends, Hestia replied with a smile and a nod. Well, we run competing Jagamericun stands but it's all under the same owners so it's just a friendly rivalry. Of course, our stand's business is way better than his since I'm there after all. As expected of a mascot character, Castor muttered dryly as he looked to the side. For a goddess to be treated as such, I can no longer tell if I find amusement or exasperation toward it. By the way, Castor, Hestia began. What the heck is with those giant stone statues in the corner of the yard? When did they get there? Think nothing of them. They are merely decor. I know you well enough by now that there is no way that they are merely decor, Hestia countered as Castor responded with a simple smirk. Have no fear, they are simply my own touches to the manner, Castor continued, still ignoring the question much to Hestia's dismay. In any case, regarding the dungeon dives, it would seem that your impulses need to be properly reined in. You're coming with us? Belle asked. Do you plan on jumping into every situation where you can enact your selfish desires? Castor asked back. Selfish or not, I don't think that they are wrong, Belle replied, his hands shaking on his lap as he looked Castor in the eye and did his damnedest not to look away as the king's dark red eyes bore into Belle's own. Humph, just as well, Castor said with a nod, surprising Belle. The reason I have decided to join you is because the respawn time for the Goliath is fast approaching and the Loki Familia should be reaching the 18th floor as well where they will no doubt slay the monster Rex on their way back up. Unless we have to wait another 2 weeks, we will move now and reunite with your precious archer in the meantime. Does that mean you won't be coming home for a few days? Hestia asked as she reached over and pulled Assassin to her in a hug. That depends solely on them, Castor replied as he looked toward Belle and Lily. If they cannot make it to the 18th floor on their own power then we will have no choice but to accept the delay. This is something I just have to deal with huh? Hestia mumbled as she ruffled Assassin's hair, causing her to giggle. Ugh, I've gotten so spoiled lately. I had no problem waiting for Belle to come home alone the first 2 weeks. Lily thinks it's because Lady Hestia is a kind goddess, Lily spoke up with a smile. I don't think I'm that kind, Hestia said with a bashful smile before finally releasing Assassin. All right then. I'll spend my time coming up with an emblem then. You should have done so weeks ago, Castor countered, causing Hestia to groan again. In any case, the two of you should prepare yourself for the journey. We shall not spend much time gathering the drop items and magic stones so be prepared to stand on the front as well, Arde. Yes. Lily nodded, looking a bit nervous. Is there a need to rush though? Saber asked. There is nothing wrong in taking our time and let the two move through the dungeon at their own pace. If they cannot reach the destination then they cannot reach it, Castor simply with a shrug. However, a little extra motivation and proper guidance can go a long way. Saber did not look convinced. Are you not doing this for your own entertainment? Saber accused Castor who simply laughed. Everything I do is for my own benefit, Castor confirmed without a care in the world. What is the point of remaining in this lacking familia otherwise? Sorry for not getting any new recruits. Hestia mumbled. Don't worry about it goddess, Belle said as he clenched his fist. Once we beat the floor boss, our familia will definitely become popular enough for more recruits. How would we split the workload though? Lily asked. A new level 1 wouldn't survive long in the mid-floors and Lily doesn't think any level 2 would want to leave their more established familia to join ours, no matter how famous we might become. We would simply have Assassin become a supporter for any new members, Castor said, turning to the girl who cocked her head to the side at being mentioned. You know how to remove the magic stones, correct? Assassin nodded. We watched Lily do it a lot. It's just like removing a heart from a monster. Well, that's not exactly wrong. Lily muttered. So we would have Jack accompany any new members into the dungeon while I, an archer when he returns, continue to accompany Belle, Lily, and Welf. Indeed. Any objections or questions? Castor asked but no one spoke up. Very well. Saber, be sure to visit the smith and tell him to prepare for a trip to the 18th floor. If he is unable to, then we shall leave him behind. Understood. Then I shall do so immediately. Having finished his meal, Saber stood up first. Then, Belle, Lady Hestia, I bid you good night, the knight said with a bow. Good night, Saber, Hestia replied with a nod. Try not to stay out too late. Good night, Saber, Belle said as well. Saber nodded before dematerializing and disappearing from sight. Then I shall be preparing as well, Castor said as he stood up and turned to Lily and Belle. Be sure to be well rested. The trip will be a long one with very few opportunities to rest. Yes. XXXXX. Saber touched down in Orario's northeastern district, also known as the Industrial District. It was a spot just off the path of the main street, amongst buildings made of stone. A compact one-story building covered in soot and various burn marks with a smokestack spewing out ash and smoke to the sounds of a hammer beating against metal. Saber walked up to the door and simply knocked. The hammering stopped and the door creaked open just a crack so the owner could peer outside. Oh, Saber, Welf said as he opened the door all the way. What's up? Coming here so late? My apologies for the visit, Saber said as he adjusted his glasses. But I came to inform you that our Familia captain will be joining us tomorrow in the dungeon. Oh, so your mysterious captain finally shows his face? Welf asked with a smile. Been wondering if I was ever going to meet him, but that can't be the only reason you're here, right? Indeed, Saber nodded. We will be making our way to the 18th floor in earnest tomorrow. Should we make it, we will not return to the surface until we face the monster Rex. Moving a bit fast, aren't ya? Welf asked, looking rather surprised. I mean, Belle only reached level 2 the other day, right? Our captain has a plan that he is not sharing, Saber said with a sigh. The invitation to join us still stands, but if it would cut into your time smithing, then there is no need to force yourself. Welf was silent before turning to look at a red blade resting against the wall of his forge. Good thing I asked to take that with me. Welf muttered. Is that a new work? Saber asked. No, that's something I made when I first joined the Hephaestos Familia. We all make one piece and show it to Lady Hephaestos as an initiation test. I see, so you made that to prove your Crozo blood, Saber muttered as Welf grimaced and nodded. Yeah. Welf replied. Thought I could use it as a reference for a new project, but... Welf fell silent again as he scratched the back of his head. Are Lily's words bothering you? Saber asked softly. She's not wrong. Welf admitted, although it looked like it was a rather bitter pill to swallow. First 3 infant dragons, then 2 almost back-to-back monster parties. Welf took a step back from the doorway and walked toward the red sword against the wall. Looking around for a moment, Saber took a step inside and closed the door behind him. What Jackie asked the other day and seeing what you did today got me thinking, Welf said as he picked up the sword. I hate magic swords because they always break, leaving their user behind no matter what. But then you showed me that it's possible for a sword to shoot magic out yet not break, at least not in the way magic swords do. Is there a difference? Saber asked as he unhooked a dagger and flipped it around in his hand. Gram was reforged by me after all. Magic swords crumble to dust when they're spent, Welf replied. It's impossible to gather up the shards and remake it like you did. Like this shoddy thing. It's got one shot at best before crumbling, even if the spell is on par with what you showed. That is quite the boast, Welf. Yeah, you're right, Welf admitted with a chuckle. What's the point if it breaks in one shot anyway? Nearly all of the Crozo swords are like that. The more powerful they are, the less shots they got. Welf then turned toward Saber, who lobbed the dagger over to Welf. The smith caught it by the handle and held it up to the light in the ceiling. The silver blade shined a weak red as if reacting to Welf's Crozo blood or the young man's own magic. But you found a way around it, even if you merely reforged it, you still managed to capture the spell or technique or whatever it is inside it. Welf walked over and held the dagger back to Saber. I won't ask you how you did it, Welf continued as Saber took the dagger back. There's no point to it if I don't figure it out myself. Just knowing that it can be done is all I need. I see. Saber said as he closed his eyes. Then I shall look forward to when you level up and continue your progress. You damn well better, Welf said. That's why I'm coming along to the floor boss. I won't hold you back. I promise. Then please be prepared for the trip. Got it. Maintenance materials, portable furnace, I'll be ready. Very well. Good night. Yeah. Night. Welf returned to his work in front of the furnace as Saber let himself out, silently wishing the young man luck as he tried to find his own path forward. XXXXX. Dawn arrived sooner than Bell would have liked as he opened his eyes while still lying on his bed. Lifting his hand over his eyes, Bell stared at his calloused and blistered hand before clenching it into a fist. Today, we make it to floor 18, he muttered. Has Archer made it back there? Did he go on an adventure? Bell felt his mouth stretch into a wry smile as he let his arm fall over his eyes. He was jealous. Not of Archer for going on an adventure without him, but of Loki Familia for being able to go with him on one. What Bell considered an adventure and what Archer would consider one were as different as the sun and the moon. I want to get stronger. Bell whispered to himself. He was happy that Castor was giving him an opportunity to do so and was interested in rushing his growth a bit as well. Bell also wanted more Familia members outside of Lily and the servants. His servants were tied to him after all. If something were to happen to him, then Hestia and Lily would be all alone. If he was honest with himself, he would like another mage in the Familia. Lily often mentioned their lack of power in the rear. Although that would end when Archer returned, the servants were not supposed to interfere in their trips to the dungeon aside from assassin in any case. So having a mage support from the rear would definitely help in the long run. Though if we do get one, the goddess would probably be looking for a girl, haha. Bell laughed before sitting up. Alright, time to get ready. Bell got dressed, brushed his teeth and washed his face. After making sure his armor and weapons were all secure, he made his way downstairs where Hestia was waiting for him. Good morning, Bell. Hestia called out with her usual smile. Good morning, goddess. Bell greeted Hestia as he heard movement behind him. Turning around, he saw Lily coming down, carrying a pack about half the size of her usual one. Good morning, Lily. Good morning, Bell, Lady Hestia, Lily greeted with a low bow. Lily has prepared as much as she could for the trip. Lily then pulled back her sleeve to show her wrist-mounted crossbow before patting her waist where a dagger was carefully held in a sheath. Bell's longsword was also attached to the side of Lily's backpack, which was filled with basic necessities as well as potions as usual. Lily doesn't know what to do about food though, Lily muttered as Hestia waved her hand. Don't worry about that, the goddess said. Castor left just a bit earlier to get more potions and some rations. Castor went to buy things on his own instead of making someone else do tea. Bell asked as Lily looked dumbstruck. Right. Hestia asked with a nod. Now you just need to wait for the other two, aha. You, sleepy. Pay attention or you'll fall down the stairs. Saber was walking down the stairs, leading a half-asleep assassin by the hand. Good morning, Saber said simply. It seems we are the last ones. Don't worry, they're not going to leave without you, Hestia said with a smile before pulling Assassin in for a big hug. You, please keep yourself and Bell safe, Jackie. Assassin nodded. Now then, it's only reheated Jagameru-kuns, but it's at least something to start your days, Hestia said as she passed a small bag full of potato puffs to Lily. You're probably going to be moving non-stop if Castor gets his way, so eat on the go. Thank you very much, Lady Hestia. Lily said as she stepped back. Hestia then turned toward Bell and quickly wrapped her arms around his waist. Dawa! Goddess! Bell shouted, blushing at the sudden contact. Promise me. Hestia said softly as she tightened her grip around Bell. Promise me that you'll all come home safe. I promise, Bell responded as he slowly brought his arms around Hestia. So, please wait for us, goddess. With a tearful nod, Hestia released Bell and watched her Familia leave with one last round of goodbyes. Hestia watched from the doorway as the five of them exited the front gate and disappeared down the street. The goddess then shut the front door and turned around to look at the now empty house behind her. At least I have work today. She muttered as she went over to the couch to pick up her coat. Wonder if I can get a shift tomorrow too. And with that, Hestia left, locking the door behind her, leaving the manor completely empty. XXXXX. Before heading toward Babel Tower, Bell led the others down West Main toward the Hostess of Fertility where Seer was waiting for them as usual. Good morning, Bell. The silver-haired waitress said as she held out the usual lunch to him. Here you go. Thank you as always, Bell said as he accepted it. Oh, right, I wanted to say that I probably won't need one tomorrow. Oh? Why not? The Familia is planning to head down to the 18th floor today, Bell replied. We're planning to spend a few days down there if we make it. The 18th floor. Seer repeated in surprise. But, didn't you only make it to level 2 the other day? You don't need to worry about me, I have reliable Familia members. If you say so. Seer muttered before placing a hand on her chin as if considering something. Please be careful, okay? Don't worry. We're always careful in the dungeon. That's not what I mean. Yesterday, a god was asking around for information about you, Seer said. He was definitely up to no good, so we kicked him out. What else is new? Belle replied with a dry laugh before wincing a bit. Sorry, that might have came out harsher than I'd meant. Hee, it's all right, Seer giggled. It just means you're becoming more famous and popular. Though I think you're doing the best where you are now, so don't fall for any bad god or goddess's trick and leave your Familia, okay? Ahaha, I'll do my best. Then, good luck, and please stay safe. I will. See you again soon. With that simple farewell, Belle returned to the others as they made their way toward Babel Tower and the dungeon. Lord Castor will definitely not be happy. Lily muttered when Belle mentioned the warning Seer gave him. I suppose it was only a matter of time before the other gods attempt to take you for themselves, Saber muttered. We must be extra vigilant in the dungeon today. Right, Belle nodded. Short of Hestia being sent back to Tenkai, nothing will ever make Belle leave the Familia willingly. He still remembered when he first arrived in the city almost 2 months ago now. Every single Familia he attempted to join turned him away without even giving him a chance. It wasn't as though he only looked at joining the big Familias like Freya, Loki, or Ganesha, but even the smaller ones wouldn't give him the time of day, most likely due to his age. Hestia was the only one to give him a chance, and that is why he was here now. A level 2 with the ability to recall heroic spurts of the past and give them corporeal form. If it weren't for Hestia, he can't even imagine where his life would have been now. Mommy is mad? Assassin asked, jolting Belle from his thoughts. Just a bit, Belle admitted. Someone might be trying to take your mommy away from you, Lily whispered into Assassin's ear, causing the girl's eyes to widen. So it's Jack and everyone else's job to make sure that that doesn't happen. Okay. Assassin nodded. We'll protect mommy. Ahaha, thanks, Jack. They finally made it to the plaza in front of Babel Tower, where Welf was waiting for them as usual. Mornin', Welf called out as he stood up from his seat at the fountain. Don't see anyone new, your captain not here yet. Castor went shopping for some extra things first, Belle explained as he looked around. He should be, Castor was making his way through the crowd from the northwestern area of Orario. Good, you have all arrived, Castor nodded before turned to look at Welf. So you're the smith. That's me, Welf Krazo. Welf nodded as he extended his hand toward Castor, who simply glanced down at it for a second before back up at Welf's face, causing the young man to pull it back and awkwardly scratch the back of his head. You are a part of this party at Cranel's request, Castor continued as he handed a case depicting the emblem of Dion Sect Familia to Lily. I shall see whether or not such an arrangement is worth the effort of maintaining. I trust you are at least capable of pulling your weight. Yeah, I won't get in your way, Welf nodded with a resolute expression. We shall see, Castor scoffed before walking ahead toward the dungeon's entrance with Lily trotting after him. He's kinda hard to deal with, isn't he? Welf whispered to Belle and Saber. We know, the two replied at the same time, causing Welf to chuckle. Right, before I forget, here you go, Belle. Welf held up a small buckler for Belle. It wasn't particularly anything special. Just a small shield that Belle could attach to his forearm without weighing him down too much or get in the way of his knife. A simple sturdy shield more focused on function than form. Having a knife in your offhand is good and all, but I think it's better for my peace of mind if you used this instead, Welf said. Thanks, I'll take it, Belle nodded with a smile. By the way, what is that other sword you have there? Still resting by the fountain was a blade wrapped in white cloth. That. Welf asked, looking a bit uncomfortable as he picked it up and tied it on his back. It's just a good luck charm. Don't worry about it. Belle turned back toward Saber, who simply shook his head as if to ask Belle not to question it. What are you lazing around for? Castor shouted, causing Belle to jump. Get a move on. Why yes. Belle called back, quickly equipping his new shield as they all ran to catch up to Castor and Lily. XXXXX. Lily's backpack is too small and Welf's sword is in the way. Assassin muttered. We can't ride on anything today. Jack is already old enough to walk on her own. Lily pointed out. So do so. But that's boring. As Lily and Jack had their usual fun arguing with each other, Saber was clearing the front as usual while Belle, Welf, and Castor were in the rear. As it was still only the first floor, no one was particularly on their guard. I see. Castor muttered after Belle repeated the warning Seer gave him. I suppose it was only a matter of time. That's really unlucky, man, Welf said sympathetically. I mean, I got a few of those annoying people myself but they never did anything since they can't really go against Lady Hephaestus. The protection of a big-name Familia couldn't be overstated, especially not one like Hephaestus Familia who, along with Goibnio Familia, controlled most of the high-end weapon and armor production in Orario. Getting on their bad side by trying to poach one of their members was the equivalent of signing your own death warrant in the dungeon, or at the very least the end of your progression. Regardless, we shall push on, Castor decided, glancing over his shoulder for a moment before turning back to the front. Hestia Familia as a whole needs its name in the minds of all of Orario's people. Annihilating the floor boss with only so many members will be the first step in achieving that goal. You sure it's okay for me to come along then? Welf asked. I care not to repeat what has been constantly bored into your head by your Familia leaders and your would-be customers, Castor began, causing Welf to put on a bitter face. But I will not squander the opportunity to increase the quality of the boys' equipment. But whether you actually survive the battle will be based on your own merits. Do not count on me to expend any effort on you. I hear ya, Welf nodded with a challenging glare. I'll make you eat those words too. Humph, we shall see won't we? Belle could only glance between the two as sparks flew between the two and he hoped Welf didn't lose himself to Castor's overly hostile words and do something reckless. For the first time in months, Belle felt afraid of the dungeon, and it was due to his own party members. XXXXX. Despite not having entered the dungeon in well over a month, Castor showed none of the interest he had in the dungeon since he had first entered after he was summoned. Castor did not lift a finger to fight any of the monsters even once as they traveled through the dungeon and eventually hit the 14th floor. Whew, no monster party this time, Welf said as he rotated his shoulders in relief. No sign of Takemikazuchi Familia either, Belle noted. I wonder if they're taking a break after what happened yesterday. One of their members nearly died and they were nearly overwhelmed, Lily pointed out. Lily would be surprised if they decided to jump back into the dungeon after only a day. The three of them were in the front, chatting as they walked down the stairs to the 14th floor. Castor was just behind them, walking down with a map in his hands while Assassin was taking her time by jumping down a few steps at a time with Saber taking up the rear. Halt, Castor said simply causing Lily to stop immediately and for Belle to nearly knock her over from behind. What is it? Welf asked as Castor walked past them. A moment later, a familiar roar echoed down the hall, causing Belle and Lily's shoulders to hunch up. Minotaurs. Lily said, her voice barely above a whisper as Welf turned toward her, eyes wide. Wait, Lord Castor. Castor had walked all the way down the stairs and stopped, prompting Belle to jump down the last of the steps and stand beside his captain. Belle's breath was suddenly caught in his throat. In front of them were the scattered and broken bodies of another party. An elf's corpse was lying on top of his comrades, their bodies crushed by a heavy weight. Either he was trying to cover her or he had fallen over her and were killed at the same time. On the other end of the room was another corpse with their head caved in, and at the exit, 3 minotaurs devouring another body. Belle's vision turned red as he launched himself at the minotaurs, only to feel someone grab his shoulder and fling him backwards toward the steps. Calm yourself, mongrel, Castor said. He lowered his hand to his side. Acting on your emotions here will only get yourself killed. However, the noise attracted the attention of the minotaurs and they charged Castor with a roar. Do not interrupt me, fodder. Castor held up his hand and drew a circle in front of him, punctuating certain points with a poke of his finger. At these points a golden portal appeared and a different magic stave poked out of each of them. Rejoice mongrels, and burn! A raging inferno shot forward, engulfing the minotaurs in a massive pillar of fire. When the flames died out, there was nothing left of the monsters aside from a black wisp as their corpses returned to the dungeon. So that's why he's your captain. Welf muttered with his jaw hanging open. Are you okay, mommy? Assassin asked as she helped him to his feet. No, Bell replied with a grimace as he looked at the corpses of the other adventurers. Such a thing happens every hour of every day in the dungeon, Castor said simply as he picked up what was left of an arm of the body that the minotaurs had been feasting on. If you have time to shed tears over every dead fool, then you shall be crying until the end of time. Saber walked over to the two bodies which still had their heads intact and looked into the empty eyes, still showing the expression of horror and despair of their last moments, before quietly closing them with his hands as he offered them a silent prayer. Not much to bring back up even if we wanted to, hey? Welf asked as he was covering Assassin's eyes, to the girl's confusion. Can't we do anything? Bell asked desperately. It feels wrong to just leave them here. Mongrel. Bell turned his head toward Castor only to quickly raise his hand and catch something thrown his way. A balled-up cloth wrapped around a rock. Unfurling the cloth, Bell saw that it was an emblem of their Familia. If you wish to take news up, then bring up their emblem, Castor said. Give them to that advisor of yours and the guild will send word to their god. Thank you, Castor. Bell said as Lily nodded toward Castor and carefully moved over to the third corpse and used her knife to carefully cut out the emblem showing on the sleeve. At the very least, their Familia could have some closure. Bell. Lily's quiet voice caught Bell's attention as she tugged on his sleeve. Don't let it get to you, Lily said as she pushed the emblem she cut out into his hand. Like Lord Castor said, this happens all the time. It's normal. It shouldn't be. Bell muttered as Lily slowly nodded her head in agreement. Bell. Saber walked up to Bell and held out two bloodied emblems. Bell took the emblems and carefully stored them in the bag around his waist. Let us move on, Castor said as he walked out of the entrance room first, with everyone else slowly funneling out as well. Although they had been chatting without a care barely 5 minutes ago, everyone was walking in somber silence. Bell thought he was completely aware of how dangerous the dungeon really was, thanks to Anna beating it into his head almost daily, but seeing the dead adventurers seemed to have really hammered it home. The dungeon hates mortals. It was a phrase passed around Orario between the gods and mortals alike. It was common knowledge. From the look of things, Bell thought that that party must have been ambushed. Minotaurs usually didn't go above the 15th floor, and it looked as though those ones had been lying in wait for an unsuspecting party to come by. They must have been cheerfully chatting with each other like Bell and the others had been before disaster struck. They probably died only just realizing what was happening. Don't worry about it. Welf suddenly leaned forward and grabbed both Bell and Lily with his arms and brought them close. That definitely won't happen to us, Welf said with a smile. So cheer up. We're not going to beat any floor boss if you guys make such faces. Welf. Bell called out his friend's name before his face relaxed into a smile. Thanks. Lily is annoyed that she has to be cheered up by Master Welf, Lily muttered with a pout. But Lily thanks Master Welf all the same. Come on, can't you just take it as it is? Welf asked with a laugh as Assassin walked up to Bell and wrapped her arms around his waist. We'll protect Mommy and Lily too, so please cheer up, she said as she looked up at Bell. I will, thanks Jack. Bell returned the hug as Assassin squeezed him a bit harder before letting him go. Behind them, Saber closed his eyes with a nod, no doubt smiling under his mask, while Castor let out a quiet huff as he turned back around. If you are quite finished, then prepare yourselves, Castor said as portals appeared around him. No sooner did he say that did cracks start appearing in the walls around them, with Almiraj poking their heads out. It would have been cute had they not been looking at Bell and the others with bloody murder in their eyes. Not a word. Bell preempted any jokes as Lily and Welf clicked their tongues while Assassin giggled. At least they're back to normal, Saber muttered with a smile as he drew out his daggers. I grow weary of fighting these things, Castor said. We are moving through them. Forget about the stones and drop items and cut your way through. Yes. Lily said as she prepared her crossbow and dagger. It's butchering time. Assassin said, pulling out her cleavers and leaping head first into the mob of monsters. Hey, get in line Jackie! Welf called out as he ran after her. I'm the vanguard, remember? Welf is too slow. As Bell charged forward as well, he was thankful for the distraction as well of Welf's cheerful nature. There was no point in thinking about heavy things until the Goliath was beaten. For now, Bell decided to focus on his adventure action. Decide XXXXX. On Castor's command, Belle's party ran through the dungeon, ignoring most of the monsters that they came across, and those that tried to get in their way were blasted into oblivion thanks to Castor's magic. All those magic stones left behind. Lily groaned as she looked over her shoulder toward the dozen stones lying on the ground. They were making their way through the 16th floor now, and the magic stones were immensely valuable down here for a familia of their size. Each one could easily fetch 4 or 5-digit prices, and they were just leaving them behind. If you wish to gather them, feel free to do so and make your way back to us later, Castor said with a smirk as Lily quickly shook her head. Lily is fine. Lily doesn't need them that badly. Oh no, far be it from me to stop you, Castor continued before holding his hand to signal them all to stop again as his brows declined ever so slightly. In front of them was yet another minotaur, one wielding a massive landform weapon in the shape of a large sword. Castor. Belle ran up to the front, drawing his own longsword from Lily's backpack. Please. Belle didn't elaborate what he meant by that. He felt that he didn't have to. Again. Lily shouted as she walked forward. Why does Belle always want to dash? You have 1 minute, Castor said as he placed a hand in front of Lily to quiet her. Oi, I don't think 1 minute is enough to dash, Welf began, but Belle had already charged forward, sword in hand. Belle's roar echoed in the corridor as he smashed into the Minotaur before Lily or Welf could even blink. The two blades clashed, but the Minotaur was the one reeling back as its arms shook from the violent blow. However, the monster quickly recovered as it pushed Belle back, sending the sword flying from his hands. No, Belle had released the sword himself, letting it serve as a distraction as he had already crouched down below the Minotaur with his daggers out. In a flash of red, Belle's newest dagger shot out, carving a red line across the monster's wrist, forcing it to drop its weapon. With another roar, Belle struck again and again. Countless violet and crimson lines crisscrossed the Minotaur's body. Each strike forced the monster to step back in pain, unable to counterattack at all. With each strike, Belle was also moving faster and faster before he dropped his daggers and picked up the dropped landform and swung it across the Minotaur's waist, cleaving it in two and letting the two halves fall to the ground. Then, ignoring the corpse, Belle turned down the path, weapon at the ready as small sparkles of light appeared around Belle's hands. 2 more minotaurs stumbled out of the darkness, heads lowered with their horns pointing at the boy, ready to gore him with them. As they charged, the chiming sound that accompanied the lights around Belle's hands grew louder as he lunged forward, swinging the landform down on the minotaurs. Just like the time with the infant dragon, a bright light exploded in the corridor where Belle swung his weapon down, vaporizing the 2 minotaurs and a bit of the tunnel without any fanfare. Lily and Welf could only stare at Belle in quiet shock as the boy lifted his head up and stared at the ceiling, letting out a long sigh as the landform shattered into tiny shards, having been unable to withstand the power of Belle's skill. He then turned around and lowered his head toward Castor. I'm sorry for my selfishness. And apologized to his king. That was 2 minutes, mongrel, Castor said as he walked toward the first Minotaur's corpse that hadn't been vaporized by Belle's skill and flexed his gauntleted hand before he drove it into the monster's chest and wrenched out the magic stone, causing the blood and the corpse to vanish back into the dungeon. He then tossed it toward Belle. Do not waste our time like this again. As Castor continued down the path, Welf and Lily walked forward, the former picking up the discarded longsword. Geez, if you keep doing this it'll make me think that you prefer landforms over my stuff, Welf said with a smirk. I'm sorry, Belle said with a smile. I guess I kinda lost it there. Is Belle feeling better now? Lily asked as she took the magic stone from Belle. Yeah, I just needed to vent a bit. Still, guess those rumors of you beating a minotaur wasn't just hot air. Welf said as he wrapped an arm around Belle's shoulder. 1 minotaur solo at level 1 and then 2 of them in one blow at level 2 with a third being hacked to death with your daggers. What's going to happen at level 3 I wonder? As Belle let out a dry laugh at Welf's teasing, Castor called out to them. Enough tomfoolery. We are almost there. The party ran forward to catch up to Castor, only to find him standing beside a descending staircase. Beyond here is the floor boss area. Welf muttered with a gulp. Do not fret, Castor said. The monster Rex has not spawned just yet. You will rest on the 18th floor while we wait for him. Castor turned toward the stairs before taking a step back from it, prompting everyone else to do so as well. A moment later, someone came flying up from it. Wah! A rather familiar adventurer appeared and landed beside him, You are, Vanagrund? Castor asked as the werewolf turned his eyes at Castor and swept them across the party before they stopped on Belle and Lily. You lot are archers Familia? Bet asked as his ears twitched slightly. How the hell did you get down here? Like usual. Belle answered as Bet's eyes narrowed. Whatever, I don't have time for this, Bet said as he started walking, but Castor held out a hand in front of him. What do you want? Arde, the case, Castor said simply. Alright. Lily nodded as she set her bag down and pulled out the case and handed it to Castor, who opened it up in front of Bet, causing the werewolf to raise an eyebrow. Inside the case were several dozen high-rank antidotes and elixirs. This is what you are after, correct? Castor asked with a smirk. What's your game? Bet demanded as he looked from the potions to Castor. Do not think of it as mere charity, Castor replied as he shut the case and held it out to Bet. I fully expect to recuperate the cost plus extra from your leaders. Of course, you are free to make the run back up to the surface yourself. But who can say if Dion Sect Familia will have replenished their stock by then? TCH, whatever, I ain't got the time to argue, Bet growled as he carefully took the case with two hands. Those weaklings will be thankful for this. Humph. For a moment, Belle wondered if Castor was going to demand at least a word of gratitude before releasing the case, but Castor let Bet have it without another word. As Bet turned around to descend the stairs, he looked over his shoulder toward Belle with a frown before disappearing without another word. What was that about? Welf asked, scratching his head. He was there when Belle beat the Minotaur on the 9th floor, Lily explained. Maybe he was curious. But, if he's here, then that means... Belle began as his eyes started shining. Archer has to be there too, right? Lily's eyes widened in realization as well as the two of them turned to Castor. If he has not perished down in the deep floors, then he would naturally still be with Loki Familia, would he not? Castor pointed out. Lily and Belle turned to look at each other as Castor proceeded to walk down the stairs to the 17th floor with the two of them close behind. Guess this Archer guy is important to them, Welf said as Assassin hurried up to walk beside Belle as well. Indeed, Saber nodded. I joined the Familia after he had already left on the expedition with Loki Familia, thus have not had the opportunity to be introduced yet. This will be both of our first times meeting him. The two of them quickly moved to catch up with the others and the party came down to the 17th floor where a strange scene met them. Unlike the drab stone walls that had accompanied them all the way from the 13th floor, the 17th floor contained a single room about 200 meters long from the entrance to the exit. It was also another 100 meters wide and 20 meters tall. A perfect arena to fight a massive creature like a monster rex. The walls and ceiling were covered in many layers of jagged rocks aside for the one to the left of the entrance, which was completely smooth to the point that it looked unnatural. The Great Wall of Sorrows. Belle muttered, naming the mysterious wall. The ones who gave it such a name were adventurers who came down here when the monster rex was active. For behind the wall was where the monster rex slept as it waited to be reborn into the dungeon. When it did, the wall would shatter like an egg shell, and the massive monster would smash its way out, bringing despair to those who ventured here unprepared. The resting place for one of the king of monsters, the Goliath. The massive wall that separated the high-class adventurers from the rabble. It's so big! Assassin shouted as she stared at the wall that held the target of their expedition. Lily feels exceptionally small right now. Lily whimpered as she shrunk down slightly in the face of the Great Wall. Hold your head up high, Arde, Castor said as he boldly strode forward. You cannot hope to stand alongside us if you cower at the face of a rock. Why yes. Lily nodded as she closed her eyes and trailed behind Castor. You don't think there's more than one Goliath behind that thing, do you? Welf asked. I ask that you do not say such ominous things, Saber said as he tapped Belle and Assassin's shoulders to get them to move as well. Let us continue, you two. All right. Belle nodded as he took Assassin's hand and started walking. Belle knew that the Goliath was supposed to be a massive monster, but the fact that he was now in the room where the monster Rex was supposed to be fought in made him realize that he didn't have any idea just how big 8 meters truly was if it needed this much room to fight in. A new feeling appeared in Belle's gut. Fear? Anticipation? Dread? Excitement? Worry? Eagerness? He wasn't sure which word was right, even if they all were more or less the same as the other. At the same time, there was a feeling that he just couldn't shake. The feeling that something bad was about to happen. Shaking his head, he picked up the pace, wanting to get out of the arena as soon as possible. Once he reached the stairs to the 18th floor, Belle was finally able to breathe easy. Ugh, finally out of there. Welf muttered from behind Belle as well. It seemed as though only the servants were unaffected with the heavy atmosphere of the room. Probably because Castor and Saber had already dealt with massive titans in their respective legends while Assassin. Assassin cocked her head to the side as Belle stared at her before smiling at Belle. She probably didn't even notice anything to be stressed or worried about. As they left the stairway, a splendid sight appeared in Belle's eyes. The first thing Belle noticed was that it was bright. The dungeon was never pitch black thanks to tiny glowing crystals embedded in the walls to illuminate the path no matter what time of day it was, but right now it was as though they had returned to the surface while the sun was high in the sky. The next was that there were crystals everywhere. Some barely the size of Belle's foot, others were even larger than the minotaurs they had fought earlier. In the very center of the floor was a massive tree that stretched all the way to the ceiling that stood even higher than the one on the 17th floor and was covered with even more crystals and were the source of light for the entire floor. The largest ones in the center were a bright white color, mimicking the sun, while the smaller ones around it were light blue like the sky. Is this really the dungeon? Welf asked as he looked around. I feel like I got transported to an elf forest or something. This is the Under Resort. Lily muttered as they continued walking. Lily heard that some nobles outside of Orario would hire high-class adventurers to take them here just for the view. What an amazing use of money. Belle muttered with a laugh. We will not be staying in the town, Castor said with a smile. No doubt they will attempt to charge some outlandish price. Let us indulge in the hospitality of Loki Familia instead. Are they nearby? Assassin asked as her head moved back and forth like it was on a swivel as she took in as much of the forest around them as she could. Why don't you ask your mother, Assassin? Castor asked with a smirk as Belle blushed slightly. You should know, right? That's right, if Archer was really here then. Belle closed his eyes as he placed a hand on his chest, expanding his senses out. He felt a small pull against his heart, telling him that he was moving toward them as he opened his eyes and looked to his right. No sooner did he do so did a pair of feet land there. I don't believe it. Bet was right. Standing there was Belle's first servant and Knight of the Bow, looking just as he did when he left some 2 weeks prior. Aren't you all a sight for sore eyes? Archer asked with a smile. Archer. Master Archer. Belle and Lily ran up toward the man, the latter dropping her pack so she could move faster before jumping into his arms. Whoa there, Archer said as he caught them and steadied himself. Looks like you both are doing well, especially you, Belle. Yes, Belle nodded, having not seen Archer since the Minotaur incident. Archer, I'm level 2 now. Is that so? Archer asked as he set them down and placed a hand on Belle's head. Good work. Belle had no idea how much he had wanted to hear those words of acknowledgement until now. But he had them now, and Belle truly believed he had taken one step closer to his dream. Heroic Myth. Chapter 19, Melancholy of a Goddess. Whenever Hestia returned home she would always throw open the door and call out I'm home. At the top of her lungs. Then one of 2 responses would come. I told you each and every day not to throw the door open. I can hear you just fine. The oldest member of her Familia would shout from either the balcony or from the living room depending if he was working or taking a break. Or if she returned a bit later than usual. Welcome home Mommy Hestia. Welcome home, Goddess. A much more warm welcome greeted her in the form of the 2 youngest members, but it was much more rare, so she still preferred the cold greeting from her captain as it was something she heard nearly every day, a daily part of her routine. Which was why she was now standing just in front of the front gate, dreading from stepping inside to her now empty home. She was spoiled, she knew that. Ever since Hephaestus gave her the boot, Hestia had spent her days alone, and even when she created her Familia with Belle, she would usually come home before him and spend time alone in the first place. Then 2 weeks after that Belle found the Holy Grail and everything changed. She became a proper Familia goddess almost overnight and became used to the feeling of one of her children being close by when she came home. And now, she could tell that not a single one of them was waiting for her inside. The thought was enough to break her heart to the point that she didn't want to go inside. Maybe I can invite Take or Mike out for dinner. No, they're probably still working right now. Hestia mumbled before she opened the gate and heard the sound of running footsteps behind her. He. A goddess with red hair called out to her as they ran down the street while waving at her while clutching a basket in her other hand. Hey Chibi! Guy! Hestia made a face as Loki slid to a stop just in front of her, not unlike how she did back during the banquet of the gods. And just like at the banquet, Hestia was not exactly jumping for joy to see her. What do you want, Loki? Hestia asked with a tired glare. Just seeing how you're holding up, Loki replied with a smile. Heard from a little birdie that your kids are going on an expedition of your own, so I came to hang out. Birdie? Aren't you just after Castor's wine? Course not. I know how lonely it'll be seeing your kids off for the first time like this, Loki said with a frown as if she was insulted by the insinuation before breaking out into a smile. But I won't say no if you're offerin'. Do your children even know you're here? Probably. Hestia let out a sigh, feeling empathetic to the Loki Familia adventurers for having to deal with such a goddess every hour of every day. Hestia did not want to play host to the trickster goddess right now, but she also did not want to be alone in the manor either. Come in, Hestia relented as she opened the gate wide for Loki. Woohoo! Loki cheered. Ah, but don't worry about food, I brought some with me. So you aren't just planning on mooching? Nah. I'm not like you after all. NGH. Hestia, who had spent the first several months of her life in Genkai mooching off of Hephaestos's kindness, had no response to that. Nevertheless, Hestia invited her hated enemy into her home just so she had some form of company for the night. The two of them sat across from each other at the dining table where Loki piled out some sandwiches from her basket and Hestia brought out 2 bottles of wine. One in a dull green bottle and the other in a golden one. Was that? Loki asked as she looked at the green wine bottle. Just regular cheap wine, Hestia said as she poured the contents of the golden bottle into a cup and placed it in front of Loki while filling the green bottled wine in her own cup. Castor's stuff is good and all, but it scares me to drink it too much of it at once. Once pour always pour, hi. Loki joked as she accepted the good wine first. Though it's not like I don't get it. It's a waste if you drain it all at once. Loki then picked up the golden bottle and gave it a shake and saw that barely a quarter of it had been drunk. He ever tell ya where he got this stuff? Loki asked as she took a sip. Nope, Hestia shook her head. He doesn't talk much about himself to anyone. I think only my supporter and I really talk to him, and that's only because I bug him in his office when I have a day off or work the afternoon shift. By the way, thank Wallen Watcher name for me for always stopping by and buying a lot. Guy, so it's your stand she keeps buying from, huh? Loki muttered, sounding annoyed. And it's Wallenstein. Try remembering the name of my favorite girl at least. I remember yours. Belle Cranel, right? Fine, I'll make a token effort, Hestia said as she helped herself to a sandwich. Loki rolled her eyes and took a bite out of her own sandwich. By the way, I've been wonderin' for a while now, but why do ya call them Archer and Castor? Loki asked as she swallowed. Some kinda hobby. Well, I suppose you can call it that, Hestia shrugged. Castor's a king of some country or another, so he's all protective of his true name. Well, it's more like he doesn't consider anyone worthy of knowing his true name. Archer gave up on his name for some reason he hasn't shared yet, so we just call him that at his request. Well, I guess everyone's got their own secrets and quirks, Loki accepted with a shrug. My kids have their own share of problems too. Course the Grace tells them to me anyway, so I do know their real names. I use it when I wanna tease them a bit. And Goldie just takes it lying down. When he can't be bothered to get angry at least. Of course, she knew better than to push her luck when he's not in the mood. So is it his idea to go on this impromptu expedition of yours? Loki asked, looking from over her cup. Yeah, he was in a real rush for some reason, Hestia noted. Maybe he made a bet with someone. Loki suggested. Make a bet that he can take out a floor boss and then get a crap ton of cash from it. He's quite the gambler, but I don't think he's the type to gamble on his own abilities. She could hear Castor's voice now. My abilities are already obvious. Why should I bother with someone who does not understand that? Barely 2 months and she already got a handle on that child. Hestia felt that she should be praised for her big heart and understanding. But first, So? Hestia asked as she set down her glass. What's the real reason you came over for? Loki asked with a smile. Can't I just come over to laugh at someone I hate being lonely since all her kids have left the house? Hestia simply stared at her with half-opened eyes. Someone coming to laugh at another person wouldn't bring over dinner as well. Well, Loki might be such a person in any case. I told you already, didn't I? Hestia asked, making a guess at what Loki wanted. I don't want to get involved in whatever it is you're trying to investigate. But you have 3 kids with high-class skills and equipment, and I feel like I've seen that glasses kid of yours. Huh? Where and how? Dunno, feels like he was one of Odin's kids or something. Can't be, he didn't have the grace when I met him, Hestia said, shaking her head. Mine was the first one he received. Yeesh, and I thought Finn training with monks before my blessing was overdoing it. Loki muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. Some of these kids are just... Hestia kept quiet. There was no reason to tell her the entire truth. Normally spirits were as obvious as gods in terms of what they were, but if the heroic spirits were presences closer to mortals, then that was all the better. Though it looked as though the servants could tell each another apart from the rest of the mortal races by sight alone. They were nearly done with the food, and once the sandwiches were gone, Hestia was going to make her leave. But, as much as she did not want to admit it, she needed some advice. How do you do it? Hestia found herself asking. Do what? Loki asked, halfway through pouring herself another glass from Castor's wine bottle. Let your children go off for days on end without any word. Hestia replied. And all the way down to the deep floors at that. Ah, that. Loki muttered, taking a long sip of her drink as she thought how to respond. You might as well ask how I let a bird fly in the sky or a let fish swim. That's just what adventurers do. It was an answer Hestia already knew but did not want to hear. But, what if they don't come back? I told you back at the banquet, right? Shit just happens. That's why when they're around you do whatever you want, when you want with them. That way, you have as few regrets as possible when one day they just don't come home. Yeah, just have to trust that they will. Honest words with no trace of mockery or foolishness in them. At this point, Hestia would have preferred that Loki make fun of her for being a mother hen, as she had expected Loki would do. Then again, those words were probably also Loki's justification for her constant sexual harassment of the female members of her Familia. But still, it wasn't as though Hestia was unique in this regard. The majority of the deities with a Familia treated their children as if they were actual children. The ones who did care about them, like Soma before he turned things around, were few and far in between. Then again, quite a few also only considered them as interesting possessions or pets. Like a project that they invested considerable time and money into and would be crushed or annoyed if they lost it. On the third hand, it wasn't as though Hestia didn't have such things she wanted to do with Bel either, but to do such things with him would ruin her standing in the eyes of the servants, especially when she made a big deal of not having so many men in her Familia. Well, don't worry about it, Loki said as she leaned back on her chair with her feet on the table, making Hestia's eyebrow twitch. You got a level 2 in your team, and it doesn't look like Goldie's someone that's going to drop dead on the middle floors if your archer boy can seemingly handle the deep floors. Which I am still not happy about, by the way, Hestia muttered as Loki just waved her comment off. Yeah, but we're paying you at the same rate as Fee Smith, so deal, don't complain about it so much. Hestia let out a sharp breath through her nose in response. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is, you gotta learn to accept it. Children grow up and leave their parents. That's just how mortal life works after all. Hestia didn't say much after that. Once the food was gone, Hestia gave what was left of Castor's wine to Loki as thanks for the information, to which the trickster goddess happily accepted before disappearing into the night and leaving Hestia home alone for the first time in 2 months. XXXXX. The next morning, the goddess of the hearth, Hestia, was lying curled up on her bed under the covers, not wanting to get out from underneath them. For the first time since she formed her Familia, she slept all alone in her own home. She had taken for granted just how nice it was to simply know that there was always someone just behind a door waiting for her. But she couldn't just stay in bed all day even if she did have the day off. I didn't spend all night just crying after all, she said as she rubbed her swollen eyes. I came up with a great emblem that would surely knock Gil's socks off. Putting aside that Castor didn't wear any to begin with, of course. Throwing off her blanket, Hestia ran toward her dresser and pulled out some parchment and ink. She then drew the idea she had down that was based on her Falna's mark and what she considered to be the most important detail of her Familia. I feel a bit bad for Miss Supporter, but this will have to do, Hestia nodded as she set the parchment aside for the ink to dry. But then now what do I do? Planting her feet on her desk, she leaned back a bit on her chair as she looked outside the window. Today was her day off from work and she had made no plans since she didn't want to think about being all alone. And if she didn't want to be alone, that only meant one thing. Right. It was a nice day outside. A perfect day to go hunting for new Familia members. Hestia couldn't keep relying on servants to fill the ranks forever. After all, they could end up being more men, and while that meant Hestia wouldn't have any rivals within the Familia in regards to Belle's affections, she couldn't have a massive amount men in her Familia. She had a reputation to uphold after all. I'd like at least 2 more girls to balance things out, she muttered. Miss Supporter's been worried about the rear line, so maybe someone who can be a mage? But it's not like anyone other than spirits or elves have a high chance to have magic at level 1 without doing something dumb like Belle and that grimoire. No wait, that never happened. Never. Pushing that thought out of her mind, Hestia shook her head and stood up. All right. Today's goal, find a cute elf girl to join my Familia. Hestia said as she pumped her fist before slumping forward, looking rather horrified at herself. Great, now, I sound like Loki. It was rather well known that Loki not only preferred cute girls but she especially loved elf girls. Then again, she also heard the other gods whispering that Hestia herself had a type for white-haired people. That was merely a coincidence. Sure, she loved white-haired children, but that's only because the one she loved, Belle, had white hair. It was merely a side thing. Hestia quickly changed into her best day clothes, a white one-piece dress with an ocean blue wavy design at its fringe. She also wrapped her favorite ribbon around her and tied her hair up as usual with her precious flower clips that Belle had bought her with his own money long ago. All right, she said as she looked herself over in the mirror. Hey world! Here comes Hestia! XXXXX. Of course, Hestia didn't expect it to go smoothly. Most of the elves she met were already in a Familia. She knew that even before asking them, as they had their Familia emblems somewhere on their clothes. Mew, it really looks cool after all, she muttered as she watched a male elf walk while arguing with a gruff male dwarf. I really should have gotten it done sooner so I could show off Belle and the others more. She shook her head as she walked through the entrance into the guild. Once there, she scanned the line of receptionist until she found one matching the description of Belle's usual advisor. You are in a tool, right? Hestia asked as she walked up to the half-elf's station. Yes, Ina replied with a professional smile. How may I help you, Lady Goddess? I was just wondering if I can place a notice that my Familia is seeking new members here or not, Hestia explained. Honestly, she should have tried this first rather than going around accosting people one by one. Yes, Ina nodded as she fished out a small sheet with various numbers on it. Although there is a fee depending on how much advertisement you want for your Familia. We offer such services ranging from notices on the bulletin board and direct referrals of any hopefuls to you when they ask. As expected, some of it's pretty pricey. Hestia mumbled as she mulled it over. With the allowance she got from Castor and her own pocket money from her job, she could afford a few things, but she shouldn't spend all her money on this as there was no telling when Belle and the others would come back. She had to live for at most a week off this money after all. I apologize for not asking sooner, but, may I have your name, Lady Goddess? Ina asked. Oh, it's Hestia. Ah, then you are Belle's goddess? Ina asked as Hestia threw her chest out with a proud nod. I haven't seen him in a while. Is he doing all right? Yet. He's headed down to fight the monster Rex Goliath, Hestia replied absent-mindedly as she turned her gaze back to the price sheet. He what? Ina's scream caused Hestia to reel her head back in pain and for most of the people in the guild to stare. I am sorry for raising my voice. Ina said as she leaned forward toward Hestia. But you said he's gone to fight a floor boss? But it hasn't even been 2 weeks since he leveled up. Well, Castor's being rather ambitious. Hestia muttered as she rubbed her ear. And Belle's growth is explosive as of late, so he wants to take advantage of it. Ina didn't look satisfied at all with that answer as she rubbed her forehead with an exhausted look. Thank you for worrying about my child, Miss Advisor, Hestia said with a smile. But he's in good hands with Castor and Saber looking after him. With luck, they probably met up with Archer as well. You, don't remind me about that. Ina muttered, clearly having not been too enthusiastic about the fact that Loki Familia had taken one of her advisee adventurers all the way down to the 50th floor just because he had a useful magic. Although I suppose you must be more worried about that than I am. I am, Hestia nodded with a smile. But as Castor keeps telling me, I just have to trust that they will be alright. So you should do the same, okay, Miss Advisor? Bell defeated a minotaur on his own at level 1 and then blew away an infant dragon in one blow too. If nothing else, he should be able to run away from the Goliath if things go badly. I suppose you're right, Ina agreed with a smile of her own. In any case, back to your request for an advertisement. Let's just go with this one. Hestia decided on the ad one spot above the word-of-mouth advertisement. It allowed her a few flyers as well as a corner spot on one of the bulletin boards. It wasn't anything grand but it was cheap and she could spend her time actively seeking out members on her own. Certainly, Ina nodded as she began processing the request. Are there any specific requirements you'd like on the flyers? I'm looking for female adventurers preferably but men are welcome too, Hestia began. It'd be nice if they were an elf or someone that can use magic though. Understood. Is there anything else? Such as age or experience? Nope. I don't care about experience. If I did, I would have found Belle after all. Besides, we're still new so I might as well welcome any new hopeful adventurer that comes along. Though it might mean more work for you, Miss Advisor. It probably won't be much more since Belle doesn't seem to need my advice lately, Ina answered with a lonely-looking smile. Don't say that, he came to ask about his development ability, right? It goes to show you that he still holds your word in high regard, more than Castor's and almost as much as mine. Fufu, thank you, Goddess Hestia. After that, the two of them finalized the flyers which detailed that the Hestia Familia was seeking new members and that everyone was welcome regardless of experience. With a more specific call for mages and women under it. Well, I don't really expect much to come out of it but it shouldn't hurt, Hestia said as she left the guild building. Let's see, it's about noon so let's get some lunch, I know. With a destination in mind, Hestia made her way to the market. XXXXX. Take. I came to visit. Oh, Hestia. Welcome. Hestia had made her way to the potato puff stand operated by her friend and fellow god, Takemi Kazuchi. Good timing, Takemi Kazuchi said as he lowered his head. I wanted to thank your children for saving mine the other day. It's fine, Hestia said with a smile. Though my captain wasn't happy about it since it was super risky but everything went well so it's fine. Your captain didn't go into the dungeon with the rest of your children? Takemi Kazuchi asked, looking surprised. Yeah, he does a lot of other things instead but it's thanks to that we're no longer hurting on money. Hestia then held up 5 fingers and Takemi Kazuchi packed away 5 puffs into a bag for her. So how are your children doing? Hestia asked as she took the bag from him. Chigasa's still resting today while the others are going to remain on the upper levels, Takemi Kazuchi replied with a slight frown. My captain, Baka, seems to be taking it pretty hard though. Sounds like a pretty serious child you got there. Indeed, he takes things a bit too seriously and it worries me a bit. I completely understand, Hestia nodded with one hand on her hip and the other carefully holding her bag. My Shiro is the same way. Shiro huh? Takemi Kazuchi muttered. You got a child from the Far East. I think so, Hestia nodded. His facial features match a bit but his hair's already turned white so you wouldn't be able to tell otherwise. Well, it's not like all the children there have black hair. It's just the most common. The two of them shared a laugh before Hestia decided to get going. Oh, if your children need any help in the dungeon, feel free to ask me, Hestia said. With the rest of my children coming home in a few days they might have some free time if I don't get any new members. Though if someone miraculously levels up again there might be some more servants added in the mix too. No, I can't ask that much of you, Takemi Kazuchi said quickly. We'll keep doing things our own way. Alright then, but the offer is always open, Hestia said as she bid goodbye to Takemi Kazuchi and headed on her way. XXXXX. As she expected though, the first day of her Familia hunting came up with nothing. That wasn't so bad as it was just more of the usual. Coming home to an empty, quiet and completely dark house for the second day in a row though? The pain was excruciating. She didn't understand just how she became so needy for companionship. Not bothering to eat in the dining room, she walked all the way up to the top floor. The only rooms up here were her own along with Castor's. Their 2 offices were here as well, with Castor's office being connected to his room so that one would have to cross it before entering his room proper. Placing a hand on the doorknob, Hestia tried turning it but found that it was locked. For all his insistence on his dislike of gods, he had never locked his door when he was at home, and Hestia often spent her previous days off or time before an afternoon shift just slacking off, usually with a book, on the sofa in the office as he worked. And boy did Castor work on a lot of things at once. There wasn't ever a time Hestia was in the office that there wasn't a stack of papers or slabs on his desk. She had no idea what he was doing, but it probably had to do with his investigations on the dungeon and probably various things of the city as well. The stone slabs were probably his personal records of various things written in a language not known in Orario, but as a goddess, Hestia would have no problem reading them if she cared to. She peeked at it once before when she brought food to Castor and saw mostly numbers, so he was probably balancing the books or something. But as it was, she couldn't get inside with the door locked, so there was no point standing here. She made her way back to her room and slumped over on her desk. Maybe I should ask for more hours until they come home. Hestia muttered as with a sob as she munched on her potato puff. Though I bet that the moment I do, they'll come home that day, haha. And she didn't want to waste a moment in indulging herself with either Belle or Assassin's presence. And after letting him rest, she would ask Archer to cook up a big celebration meal too. She would help, of course. If it was peeling veggies like potatoes, she was already a pro at that, and it would free up his hands. Not that she couldn't cook normally, of course, one single accident notwithstanding. As the goddess of the hearth, she had a few personal recipes under her belt and did the cooking when she was home before the others, a duty she shared with Lily since Archer wasn't here. It's just that she enjoyed eating other people's cooking more than her own. Tomorrow will be a better day, Hestia muttered as she went to the washroom to brush her teeth. One day sooner everyone comes home and one less day of being home alone. With that optimistic thought in mind, Hestia finished her evening ritual and ducked under the covers for the night. Tomorrow will be a better day. XXXXX. Today was an awful day. Hestia stared out into the street with an annoyed face as she watched the raindrops patter onto the street and the people who were quickly running for shelter. At least the stand was connected to a building, so she was still dry, and had the foresight to bring an umbrella with her. Excuse us. This rain came out of nowhere. Hestia turned toward the voices and saw 2 girls that had ducked into the stand for some shelter. The first was a human girl with pink hair and pink eyes, wearing a pink and red tunic over a red skirt. She seemed to be going for a theme or something. Her hair was cut rather short with 2 accessories at the side of her head. Though she was a bit shorter than Belle, she looked to be a bit older than him. The second was blonde elf girl with a dark blue and purple dress and had her hair tied up in twin tails by blue ribbons. She was only a little bit taller than Hestia herself and looked rather young. Not that it really meant much for a long-lived race like elves, but even so, she was probably younger than Belle. This day is just awful. The elf muttered, echoing Hestia's thoughts as she started wringing water out of her hair. We haven't been having much luck, have we? The human asked as she pulled out a handkerchief and wiped her head. Please excuse us, Lady Goddess. As all deities had a divine aura around them, mortals could tell who they were right away. Some among their number could hide their aura to the point that they would pass just as another mortal, but Hestia couldn't do it that well just yet, so the girl could tell Hestia was a goddess with a simple glance. Don't worry about it, and welcome, Hestia said with a cheerful business smile. Would you like to buy a Jagamerican while you wait for the rain to die down? There's a special for 2 with Ajaki cream for only 80 valis. At her words the elf's stomach started to growl as she lowered her head, burning cheeks. The human girl pulled out her purse with a strained smile as she checked her contents. Maybe just 2 regular ones, please. Coming right up, Hestia said. Why, you don't have to do that, Miss Flores. Don't worry about it, Primo. I'm hungry too. Hestia had a name. The human was Flores and the elf was Primo. Now she had to find out if those were first names or surnames. Are the two of you adventurers? Hestia asked, making conversation as the manager was out and she was alone in managing the stall right now. That's right. Primo said, sticking her tiny chest out. I'm going to be the next great mage that can stand alongside Lady Rivera herself. Oh, that's a splendid goal, Hestia said as she handed the two of them their snack. Which familia are you in then? At Hestia's question, Primo faltered and her shoulders sank. Even her ears were drooping. AHH. It reminded Hestia of Belle's expression when she unintentionally saw him getting rejected by a familia before he joined hers. Is that so? Hestia said as she tried to find the words. Do you have any idea why they might not want you? She's 10 years old, Flores said as Primo made a small whimpering noise. Oh. Hestia didn't know what to say to that. She knew that some familias would even have babies join in as their parents were already part of the familia, but accepting a 10-year-old into the familia from outside was a big gamble for small-time familias, and the big-time ones wouldn't even bother. I don't have one either, Flores spoke up, not wanting the silence to go on for too long. Or just not wanting Primo to suffer alone. I see, Hestia began. Did the two of you come here together? No. We only just met each other yesterday. Oh, my apologies, my name is Emma Flores. Hestia now had a first name. Success. I'm Primo Libera. Primo added with a sniff as she munched on the puff. It's nice to meet you both. I'm Hestia. Hestia? Primo asked as her eyes shot open. As in Hestia Familia? Moonlit Dawn's Familia? The record holder. Hestia did her damnedest to make sure her smile remained on her face despite the crippling pain that was delivered into her heart. Why yes, that's my Belle, Hestia nodded, doing her best to keep her smile from twitching. She was failing horribly. Record holder. Emma repeated as she looked at Primo. You haven't heard? Primo asked. Moonlit Dawn managed to reach level 2 in only a month and a half. Most adventurers spend their entire lives trying to level up, and he managed to do so quickly. I see, so Moonlit Dawn is a big deal then. The biggest. Hestia wanted to preen and take in compliments for Belle, but the use of his alias was dealing her more damage than she could take. Thank you for your compliments. Hestia managed to squeeze out. He's our familia's rising star after all. Primo quickly stuffed her potato puff into her mouth and swallowed before running around the stand and grabbing Hestia by the hands. Please, Lady Hestia, please let me join your familia. Primo begged. I know that I'm still young, but I promise that you won't regret it. The thought of inviting them did occur to Hestia, but she didn't think Primo would ask to join on her own accord. Heck, she never expected anyone to beg to join her familia, so she had absolutely no idea how to handle it. Honestly, 10 years old was a bit young to go into the dungeon, but Assassin was a good 10 centimeters shorter than Primo was. Then again, Assassin was also a servant that was already faster and stronger than Belle by default. Please. I'll work hard as a supporter at first if I have to. Primo continued. You certainly are eager. Hestia said with a strained laugh. But all of my children are currently on an expedition right now and won't be home for a few days. Since you sound like you want to be a mage, if you did join my familia, I wouldn't feel right if I had you go into the dungeon alone. Then take Miss Flores as well. Primo said. Do I get a say in this? Emma asked with a wry smile as she scratched her cheek. Well, it's not like I've had much luck either, so, if you would have me. Was it really this easy? She already got what she was looking for. Possible, mage and 2 new girls for her familia without even trying. What has all my effort the last few months been for? Hestia thought to herself. No, she should consider this a reward for all her hard work. That's right, she was doing a good job now, both as a part-timer and as a goddess of a familia. This was her reward. It meant she was finally getting somewhere. It also meant she had to go to the guild and take down the advertisement. Hestia mumbled, pretending to mull it over as she looked back into Primo's hopeful eyes. Well, I can't say that you'll be going into the dungeon when our captain gets home without him seeing what you can do, but I wouldn't mind if either of you wanted to join. Yes. Thank you. I'll try not to let you down, Lady Hestia. Primo and Emma both lowered their heads to Hestia as she smiled at them in return. XXXXX. The manager decided to close up shop early because of the rain, so Hestia was able to take the girls home under the cover of her umbrella, which Emma had to hold due to being the tallest of the three. "Welcome to our Familia home, the Hearthstone Manor," Hestia said when they arrived in front of the house after stopping by the inn the girls had been staying at to get their luggage. "We have a lot of rooms here, so feel free to pick any empty ones." "Yes." The two of them nodded at the same time as Hestia unlocked the front gate and strode on in with the girls right behind her. The two of them had stopped and stared at the strange statues sitting at the corners of the walls but quickly hurried after Hestia when she opened the front door. "Now then," Hestia began as they sat in the living room. "Let's begin, shall we? Who wants to go first?" "Me." Primo volunteered immediately with a raised hand as Emma gave a wry smile and gestured toward the elf. "All right then, come over and lie down on the couch," Hestia said as she patted the seat. "Oh, and show me your back." Primo obeyed and laid down on her stomach with her back exposed to Hestia. Is this going to hurt?" Primo asked, eyes widening as Hestia retrieved her silver knife. "It shouldn't," Hestia replied as she pricked her finger with the blade. "Now hold still. I don't want to make a mistake." "Why yes." Hestia stuck her tongue out between her teeth as she drew her symbol onto Primo's back, the young elf doing her best not to twitch at Hestia's fingers' movements. "Ticklish?" Hestia asked as she poked Primo in the side. "Why yes." Primo admitted, her ears turning red as they twitched a bit. You really are cute. Let's see now." "Oh. Congratulations, Primo." "Huh? What? What?" Hestia got off of Primo's back as the girl quickly pulled her dress up and Hestia handed Primo the sheet that contained her status. "Primo Libera. Level 1. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Lumen Pleiades, wide-range bombardment magic. Glittering stars crossing the night sky. Hear my naive prayer and guide these falling lights. Descend, O starry tears. Blast away these hapless rejects. Lumen Pleiades. Skills. None. Magic." Primo said before her eyes lit up and she started jumping up and down, clutching the sheet to her chest. "I have magic. I knew it. I knew I was a genius." Now, Hestia said as she calmed down the excited girl. "To be a proper mage you need to be able to recite your chant perfectly and without fail, or you're going to blow up due to an ignis fatuus." "Why yes," Primo nodded seriously but she was still all smiles. "I'll get to memorizing this right away." Out of curiosity, does anyone else in the Familia have magic?" Hestia raised her head for a moment and folded her arms as she tried to remember the other's status before answering with a smile, "Everyone does." "Grk, I won't lose." Primo muttered as she trained her eyes on the sheet, not reacting as Hestia steered her into an armchair. "Now then, you next, Emma." "Yes," Emma nodded as she removed her tunic and laid down on the couch as well. Repeating the same process, Hestia drew her symbol on the human's back with a smile. Of course, she remembered to lock the Falna so that it was not visible without her blood to others. "All right, you're done," Hestia said as she patted Emma's back and the girl sat up, holding her tunic to her chest. "Sorry to say but you don't have any magic." "Is that so?" Emma asked, looking just a bit disappointed. "Don't worry, Belle didn't have one either when he started out," Hestia said, deciding not to mention just how Belle did not get his magic. "It never happened after all. You do have an open slot though, so you might get one eventually the more you hang out with the Familia." "Oh, you do have a strange skill though." "Skill?" Hestia handed Emma's status sheet to her and the girl looked it over with curious eyes. "Emma Flores. Level 1. Strength, I0. Defense, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Open. Skills. Rain Amour, beloved blooming, causes a rhapsodia among those with the same Falna for a short time." Rain Amour. Emma read as she looked up at Hestia who shook her head with a shrug. "I have no idea," Hestia said with a smile. "That's part of the fun when it comes to some skills like these. You have to find out what it does on your own." But Rhapsodia can mean collection or a really good feeling, so it might be a skill that boosts you or people around you under certain conditions. You'll have to test it out when you eventually go into the dungeon. Bell has a similar skill that boosts his attack's power too. I see. Emma nodded in understanding as she looked back down at her status. And what are those conditions? He said he has to think of a hero, Hesita said with a sly grin. Isn't that precious? Well, it can't be helped after all. His heroes are all members of the Familia, so he's always being influenced by them. So my advice would be to think about what motivates you and maybe that will activate it. What motivates me? Emma repeated. Well, if you can't do it on your own, you can ask for help with me or Primo, Hestia continued. Not to mention the others when they return. We're all family now, so there's no use trying to do things on your own. That goes for you too, okay, Primo? Yes. The girls nodded in unison, causing Hestia to smile. It was just like the time with Belle all over again. Let's see now. She muttered as she looked at the clock. It's a bit late to head to the guild to register, so we'll put that on hold. Same with going to the dungeon, so today the two of you should get yourselves settled in. Where exactly are the others again? Primo asked, raising a hand. You said they were in the dungeon, but... They're on an expedition to the 18th floor, Hestia replied. They left 2 days ago, so they should be returning either tomorrow or the day after. Oh, by the way, not counting the two of you, we have 4 boys and 2 girls. With you two now joining, we'll have an even split. Is that really something so important? Emma asked. Isn't it normal for there to be more male adventurers than female? It is. It definitely is. My life and my reputation were at stake. The 2 newcomers shared a glance as Hestia started muttering to herself. Do you think we'll regret this? Primo asked Emma as the 2 of them leaned toward each other. You immediately got a spell with my Falna and I got a skill, Emma pointed out. At the very least, we're going to come out ahead. I can hear you too, you know. Hestia said, popping her own face near theirs, causing them to shriek in surprise. Either way, you're both stuck with me for at least a year, so let's get along. Yes, Lady Hestia, Emma nodded. No problem. Primo nodded with a smile. XXXXX. After that they had dinner and Hestia learned that Primo left her village in the Libera forest to head to Orario because she wanted to become a great mage like Loki's Riveria Los Alf. Of course, still being a child, she ended up losing almost all her money immediately and was helped out by Emma, who had been lost trying to get back to her own inn. Aha, I've always had a bad sense of direction, Emma admitted. I have to go to a place at least 10 times before I can remember how to get there. Hestia had thought that Emma would be the more reliable one out of the 2, but now she was deathly afraid that they would get lost in the dungeon on their first day. All right, no one's going into the dungeon until the others get home, Hestia declared as she slammed her hand on the dining table. But won't they think we're useless if we don't even go in once? Primo asked. Only one of them would think you are useless because of that, and that's only because he thinks everyone is useless anyway, Hestia responded simply as she crossed her arms. Everyone else will be very understanding. Lily, our supporter, knows how dangerous the dungeon can be better than anyone. Jackie hasn't ever gone in alone either, and Saber and Archer would just fret if they found out. What about Moonlit Dawn? Primo asked, causing Hestia to wince again. Primo? Dearie? Please call him Belle or Mr. Cranel at the very least, Hestia said with a twitching smile. You're in the same Familia now, so it'll be weird if you don't call him by name. Ah, that makes sense, the elf nodded, accepting the request at face value. Then what about Mr. Cranel? Belle had to go it alone since he was my first child for the first 2 weeks. After that, Archer joined him and then Lily. Since then he never went into the dungeon without at least Lily. Then what's wrong with the 2 of us going together? Primo asked. The guild should have at least a map of the first floor, right? Can you read a map? Hestia asked first. I read enough to know how to get here from my village. Primo shot back. I'm not a kid, Lady Hestia. You did spend all your money at once on a big inn though, Emma pointed out as Primo blushed. That's because I thought I would find a Familia to join right away. Miss Flores. Don't you want to go into the dungeon too? Well, I am kinda scared of getting lost down there, the older girl admitted. But I guess I do feel a bit more confident if you were with me. See? Primo asked as she turned back toward Hestia. Hestia was definitely not completely convinced, but, like Loki said, it wasn't as though she could keep an adventurer from going on an adventure. Castor would also no doubt accuse her of coddling her new members for no real reason other than to make her feel better. Fine, let's compromise, Hestia said as she lifted a finger. Tomorrow when you go to get register at the guild, try to find a brown-haired half-elf wearing glasses named Inatul. She's more or less our Familia advisor, even though she really only advises Belle since everyone else either doesn't need advice or already knows enough about the dungeon. She's a useful way to learn more about the dungeon. Find her, get registered, get information on buying starter gear, then if she says it's okay, you can go in. Won't that take up most of the day? Primo asked, looking. Well, we should at least know what to expect from the dungeon, right? Emma pointed out. Or did you want to try fighting monsters without even a staff? Magoo. Unable to say anything to that, Primo simply grumbled with her spoon in her mouth. Let's see. Hestia placed a hand to her chin in thought. If I remember correctly, Belle's guild issue starting equipment was about 9,000 valis for his breastplate and dagger, so. Hestia had no idea how much a staff for a mage went for, so she should consider a bigger budget for the two girls. I'll give the two of you 40,000 valis to go shopping for your starter gear, Hestia said as their eyes boggled. What? You don't think I'm going to make you buy your own gear with your own money, do you? I'd give you more, but our captain is the one who has control over our coffers, and any more than this will cut into the food budget I have for the week. It meant cutting back on snacks and new volumes of her stories, but it was a worthy trade if Hestia said so herself. We understand, Emma said quickly with a nod. We won't let you down. When I become a great mage, I'll definitely return the money, Lady Hestia. Primo added. Please, you're both my children now, Hestia said, spreading her arms wide. It's only natural for me to help you any way I can. It honestly felt good that she was now able to properly provide for her children like this. Gone were the days of feeding Belle nothing but stale bread, eggs and leftover Jagamerukuns. She was now a proper goddess of a Familia. And it only took her about 3 months. With a little cheating from ghosts and goblets, sure, but what Familia didn't use every advantage they had to get ahead. At least she wasn't Ishtar. XXXXX. All right, here's the guild. Hestia said as she stood in front of the guild building with back to it and faced her new girls the next morning. Now then, the rest is up to you. Show me what you can do. Yes. Primo and Emma nodded before they said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Hestia had her part-time job after all. All that was left to do was pray that the girls will be all right. Thus Hestia started another new day.